Good morning and welcome to Northampton. Welcome to the county grounds and welcome to day 3 of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. You can see some numbers on the screen there in front of you. Northamptonshire trail Middlesex by 105 runs with 5 wickets remaining in their first innings. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe, as I have been through days 1 and 2 and will be through days 3 and 4. We're powered by Daffabet. Rowie, how are you? And also, how have you given much thought about the cricket that you've seen in front of you over the 2 days so far?
It's been, I think I used the word yesterday, purist. It has been for the purist, but I mean, I don't know if I can claim to be a purist, but I love the game and I loved what I saw. I've loved what I've seen here because there's been some very good cricket. There's been some interesting cricket. It's been difficult at times for captains to work out how on earth do I get a wicket and so on. But there's been some inventive cricket as well. And there's been 2 world-class catches. There's been some great batting, some beautiful individual shots, some nice innings, some nice partnerships. And as I say, 2 fantastic catches. One, a flying catch at backward point by Calvin Harrison, and a short leg catch that just can't be bettered by Ben Geddes off the face of the bat from Luke Proctor, at a very close short leg. So it's had a bit of everything. Even if you're not a purist, it's been enjoyable.
Yeah, it certainly has. And we've got 2 full days of cricket ahead of us as well. Toby Rowland-Jones will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. Saif Zaib is on strike. He's on 83. And Lewis McManus at the non-strikers end will resume on day 3 on 55. There's 2 slips in place for Middlesex. And that's driven through the covers for 4 to open the account for day 3 from Saif Zaib, who moves immediately to 87.
Well, that's kind of, we always say about the left-hander, one on the hip, don't we? Well, it wasn't on the hip, but it was a very long and slow and wide half volley. And Saif said he almost apologised, I think, for hitting that for 4, but he couldn't resist it. The one thing that you'd say about these two young Northants batters is we don't have to worry about the run rate because they'll score.
Yeah.
And there's a great example. First ball, I'm going to hit that for 4. Just placed it nicely. It was a loosener, wasn't it? By Toby Rowland-Jones.
Certainly felt like it, didn't it? Early on. Is it Tuesday today? Feels like a Tuesday, doesn't it?
Tuesday all day.
Tuesday all day. They're my favourite kind of Tuesdays. They are when they last all day.
Back on it though, as you'd expect from Rowland-Jones. I think this is the first time he's bowled from the Lynn Wilson end.
Yeah, well, he's only bowled 8 overs before this, so
8 out of 90. Yeah.
It's anybody who's picked Toby Rowland-Jones in their cricket draft squads for this week have been a bit disappointed, I would imagine, with the amount of overs that he has bowled. He's conceded 34 runs with 1 maiden from those 8 overs. Did take the new ball twice, didn't he, at the start of the day, and then late yesterday. There's a chance for a run out. Direct hit from Brian Higgins. Absolutely no interest from the umpire walking in from square leg to put those bails. Is he going to even check the bails? Oh, he is. Yeah, check the bails and then obviously switch positions now that Lewis McManus and the right-hander is on strike.
It looked to me, this ball is what, 10 overs old.
Yeah.
9.5 overs old. It looked to me there that Higgins deliberately threw, and this is fine, I'm not criticising this, by the way, deliberately threw it an attempt to hit the footholds and scuff it up a little bit. So whether Middlesex are thinking, let's get this ball as old as we can, as quick as we can, and see if we can reverse it, maybe. It'd be interesting to see if that continues when the ball goes into the outfield.
There was a short stint after lunch from Tom Helm yesterday where we had the seamer. Otherwise, it was pretty much all spin, wasn't it? Zafar Gohar, the pick of the bowlers for Middlesex, with 4 for 83 from 31 overs, bowling over a third of the innings overs so far for Zafar Gohar, the left arm finger spinner. So don't think it would be the bravest shout of all time to turn around and say, I suspect we'll see more of him through the course of the day.
That's an area there where I think Lewis McManus has really improved. And it looked like nothing, didn't it? It's just a regulation, top of off ball, well bowled, and a forward defensive, well played. But it was beautifully played as a forward defensive. His left foot was alongside the ball and it wasn't going across to the line of the ball. Because it was alongside the ball, his bat can come down straight, presented the full face of the bat, and the ball goes right back down the wicket. I think that's a really good sign for Lewis McManus.
He was moving well yesterday, wasn't he? That one pitched up, well pitched up by Toby Rowland-Jones, fielded on his follow-through. Dot ball to finish then. The deficit now just 100 as Tom Helm takes the cap off, and we'll start from the David Capel end. Quite considerable overhead conditions today from what we had yesterday. It was bright blue skies. We've got some fairly large and fluffy clouds above our head, although it's blowing across quite quick, isn't it?
Is this the forecast? And I haven't had a look this morning. Is it going to be similar all day, do you think?
I believe so. That's what I have been. That's what I've seen on a couple of the apps that I check. But we all know here at Northampton, it's a bit of a microclimate across the ground, isn't it? And
it is.
Sometimes it says it's raining in Northampton whilst it's bright blue sunshine or skies and sunshine overhead here at the ground.
Light cloud and a moderate breeze is the summary from my preferred weather station.
Yeah, that's what I've had so far. Tom Helm then to Saif Zaib. Still the 2 slips in place for Tom Helm. He is the seamer that has bowled the most for Middlesex. This is his 16th over. For that 15 overs, no maidens, none for 64.
The umpire at the standing end is using Lewis McManus's bat to knock the stumps down a little bit, get them level. I can't help but thinking, why didn't he do that before play started? You know,
well, that was the end that Higgins has hit, isn't it?
They've not,
yeah,
it did. No, that's
maybe,
comment.
maybe.
It was dislodged. Dan, very good.
Sorry, Rory.
No,
I know
good.
it happened a while ago.
That's good.
That one's cut away through the offside off the back foot. There is a fielder out there, though, protecting the boundary. So something Middlesex have done throughout the majority of this innings, isn't it? They've had one eye on that run rate and protecting the boundary. Had sweepers out on either side.
Saif Zaib's into the nervous 89s.
Nervous 89s. How what's the scenario here for Middlesex to go ahead and be successful? Before we started the live stream this morning, we both spoke. We both agreed the fact that the draw has got to be absolute odds-on favourite between these two sides at this stage of the game. Still 5 wickets remain in Northamptonshire's first innings, and both sides potentially requiring to bat again. But what would Middlesex? How would Middlesex set this up if they were able to do so? What would need to happen?
I think the most likely way to get a result will be some kind of declaration run chase. I think the conversation of that towards that. Sometimes that's difficult when there's a new coach in town because he doesn't want his first game to be a declaration the other team run past them and win the match. So that could be tricky. Middlesex have got to get wickets, haven't they? And wickets have been really hard to come by. You know, in the 2 days cricket we've had so far, we've had 15 wickets. So we need 25 if Middlesex are to win this game by the end of tomorrow. So that looks, it's not impossible because the wicket will deteriorate. That's the nature of the game. And Gohar is a very, very good spinner in particular. So it's not beyond belief, but they've got to get in. They've got to get into the Northants bat down proper batters all the way to number 9. Whoever that number 9 is will be a proper batter looking at the personnel. So I think that's difficult. And to get a result, they might need, as David Ripley used to say, they might need a bit of help, by which he would mean declarations. That said, you know, if Northants look too far ahead, a couple of rash shots, then there's a run out, then there's a great, suddenly there's a lead of 60. Middlesex gone and play very well.
Yeah.
Do pull out and say to Northampton, have a look at that. And Gohar's bowling beautifully on a pitch which has deteriorated. That's their way to win the game. And the help there would come from Northants having got a bit ahead of themselves. So Northants just need to play to lunchtime and see what's happening then. Yeah. And think of nothing else. Just play. Just play. It's very easy to say that to players, but that is what they've got to do. Just play the next ball that comes down on its merit and keep doing that. Repeat.
Yeah, 3-1-5 for 5 deficit. Under 100, it's 99 now. The Northamptonshire scenario seems a little bit simpler to put together. It's as bat as long as you possibly can. There's no reason really, other than Zafar Gohar in particular. There's not a huge amount of turn. The bounce has still been even. There's not been huge lateral movement. Go and get 600, 700, and then say to Middlesex, well, have a go at avoiding it type thing.
Just a little early on that one, wasn't he, Lewis McManus? But again, full face of the bat. You know, something that people who have watched Lewis over his time here will know that he's very strong through the leg side. And sometimes he just makes that by closing the face of the bat. A bit of right hand, bottom hand comes in, punches the ball through mid-wicket. And he's working hard, I think, on trying to get the full face of the bat. As he did then, more in the V, and that's what the old timers like me liked here, in the V, and he's played very nicely in the V this morning so far.
Yeah, once he's just getting himself going, isn't he? Again, bit of a tempter maybe from Roland Jones that time, and McManus happy to leave it.
I think scoring very quickly could be difficult here, because you're going to have to take risk. I think the Kookaburra ball is, I think, softer, quicker than the Duke's ball. Batters like a hard ball and a bit of bounce, don't they? That age scoring, when the ball's hard and it's bouncing, which is why we always say, oh, the new ball can go everywhere. That's because it's hard and it bounces more. This one doesn't, so it's difficult.
Yeah, and Middlesex have bowled well, haven't they? They've conceded 7 extras in the innings. The boundary count has been around 40% for Northamptonshire, which is considerably lower than the 55, 58% I think that Middlesex went at for their innings.
Yeah.
Plus a bit of ill discipline as well from the Northamptonshire bowlers. So it's going to be tough for Northamptonshire to really accelerate.
Yeah.
They have got two guys there in the middle that could do that if that's how they felt that they needed to go about it.
Not
But,
before lunch. I'm
yeah.
not at home. And I know you agree with this, Dan.
Yeah.
So I know, isn't it? But just for everyone else, not before lunch, because that way you could open the door. If it was a poker hand, it would be check.
Yes.
You know, if that means
Yeah.
anything to anyone listening, it'd be check. Is I'm not. You know, let's see another card.
Yes. Yeah. It could be for a while, couldn't it? What's the final one? The turn or the river, is it?
The turn is the fourth card, and the river is the final card.
Kind of feels like that's the one, isn't it? That people will then may have a little look at. But
yeah.
And I think the other thing that kind of goes against what we saw on day one is I don't necessarily see Northamptonshire bowling. I don't know whether badly is the wrong word, but with the control that they offered, I don't see that happening again, and that boundary rate being quite as high again for Middlesex.
Yeah. It's nice. That's good over from Roland Jones. It was good. You know, that he's doing everything he can there, and everything he can is land the ball consistently in the right area. Very, very basic. But doing the basic things well over a period of time is what professional cricket is largely about. And that's what Toby Roland Jones has just done very nicely. Just there, kept asking the same question of Lewis McManus, and Lewis McManus kept answering it in the right way.
Yeah, it's his second maiden of his 10 overs that he has bowled. Tom Helm's first over of the morning went for 2, and he's taken loose deploy from the slip cordon to a short extra cover. So just the one slip in place.
There you go. The ball's 12 overs old. Middlesex need wickets. They've got one slip. That's not a criticism of Middlesex.
No.
Let me quickly follow that up. It's a comment on how Middlesex see this ball performing.
Yeah.
And for me, that's too much. Not from Middlesex, but in terms of the ball. It's 12 overs old. If we want to encourage, if one of the things that this experiment wants to encourage is airspeed, then the ball needs to be harder and carry more through. And it clearly isn't doing that. Otherwise, there'd be more slips. Here he comes. He's coming back in. That was a one-ball experiment.
He obviously went through the air a bit quicker than what they thought that time around. Saif Zaib did try and run it down to deep third for a single, didn't he? Just leaves that one alone. They got the advantage, I suppose, here with the two of them. They are starting again. Yes, they've got those numbers to their names, but all intents and purposes, they start day 3 on 0. I know that's not how cricket works, but is essentially how it works as an individual, isn't it?
Absolutely.
They can't take the 89 away from Saif Zaib, but
absolutely, you know, the best time to get someone out is before they've got in, and absolutely breaks are therefore very important, whether that be overnight or whether it be a drinks break.
Yeah, any break in play. Bit of an expansive drive that time from Saif Zaib.
That is an absolute rarity, isn't it? Play and miss.
We might have to start using the second hand in a minute. I think I've still got a couple of fingers left before we need to start using the right hand for the number of plays and misses that we've seen across the 2 days.
And genuinely, I think that's right. I think it is 5 or less. That's remarkable, isn't it? 5 or less on the third morning.
Mad, isn't it? That one off the hit. Be a single. Doesn't get picked up cleanly. So Zaib moves to 90.
Saif Zaib's got 6 first-class hundreds in his career. 3 of those are this year. Isn't that amazing? He's been a professional quite a long time. This is a great year for him. It's all coming together, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a real step up, hasn't it, for Saif Zaib?
I mean, one thing I'd say is you can't get him if you're not in the team.
Very true.
I mean, there's a statement of the obvious. What was time that 11:15? Phil Rowe said you can't score runs if you're not in the team.
Didn't take long, did it?
Geez, sorry, I apologise for that. We'll edit that out.
116 against Lancashire, 105 against Derbyshire and then 159 against Gloucestershire last time out. Career best for Saif Zaib on that game that started on the 23rd of May.
I'm glad, just to go back to I'm glad that Deploy came back into second slip for Tom Helm. I think the ball is only 12 overs old, and there is still a chance of a nick at second slip, and he's a good bowler. And lo and behold, put the second slip back in, and 2 balls later he did go past the outside edge. But yeah, he's on the cusp, isn't he, of another one. Save on 90 currently.
Yep. Your mate, Loose Deploy, has just been taken out of that slip cordon again.
Oh, gee whiz. Make your mind up.
2 catching mid wickets for Lewis McManus, the right-hander. That one is onto the hip. It's dropped into the leg side. They'll look for 2. Quick call of no, I think, from Saif Zaib. So Lewis McManus will keep the strike. One of the Middlesex staff walking around the boundary edge there, Rowie, just done the coffee run.
Oh yeah, I think that's the interim head coach, isn't it? Good man. Get the staff on side, ply them with coffee and biscuits. He's been around cricket for a while, hasn't he? It's good coffee over there as well. It is. Nuts. It's called Nuts for You, which is a strange one for a coffee fan. And he's a lovely man. And he makes lovely coffee. Highly recommended.
Big supporter of Northampton sports, isn't he?
He is.
Rugby, cricket. Don't necessarily know too much about football, whether he's a Cobblers supporter or not, but Toby Rowland-Jones from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. McManus turns that one into the leg side and will come back for a comfortable 2.
I don't know if that was a slower ball. It took a while to get there. McManus nearly fell over it. The line was not troubling the stumps, so had he fallen over it and hit his pad, it would have been going down the leg side. But it looked like he was going to, a bit like James Sales, and his dismissal where he kind of fell over that very full ball, didn't he, from Luke Holman? That is lovely. Mel Farrell asked me a couple of years ago, what's your favourite shot?
Yeah.
And I said that, forward defensive, and it still is. I just love that. The great thing about that for me is the bowler's got to field that. So Toby Rowland-Jones has run in 30 metres, big strapping lad that he is, banged it, smashed it in, 5.5, 6 metres, top of off ball. And Lewis McManus says, oh, is that your best? You can field that one yourself. Good ball it was, though.
Was challenging, wasn't it? One bit shorter, tucked into that gap into the leg side again. I suppose it's one of those shots as well that it's just going to send a little wave through the fielding side as well, isn't it? It's going to go, oh, our best bowler is getting treated with like that. They've got that much time. This isn't going to be easy. I think everybody's going to know it's not going to be easy. I'm curious really as to see when Zafar Gohar takes the jumper off and bowls. It won't be long, will it?
I reckon it'll be very, very soon.
Yeah.
It'll be very soon.
Higgins. What? Confusion for Middlesex, and maybe a little bit fractious there, the conversation, whether that you heard that through the effects mic. But Toby Rowland-Jones, Ryan Higgins in conversation. Sam Robson came out of the cordon and stopped. Look for 2, but I think that's just going to be 1 that time. And I think you can understand, can't you? It's been a long time, but 93.5 overs, and they've taken 5 Northamptonshire wickets.
This partnership's currently worth 125, and I think, let me go back to that forward defensive shot, because the way that that's been played, the ease that it's been played with the skill, the full face of the bat says, I'm not giving you anything. That's the communicate. I'm good. I'm playing nicely. I'm not giving you anything. It's
yeah,
and that will lead quickly to frustration.
Yeah, and I mean, Middlesex were positive. They were noisy and boisterous through the effects mic yesterday throughout the course of the day, which was really good. Really stuck at that task well, as Saif Zaib just runs that off the face of the bat for a single. And that I think is admirable, to be fair. It's part of the game. It's something that you would expect with your standards. But anybody that would have played any form of cricket when you've been in the field and it feels like there's not a great deal happening will know how hard that innings could feel.
Yeah.
And a lot of us amateurs are going to be talking about 40 overs or maybe 50, let alone 93.
And then getting back up in the morning and going again. Yeah. And meeting the full face of Lewis McManus's bat in defence. It's hard, isn't it? It's good. It's good, hard cricket. That's what we want. More attritional cricket in Division 2 is no bad thing. Maybe, I'm not saying this is going too far, but I think there are too many 3-day games in 4-day cricket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that statement.
I think as well, I remember I've mentioned this guy before, actually, Tim Boone. I was talking to Tim Boone, he's a Yorkshireman, played for Leicestershire very successfully, coached through the ECB programs, ran the under-19s for a long time. He's steeped in cricket. I remember him saying, if you win a championship, then you've spent a lot of time in the field trying to get teams out. And there's a lot in that as well. So you better get used to it, because that's the way you win championships.
Grind them out.
Grind them out, exactly.
Tom Helm continues from the David Capel end. Middlesex continue with those 2 catches in on the leg side. Roland Jones and Higgins just agreeing on what the plan is.
Well played, Lewis McManus. I was just looking at third man. I was just having a look out of the box at third man. Eskinazi's on the field, isn't he? At third man.
Yeah.
That wasn't the only reason I was looking, but he is on the field early. It's only 20 past 11. He's on the field. He's coming into was at third man, and he's come into extra cover. I wondered whether they were leaving cover open and he might just throw one out wide and let Lewis have a free drive at one and see if he nicked it. But no, he's gone into extra cover. So the run down to third man is now on if there's any width, but he's trying to bowl very straight.
Yeah, nicely timed, but straight at one of those 2 men on the leg side.
So we'll play that game again. Who is Eskinazi on the field for? The first one I'm looking for is Gohar.
He's down here at backward point.
Higgins, we know, is on the field. Robson, we know, because he just had a chat with his captain about, did you want a mid-wicket or a gully?
Sure.
We know the wicketkeeper's there because he's easy to spot.
Yeah, they're fairly identifiable. Helm, I can tell you Tom Helm's there.
Geddes is there. Deploy's there. Holman, where's Holman? Is he at mid-on? No, that's the captain at mid-on. I think it's Luke Holman.
Yeah.
Or is he at deep? No, is that him at deep backward square? Looks like Luke Holman shape, doesn't it?
With the zinc.
With the zinc. Stop the game. They've got 12 on the field.
Maybe that's what can be the experiment next time. Can you get more wickets with more fielders?
De Cares? Is De Cares around somewhere? I'm guessing that's Sam Robson at first slip.
Yeah, I think that could be...
booked in bed and breakfast. So I think it might be Josh De Cares.
Yeah, that could be the one.
Let's hope it's nothing serious. They bowled nicely in support of the other 2 spinners. De Cares yesterday did a good job.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the 3 of them, I think, did. Gohar, in particular, I think with Gohar on a pitch that didn't do a lot, did it?
No.
But he was able to control and vary his flight and his pace and generate that extra little bit of bounce that others weren't able to do. So he wasn't just relying on turn off the surface, which I think went a long way to him picking up those 4 wickets. Short ball pulled away. Couple of bounces down to the man at deep backward square. That is Luke Holman. and it will be a single to finish the over, and Lewis McManus will keep the strike. Do you think it's going to turn? Do you think the pitch is going to?
I think it will turn, but I think it will increasingly turn. Yeah, I mean, when I say increasingly turn, I mean I think more balls will turn. I think the turn batters can usually cope with, unless it's extravagant turn. It's how sharply it turns and whether it bounces as well. That's the key. That's the key thing. It's the bounce, the sharpness of the turn, and I think that won't necessarily be present. So it might be difficult to score, but it might be difficult to wheedle people out. If you think about Gohar's 4 wickets yesterday, none of them were to do with turn.
No.
There were two on the sweep.
Yeah.
There was a turn into short leg, and there was one that skidded through, and Calvin Harrison nicked it, trying to back away and hit it with an angled bat through the offside. Oh dear, that's Ryan Higgins. Ryan Higgins ran across from mid-off and dived and got a hand on it. Tom Helm has got to say to him, I've got that, because Tom Helm was right behind him, had come across from mid-on. What you could see happening there, and you see it a lot, is that the guy dives, knocks it around the other fielder, and they run off and get 2, and the ball is steam coming out of his ears. But Higgins did enough there.
Yeah, the double teapots out the crockery drawer. 3-2-5 for 5. Well, I'm quite surprised that we haven't seen Gohar starting to warm up just yet.
I'd have him bowling. I mean, depending on how this over goes from Roland Jones, I would probably get Gohar on this end very quickly.
Yeah.
Roland Jones is bowling really nicely, but so far he's not offering any threat. That's not his fault.
No, I mean he's landing the ball in the area, isn't he? He's trying to ask a question. Fortunately for him, it's just not coming together.
Yeah, Middlesex have been very quick, and I like that. The captaincy hasn't responded to things. He's tried to make things happen. He's read ahead and gone early with his changes and his funky fields, and I really like that. I think he's done very well there. And one further move will be taking himself off and getting the twirler on quickly, because that's his best chance of getting these 5 wickets.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think he'll do that too, to be honest.
And I think it'll be figuring out the combination for the second spinner at the other end, which at the moment, if Eskenazi is on the field as 12th man, it will be Gohar and Holman, won't it? That will be the only possible combination.
It will, and you're right. But I'll come back to something that I was thinking about earlier in a moment. I think one of the issues here for the captain, Toby Roland Jones, in bowling 3 overs and taking himself off, if it was another bowler bowling these 3 overs, I reckon Toby Roland Jones as captain would take him off and put the twirler on. Because he's captain, is it, oh yeah, look, captain's only bowled himself 3 overs. He's got the armchair and the sporting life out at mid-on. You know, there might be a bit of pressure to lead from the front. And actually, what's best for the team is probably not that.
One into the thigh pad. So that did, well, maybe bounce a little bit more. I don't think I could use the word misbehave. Well, I suppose in response to that, he did. He only bowled 5 overs yesterday morning with the new ball, and then only bowled 3 yesterday evening with the second new ball. So it's
there's one other way of looking at this, Dan, I suppose, because he doesn't show any signs of bringing Gohar on.
Well, Gohar's just heading off now.
Is he? Okay. Another way of looking at it is the ball is only 16 overs old. I don't want to bowl with it when it's 56 overs old. If I'm going to bowl, I'm going to bowl now. So there is, when am I going to get my overs of seam in? I've only got so many bowlers to utilise. There is a bit of that. But what should drive his decision is threat.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
I mean, threat first. How are you going to get people out?
Say pulled away down to Eskenazi, and it's gone straight through his legs.
Oh, no.
It's a misfield by Eskenazi. It's gone through his legs for 4.
That is a howler.
And Zaib moves to 95.
Oh dear. I won't mention any names because I can't remember the guy's name. There's a public school just outside Northampton, Wellingborough Public School, and they have a cricket professional, and they hired a bloke every year to come in and do that job. And one year, I'll come back to that in a moment. I think I was running the academy at the time, and we played a game somewhere, and that happened to one of our fielders. It went straight through his legs. And the key thing about that going through Eskenazi's legs is he could have defended that ball.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't really pushing him because it went straight to him. It was a jog up the other end, so he could have defended that ball, and he didn't get the long barrier out. That's where I'm headed with this. And I said to the academy fielder, just tell me about how you saw that. Did you need to attack it? Did you need? He said, no, they weren't looking to run to. So I said, so you could have defended that ball. He said, yeah, but my coach at school tells me that the long barrier is no good. He shouldn't be using that. And there was a cricket coach who was paid as a cricket coach who was teaching his kids not to use the long barrier.
Well, did they go on to say what the rationale was as to why it was considered to be no good?
Well, I think it was because, I mean, it could have been misinterpreted, but subsequently I got to meet this guy, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't misinterpreted. It was just, oh, mate, that's too defensive. Getting the long barrier out. Get on your feet, get the throw up. No. If you need to attack the ball, but you've got to make a decision.
Yeah.
There's decision making in all aspects of cricket, and fielding is no different. Eskenazi, get your long barrier out, mate. I bet he will next time.
I suspect he will. Just, again, I think just gives you another little indication that there'll be a lot of people around just feeling like this has been a very, very long 2 days of cricket. And Eskenazi's been on and off the field as 12th man. He's not been out there for the entirety of it, but
yeah, he has captained this side, hasn't he, in the past? So I guess he's probably not altogether. Oh, that has flown through. That's the first ball that we've seen do that. That gathered off the wicket and ran across the left-hander, bounced and left it. It was a great delivery. Unfortunately for Saif Zaib, he wasn't able to get anything on it. But he was absolutely stuffed there. That was a great delivery.
Yeah, he was beaten, wasn't he? He was beaten, comprehensively beaten by Tom Helm.
I reckon the captain has another over after that delivery.
As I say, Zafagohar's waiting to come back on. That one over-pitched and driven to mid-off. I don't know. I think you're right, but I think if it was me, I think I'd be going straight to Zafagohar. Just with the question of how do I win the game?
Just because of that last delivery, that fifth ball of that over, just because of that, I don't want to miss out. So yeah, he is going to have another over, whether it was a result of that or I think he's probably always going to have another over as it happens. But if this is a flat over, if I could call it that, you know what I mean by that. If nothing really happens apart from Lewis McManus practices his full defensive shot, and he's very good at that, then I think this is his last over.
Yeah.
There's one slip. 4 fielders are on the leg side. One at square leg, one at mid wicket, and mid on. There's a mid off, an extra cover, a man on the point boundary. Maxie Holden out there, and a man at backward point who's come in for a chat with loose deploy, and they're having a bit of fun. I'm sure it was like, wasn't Northampton buzzing last night? What a town this is. I'm leaving London, I'm coming up here. This is the place to be. Something like that, I would imagine. That's curious, isn't it? It's curious that that position is, there's very often a man at backward point. What Middlesex have employed throughout the game, well, for a lot of the game, has been a backward point. So at a finer angle behind square, but also the depth of that fielder has not been on the one. He's been, if it's hit hard at him, he can stop a one. But he's kind of doing 1.5 jobs. He's almost doing a job of a third man. The problem with that position is if they drop it and run at you, as they did there, you've got no chance of stopping the single. Saif Zaib is on 95. The nervous 90s, 300s this year. he won't get a better chance of getting a 400 than this.
2 out on the leg side now, Row. Is this going to be short ball for Toby Rowland-Jones?
It was quite slow again, wasn't it? I do think that Rowland-Jones is just varying his pace subtly. I'm not saying he's bowling slower balls, but slightly slower balls. Yeah, it was. It was a different release. And it did bring a false shot from Saif Zaib. It was in the air a long time, bounced well short of mid-on. That's clever bowling. He's played before, hasn't he, Rowland-Jones?
Once or twice, I reckon.
I'm giving you no pace. You just work. You can work your own pace into the ball, and you got to get it down as well, he says.
Yeah, no need to rush it, though, is there, for Saif Zaib? You can tick these off in ones if you want to, if you need to.
How would you go about it, Dan? I know it's an ambition of yours to get your maiden 100, isn't it?
I'd be very much in unknown territory now if I was in that situation.
What if?
What if?
Dan's on 95.
The sensible person in me turns around and says, you play everything on its merit, and if it's there, you hit it where it needs to be hit to. I think
they're only going to get one there.
I think it would probably do me a huge favour if I was playing at one of the grounds that didn't have any form of scoreboard.
I think so.
if I'm quite honest with you, Rowie.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Dan, you don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Just let it be a shock.
I reckon you're going for it in one blow. I reckon they're going to bowl full at you, and you're going to try and whack it over the roller at deep mid wicket.
I don't hate the idea.
Somebody who's not whacking it anywhere. He's playing very, very nicely. He's whacking it when he gets a chance. That ball came off the wicket very gently, didn't it? I suspect. Let's have a look at the captain now. I suspect he takes his cap, turns to Zafar Gohar and says, next over that end. But he isn't doing that as yet.
No, I had a pat on the back from Joe Cracknell there, didn't he? On follow 3.
I like Joe Cracknell. He's already in position.
Yeah.
This is not a big shout from me. There is a bit of pointing going on. This is not a big shout from me. I reckon that Joe Cracknell is a cricket badger. A lot of keepers are, and I reckon he's another in the long line of cricket badger wicket keepers.
Just loves the sport. I think I saw Toby Rowland-Jones and Zafar Gohar have the nod and the point that you'll be having the next over at that end. I mean, I suppose on the best day, not going to be a huge pace difference between Tom Helm and Toby Rowland-Jones. It's not going to be a 15-mile-an-hour difference. No. It might be 5 here or there, and that's okay. But it feels like there's a 15-mile-an-hour difference between the two of them.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. I think Helm's really running for his team, hasn't he? As the captain, really that's nicely fielded at short extra. Deploy, he's got good hands, hasn't he? Wherever he fields, he's got good hands. Yeah, but Helm has really bent his back, hasn't he? And it's 19.1 overs, no maidens. That's a surprise. 0 for 73. Doesn't tell the full story of how much effort and no little skill has gone into Tom Helm. He's really bent his back and running for his team. But it's like bowling with a marshmallow on a mattress. You know, it's hard yakka, as Simon Hughes, the ex-Middlesex bowler, famously said. So chops that away. Those lovely wrists accelerate the ball away. Max Holden is very good out there. Prevents anything other than a 1. We're going to get them in singles. Says Zaib, you're on 97, Dan, at the moment. Still 1 blow away. The partnership's been great. This partnership's been absolutely brilliant. 135 it's worth so far. And I hope I don't jinx it, but it looks like it's going to go on until Gohar turns 1 past the outside edge.
Yeah, they came together at a point that was, well, very similar to where Middlesex found themselves when Joe Cracknell came together with Luke Holman, wasn't it? Just in a, not precarious, but kind of a position that could quite literally go either way at a crossroads. You could see on another day that a tail gets blown away and all of a sudden 200 for 5 is, oh, okay. Well, how have we done 247 all out type thing?
Yeah.
But they have put this partnership together brilliantly. The same as the way that Cracknell and Holman did. Still encouragement out there for Middlesex bowlers, but plenty of people on that Northamptonshire balcony enjoying this.
Yeah, there are, and all of them will be willing, Saif Zaib, to get these 3 runs to make his fourth championship 100 of the year. It's nicely bowled by Helm, very straight. There are 2 men out on the leg side boundary. I think he will get a bumper. The previous bumper went for 4, but that was basically down to Steve Eskenazi letting the ball through his legs. What did happen was Saif Zaib took it on a little bit, and it was in the air quite a long time. It carried probably about 40 meters. He wasn't trying to hit it up. He just kind of got it away that way. He knew there was no fielder in that kind of area 40 meters away, but it did go up. And if you don't get that right, that can be a top edge and can get caught anywhere. So round the wicket for the 5th ball of the over, it is banged into the ribs. Zaib turns it away, but he's only getting a single. There are 2 men out there, as I say, on the boundary, but Zaib picks up a single. He'll be pretty happy with that. Nicely played. He didn't try and pull that one. It wasn't quite short enough. It was perhaps a bit down the leg side, maybe going down that way. He turned it off the body very nicely.
Yeah, Helm has bowled well here. This is 5th over. Just conceded 12 runs from 4.5 this morning. Probably not going to bowl many more than maybe 6, but...
Wide on the crease. Deliberately wide on the crease from Helm and banged it in. And McManus trying to let the ball go across his chest, sort of limbo. He leaves the ball well that way generally, but he misjudged the bounce of that one and ended up taking it on the chest. It skidded at him a bit. It didn't absolutely keep terribly low. It just maybe was slightly misjudged. What he did well there, and I've said this a couple of times already, I think, during the game, is he got himself in an ordinary position, but he didn't make another mistake from there. It was like, okay, that's just going to hit me. I'm not going to get my bat up in time. So yeah, I'll keep my hands out of the way, and I'll pay the penalty for a misjudgment, which is I get one on the body.
This might sting for a bit, but I'm still going to be there.
So we are going to see the first bowling change of the morning, 45 minutes in, and the very successful Zafar Gohar, 31 overs, 4 for 83 so far in this game. He's going to bowl a lot more. There is no question about that. He bowled to left-handers at the start of his spell, and for a long time, 12, 14 overs, something like that, around the wicket. When he went over the wicket, I think he turned the ball more sharply. It wasn't absolutely sharp, but it was more sharply. And he did look a threat there. So there'll be close fielders around the bat, particularly given Zaib's on 98. There is a short leg, Ben Geddes, he who took that brilliant catch to get rid of the captain, Luke Proctor. There's a slip, and there's a man at short mid-on. They're the 3 catches. There's a deep square leg, a long on, a mid-wicket, a man behind square on the leg side saving a single, mid-off, a backward point, very backward, and there is no fielder on. There is no fielder saving one. In fact, there is no fielder between backward point, and he is very backward, and mid-off. So they're trying to encourage Saif Zaib to push at the ball into the covers and turn back through the gate. That's one mode of dismissal, and that has turned sharply. There we go. First ball, pitched on about middle, turned and bounced. Didn't hit anything. It's gone all the way for 4 byes. And that is encouraging for everyone, really. There's something in that for everyone. Northampton still have a deficit of 80, but they got 5 in the hutch. And it's encouraging for Zafar Gohar because that turned off the pitch. That wasn't out of the rough. That was a straight delivery. And it did turn and bounce. And it was the speed that it turned at, which was remarkable. Now, has Zaib got anything on that? I can't see the umpire having a pre-signal. That could be his 100. Did he get any bat on it? He did get bat on it. He has got his 100, moves to 102. His 4th championship 100 of the year for Saif Zaib. And that's wonderful. He looks to the sky, thanks his teammates. Everyone's out on the balcony. Lewis McManus gives him a hug, and well he might. Well played, Saif Zaib. And what a championship season it's proven to be for the young man. He was capped at the beginning of this game. Was very, very happy to. It was a complete surprise to him. His family came up from Buckinghamshire. David Ripley, his old coach, was brought in to present the cap. It was a lovely moment, and he has celebrated that in the best way possible with 100.
His fourth.
Yeah.
His fourth of the campaign. It's been a phenomenally good 2025 for Saif Zaib. A purple patch, some might say, doubling your career tally of hundreds in the first half of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. It's a remarkable return, isn't it? From a guy who really, he took a long time to get his first one. And unfortunately, I was here on the ground when he got that. That was a lovely moment. Took a long time to get his first one. But then to get 4 before the end of June is that's quite something. Now, make it a big one. That's your next job. So it looks like there's a bit of a spot that Gohar had found. Not that one, but the previous ball also turned and bounced and caught Zaib on the thigh pad. The first ball turned and bounced down the leg side, went for 4 byes. So there's some encouragement for Gohar over the wicket. That's going to be out. It was a reverse sweep and a big celebration. That's 5 for Gohar. Zaib has to go. He drops his head. He's disappointed there, having got his 100. He does play the reverse sweep very well. That ball was perhaps a little bit more leg side. He had to fetch it on the reverse sweep, and in fetching it, it caught the corner, the bottom corner of the bat. It arced away to the fielder's left. He ran to his left, and Josh DeCares it was, dived and caught it two-handed. It was always going to be caught. It was a good catch, don't get me wrong, and it needed catching, but it was always likely to be caught, so long as he read the ball and he read it well and caught it. And that's well, let's talk about the positives. First of all, it's been a lovely innings. It's been a lovely partnership, 145 between Zaib and McManus. It's put Northamptonshire in a very strong position to go past Middlesex. They're still to do that, still 70 short. But well played, young man. His 4th championship 100 of the season. But it's 100 and out, and it does put a little dent in Northampton's ambitions to have wickets in hand after lunch to then maybe accelerate. But well played, young man.
Yeah, 145 run partnership between he and Lewis McManus as well. And then 5 wickets for Zafar Gohar. 32 wickets, 8 maidens, 5 for 87. Striking in his first over of day 3.
Let me talk about that shot, because I am someone who would say very often, look, the reverse sweep is a good option. It's on, and it looks whenever you're out to the reverse sweep, it looks poor. It just does, and it shouldn't, because it's a shot like any other. You know, you're trying to defend when you miss it and you get bowled. People say good ball, they don't say bad shot. So it was a bad shot because you missed the thing. It's a shot that he plays well. I just think for that ball, he could have conventionally swept that. The ball had turned, go with the spin. It was turning, I think, probably to miss the stumps down the leg side. He could have swept it, got it away, 1, 2, maybe if he gets enough on it, he gets a 4. But the ball had started in that over to show signs of turning more than it had done. So he had to really fetch it. It did spin and bounce a little bit, and that's what caught the edge. So maybe not the fact that it was a reverse sweep, it was just the wrong option, I think, to that particular ball. I think take that more from a straighter line, as he did earlier in the over when he got his boundary to get his 100. Anyway, he's gone. Justin Broad is in.
Yeah, Middlesex picking up another bonus point, bowling bonus point as well, with the 6th wicket being taken. Still got 10 overs to play with, both sides here to pick up any further points. So Northamptonshire will be hoping to be getting another batting point soonish, won't they?
They will. Ryan Higgins is on from the David Capel end and starts absolutely perfectly. Dead straight, good line and length and well defended. So, yeah, Ryan Higgins is on. And I thought about Ryan Higgins when I was walking in with my coffee this morning. And I was thinking, I wonder how he feels about... He's only bowled 8 overs in this game. I wonder how he feels about the Kookaburra ball. But one thing is for sure, is that he has no slips. And Ryan Higgins will not have bowled with no slips very often in his career. He's got 2 catching mid wickets. There is attacking fielders, no slips. He's looking to bowl very straight at Lewis McManus, obviously. And I think, totally get that. That is the right plan for me. There'll be other views. My thoughts is that's the right plan. Bowl straight, bring LBW into play. The issue with that is that you can leak.
Yeah.
If you just get half a stump straight, these guys don't miss those very often, and it's difficult to defend as the ball goes behind square on the leg side. Ones become 2s, and the odd one goes between the 2 boundary fielders for 4. McManus was just indicating to Justin Broad, who is the new batter about to face his first ball, just indicating that one tailed in a little bit. Justin Broad at 8, which does mean it answers the question what number Rob Keogh is going to bat. He's obviously 9. But Broad's first ball, he's forward. He plays with a very straight front leg, doesn't he, Justin Broad? It will be something that he is absolutely aware of, and it will be something he will want to do a little bit better. The issue is with the straight front leg is you don't really transfer your weight forward, and you are limited in the scope of balls that are in your area. You end up hitting a lot of balls on the up from there, and you can be a bit of a candidate for LBW.
Yeah, he'll be well, this will be a novel experience for him, really, won't it? In early on in his career, kind of switching from the white ball stuff where he's gone really well, 250s, in the first half of that Vitality Blast, and then switching codes and, in inverted commas, batting properly, if that's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah.
It will be something that he'll have to figure out. He should be confident, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he should be confident, and that's worth a lot, isn't it? Whether it's a switch of code is difficult, and then you're absolutely right to highlight that, Dan, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes about that. Well played. The trade-off, I guess, is that he is confident, having done really well in the white ball side so far this year. He's being utilised a bit higher up the order in that team, and he batted in the first game, but Headingley came in number 3, which I think is the most difficult place to bat in T20 cricket. Number 3. I think every place is difficult to bat in any cricket, always. But I think number 3 in T20 cricket is a tough job. He hadn't done it before is another consideration. But he played absolutely beautifully up at Headingley. And he was a key ingredient in Northampton winning that game, starting their campaign with a win away at Headingley, which was a fantastic boost to their campaign.
It's brilliant against spin as well, wasn't he?
Oh,
in that.
As David Willey said, he gets the brush out, and he must be. I mean, I think I think there's tennis in the family. I think he's a very good tennis player.
Yeah.
But I think he's probably a very good hockey player as well.
Kind of feels so Justin Broad, those that won't have known, yes, German international cricketer, but born in South Africa. I think you're talking to him the other night, actually, and thinking over the winter they'll head back to Cape Town and spend some time with his family and friends over the winter. It does feel like those that are good sportsmen in South Africa are just good sportsmen in South Africa.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter what it is. They'll all excel at a lot of them.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? It is true. I think it's something I was never blessed with, was a high level of skill. But that hand-eye coordination, he's a good athlete, isn't he? Catches pigeons. And I've said before, the bit of business to get him to Northampton was good because he was unproven, but I think Northampton looked at him, and Graham White was very instrumental in the decision and saying, I'm not sure what this kid's going to end up, but he can play, and he's an athlete and he can do lots of things. And the thing that David Willey has mentioned yesterday when he was with us briefly is he's coachable. He wants to learn, he's curious, he's humble, he's vulnerable was the word Dave Willey used. I'm not so good at this. What can I do about it? Gohar bowls his, what is it, 180, his 193rd ball of his spell, and it lands beautifully, exactly where he wants it to. nicely defended by McManus. McManus is also a very good sweeper. But of those 3 wickets that Goa has got, 3 of them now have come to sweeps.
Yep.
2 of them conventional sweeps, attempted conventional sweeps, and 1 of them a reverse sweep. But it's not been a successful option. I was imploring Tim Robinson to play the sweep. I got him out because he missed it and was the judge to LBW. I thought that was slightly harsh, to be honest. But I'm not the man who makes the decision. My view is simply that, just a view.
I must admit, I didn't know if that was going to be the strength of Robinson or not. Whether just kind of shaped up as if it was a strong bottom hand kind of punch down into deep mid wicket round to long on. Felt like a stronger option for him. But then again, similar to the sweep, like you just said, you get out playing that shot and you go, oh, that's a silly shot. I think it genuinely looks worse if you get out trying to go to cow corner.
Yeah.
Because you'll give the impression of he's just got lazy there with the bottom hands taken over, and actually.
The other reason sometimes to play the sweep shot is to move the field as well.
Yeah.
It opens up other areas. If you sweep well, you've got to the bowler's got to defend it, and that fielder to defend it has got to come from somewhere. And lo and behold, that somewhere opens up a scoring opportunity. That's a nice over from Gohar and nicely played. He is carrying threat. We said get your bowlers on who carry threat. And obviously, with 5 of the 6 wickets to fall, Gohar is that man currently for Middlesex, almost single-handedly. And there was definitely threat there. McManus was more than equal to it. He's on 67. Justin Broad new to the crease, yet to score. And Higgins, a couple of balls banged in, and there to really put the doubt in Broad's mind. Can I get forward? He might be there for a little bit slow getting forward, and he gets wrapped on the pad. That's the plan. But I'm going to bowl straight. There we go. So back-to-back bouncers. Ryan Higgins having a look at the square umpire there. Yeah, so he bowled him a bumper, and it was called as 1 for the over. That means, in the view of the square leg umpire, that the ball has gone over shoulder height, and he's used one of his 2 tokens up off his first one. He wasn't happy with that, Ryan Higgins, because he wants to have that in his armoury. But now the batter knows he's only got 1 more in the over. But what it does show is that Ryan Higgins has planned his over broadly. Planned his over at broadly. And that's the issue with the straight plan, is you are going to get milk down there a little bit. And then you have to, everything's a compromise. You can't have everything your own way. You get the line slightly wrong. What I would say is I think Middlesex have got that fine leg fielder absolutely in the right place. There's Tom Helm down there, and he's very, very fine, as he needs to be. So he's doing 1 job, really. Sometimes fine leg works a little bit square to try and do 2 jobs, sort of field the clip off the toes, but he is there for the one that's run down off an inside edge. And there's another bumper.
So there is 2 for the over done, aren't they? You managed to catch up on any of the highlights or the scorecards from up at Headingley over the last 4 days?
Not really. A little. I mean, I know England need 360 this today.
Yep.
And Ben Duckett's not out, or was last time. Is he still not out?
Well, last time I checked, it was going quite well. 61 for no loss off 17. So England require 310 off a minimum 88 overs.
Well played, Lewis McManus. That's nicely played. That's beautifully played. There's a lot of skill in that shot. I love that shot. It was a run down to third man. God, I like those subtleties, don't I? That was a lovely bit of cricket from Lewis McManus. He can really only play that ball if his head is in a perfect position, advanced over the front leg. And it was. I said earlier, it appears to me that he's worked very, very hard on trying to play straight, not to play into the leg side. And in order to play straight, you've got to get your head in a good position. with that advantage, then you can let the ball come really close to the body and just open the face late and deflect it down to the vacant third man boundary. If your head is back, you can't really do that so easily. It's a much more difficult shot. If your head's back, your hands are in front of you. But if your hands are sort of under your chin, you can let it come in and just ride the ball and let it run down. It's a lovely bit of batting. Really enjoyed that. 71, McManus. Round the wicket now. Higgins bangs it in a bit. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Oh, there was a decision to be made there by the square umpire. Was that over shoulder height or not? And he decided it wasn't. It probably wasn't, but it was close. And McManus had a little look. Had it been deemed to be, it would have been a no ball because he's spent his tokens. The last ball of this over. Has he gloved that? He has gloved that. Oh, that's a softie. Unfortunately for Lewis McManus. That's well bowled by Ryan Higgins. He's a thinking cricketer. He's gone short. He thinks that's the best way he's going to get a wicket. Not necessarily gloved down the leg side, but that is an option. From around the wicket, the ball is coming into you. You've got to get more on it than you do if it's over the wicket, where you can just feather it down the leg side. And McManus didn't get enough on it. He did feather it. And that brings the seventh wicket and the first wicket for Ryan Higgins. And there's more than one way to skin a cat. And one of the things about the introduction of the Kookaburra ball, as Lewis McManus gets a nice round of applause for his 71, played very, very well. He's an improving cricketer, Lewis McManus. Well played, young man. One of the things about the Kookaburra ball that the ECB wanted to do is to find different ways of getting people out rather than Ryan Higgins pitching it up and nipping it all over the place. So Ryan Higgins has got to go to a different plan. So it's inventive cricket. It was a little bit of a strangle, but I think it was a plan. It worked in a different way, but it was inventive, and it's a point of difference. I quite like it.
Yeah, I don't think we can describe it in any other way than a strangle.
It was a strangle.
That was it. And I'm not, well, I don't know whether Middlesex would have woken up this morning and gone to themselves, well, we're going to get Saif Zaib out on the reverse sweep, caught on that kind of deep backward point. And I don't know whether they'd have thought, yes, the best way to get Lewis McManus out is to strangle down the leg side. We spoke yesterday quite a lot about that line, didn't we? And about the fact it's difficult to just leave it alone.
It is.
And that just proves that point. Just had a little poke at it, a little fiddle.
The issue with it on replay there is that it was quite wide of the body, and it's really hard to control in any way how much back you get on that. When it's in the ribs, you've got more opportunity to get half a bat on it, and you're pretty sure it's going to hit half a bat, open the face and go down the leg side. But so be it. But we've got two men in virtually on zero. Broad's on one. He's facing Rob Keogh at number 9. He will not have batted number 9 many times ever. I was going to say in his career. I mean, in his life. He won't have batted number 9 very often. Has opened the batting, and certainly opened the batting in the second team when I was looking after the second team, and did pretty well there. But finds himself currently at number 9, which is a surprise. But it does tell you about the length of the Northants batting lineup.
Yeah, in terms of his professional career, without going through the numbers, I dare say it would be the first time that he would find himself at number 9.
Absolutely.
It would be. Yeah. I think there would have to be some extenuating circumstances as to how that may have happened before. But yeah, 2 genuine batters in the middle, 2 wickets falling this morning for Middlesex. Northamptonshire, crucially, still trail by 63. You mentioned earlier, didn't you, about Northamptonshire don't want to look too far ahead, and don't necessarily think that either of those 2 dismissals could feel guilty of looking too far ahead. But I think it kind of backs the point up. They've added about 40 odd this morning and still find themselves 63 behind, with now just 3 wickets remaining rather than the 5.
Yeah, and as you said, it's a different and a difficult position for Rob Keogh at number 9. I mean, one of these 2 is going to find themselves batting with the tail at 10 and 11, and I think it's fair to say that is the tail at 10 and 11 for Northants, and that's a different challenge as well. So the word that I'm going to use for these 2 is the P word: partnership. absolutely Northampton need a partnership here, because it could go bang, bang, bang if Middlesex get a breakthrough. That's nicely bowled. Slightly quicker, but it did just straighten off the wicket. He's bowled nicely so far this morning. I think McManus's dismissal is what I'm going to call, in motor racing, when two cars collide and no one's really to blame. It's just one of those things. They call it a racing incident.
Yeah.
And I think with Lewis McManus's, I'm going to call it a cricket incident. It was just one of those things that happens in the game. I do think the Zaib dismissal was the wrong option.
Yeah.
I don't think it was necessary to play that shot. He plays the reverse seat well. If he plays that off fourth stump and hits it and it gets a top edge, then you'd say, well, he's playing it out of the rough. That's not a good. As it was, though, I think the conventional sweep was the far safer shot to play in that incident. Now, he plays the shot very well. We'll get off his back. He batted beautifully.
Absolutely.
And he made possibly one error.
Yeah.
In that.
So, yeah, of course. Higgins continues. I'll ask you a question as a follow-up to that, which get you into the psyche of Saif Zaib and Lewis McManus. See which way you come out on there. Higgins to Keogh, shuffles down and he's gone. He's been bowled round his legs. And Higgins has got 2 in 2. Out of nowhere, Higgins is on a hat-trick. And Northamptonshire are 350 for 8 as Keogh goes without scoring. Don't think that falls into your cricket incident category.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, it's hit leg stump very hard, hasn't it? So coach the intent, they say, don't they? So let me try and coach the intent. The intent there was to take LBW out of play. I mean, Rob Keogh will know, because he's played a few games, that Ryan Higgins is trying to bowl straight at him. And so Rob Keogh's movement there will be intended to get himself forward and a little bit outside off stump, so that if it does hit him on the pad, he can't be judged LBW. Good plan. Execution was he went too far to the offside. Obvious.
Yeah.
That's an easy bit of commentary, isn't it? Obviously, because he missed it quite comfortably, and it didn't just clip leg stump, it smashed into leg stump. So he didn't quite know where his leg stump was, to put it that way. That's a sorry end. It's the first time he's batted at number 9. There'll be some psychological issues there, I've no doubt, in terms of him going in to bat at number 9 when he's batted most of his career at 4 and 5. But he's got time to think about now. And suddenly Northants are in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, there's, relatively speaking, a healthy deficit still between the two sides of 63 runs. I think Middlesex would be, well, they'll be very, very excited at the prospect of having a 63-run lead, won't they?
It's beyond their wildest dreams, really. So Guthrie's at the crease. Now, he's a dangerous man with the ball. He's a very dangerous man with the bat, because he can hit the ball an enormously long way occasionally. But really, just now, he's got to play for his partner.
Yeah, what was it? A career best 660 odd the other week, wasn't it?
Something of that order, yeah.
I'll be able to find it if I just scroll back through. But it was an enterprising innings, which I think is the way Liam Guthrie likes to play. One of those cricketers, isn't he, that he'll get in behind the straight one. And anything wide, anything short, he'll look to throw his hands through.
Exactly. You need a slip in.
And that is short and wide, and he's thrown his hands through it. And Higgins has the hat trick.
Wow.
Caught at point.
Wow.
And Guthrie goes without scoring. 350 for 9 now. I'm a bit lost for words, bro. Where is this period of play come from?
Wow.
I didn't see this happening, I have to say.
No, nobody did. Yeah. Well bowled Ryan Higgins. We said just a few minutes ago, it seems that Higgins is finding ways to get wickets. And this is what the Kookaburra ball has done. It's you can't just do what you've always done, Ryan Higgins, at 70 plus miles an hour. You're going to have to find different ways to get people out. And he's done that. So credit to him for that. I mean, he's done it. I mean, nobody saw a hat-trick coming, did they? That's quite amazing. Guthrie's taken a very slow walk off. It was a short ball. It was a wide ball. it kind of took its time to get to him. And as a result of that, I think he was trying to get it behind square on the offside, but it arrived so slowly at him that he ended up hitting it, looping it to the man at point, who took a nice catch diving. It was going very slowly by the time it got to him diving, caught it two-handed away to his left. And that's a hat-trick to Ryan Higgins, and well bowled him. And now Northampton at 350 for 9 have a deficit of 63. And they're up against it here.
Considerably so. Everything looked pretty plain sailing this morning at 11 o'clock this morning. Then Saif Zaib brought up his 4th first-class 100 of 2025. Lewis McManus was going along nicely. Safa Gohar comes into the attack and everything changes.
Quite remarkable, isn't it? It is quite remarkable what we've witnessed here.
So this would be an Australian double hat-trick, wouldn't it?
Is that what they call it?
Ryan Higgins gets 4 in 4.
I've not seen Lloyd Pope bat, so I can tell you nothing about his batting.
I've not seen a lot of it, no, if any, actually.
He's counting the fielders. This is an interesting thing to do.
Maybe we'll have seen, a very, very brief cameo at the end of one of the T20s over the last couple of weeks, but
he also hasn't got a slip. I mean, I understand why, in general, Higgins is bowled without a slip, but to a number 11, yeah, they do nick them. We've been invaded in the commentary box by other recording personnel.
Best behaviour now. We're on microphone, Rowie.
Oh, I better check my contract. See where this is being broadcast.
Well, this will be 4 in 4 for Ryan Higgins with Lloyd Pope, the Northampton number 11 on strike. Short ball.
Wow.
And Pope gets underneath it.
That was an interesting option, wasn't it, Ryan Higgins?
Yorker?
Yorker. Had to be a Yorker, didn't it? Had to be a Yorker.
Surely. Lloyd Pope, I can give you some numbers, Rowie. 84 first-class runs from 26 first-class innings at an average of 6 and a high score of 17.
Yeah.
Those stats and those records are there to be broken.
Well, get in. Because at the other end, Justin Broad's still on 1 and wonders what's going on.
Another short ball, and that's going to be called wide, isn't it? Or a no ball, in fact.
That was overhead height, wasn't it? That was definitely overhead height.
Oh, it's just 1 for the over then.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be quite considerably over Lloyd Pope's head. What's going through Justin Broad's mind?
I mean, I think he's got a free hand here, hasn't he? He can play some shots. Don't be surprised if he tries to slog sweep a few. The only danger really with that, well, it's turning and the ball's turning away from the shot. That's a danger. But also, he's hitting against quite a strong breeze into the leg side, so that's not his. But he can go the other way. I expect to see Justin Broad play some shots, and if he gets out doing so, no one's going to grumble at that.
He's got to get on strike first, isn't he? Higgins, change of angle, again goes short into the shoulder of Lloyd Pope, who... That's a good stare back at Ryan Higgins there, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. That's brilliant.
I don't think Ryan Higgins is going to be the nastiest and fastest bowler that Lloyd Pope would have faced in his professional career coming from the mean streets of Australia.
There's a bit, I mean, generally speaking, Ryan Higgins is a pitch it up, swing it, nip it bowler, isn't he? And he'll have done that all of his career. They've the person who've just left have left a microphone, I think. Is that a microphone, Dan? You know about these things.
Yeah. It is a microphone.
Oh, maybe we still got to be careful what we say then. He won't have had an opportunity to use the short plan very often, so he's making the most of it. Slip's gone in.
Short ball again. Lloyd Pope gets underneath it. Swiftly heads his way down to have a chat with Justin Broad.
I don't understand those last few balls from Ryan Higgins. And he doesn't have to answer to me. He's just got a hat trick. So well bowled, Ryan. And I'm a big fan of his. He's a brilliant cricketer and a really nice lad. So let's get that one put to one side. What's he doing there?
I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure.
I mean, just hit him on the front pad, hit the stumps. If nothing else happens, it might run somewhere. They might run a single, and then you get him on strike. But bowling bumpers, he was never going to play at those, and it means that you're bowling at the batter at the other end. That just was a bit daft.
Yeah,
don't get that.
I can't.
Don't get it.
Well, I'm a bit shell shocked, Rowie, to tell you the truth, of what's happened over the last 10 minutes, and that's not settled my nerves down anymore. It's going to be Safa Gohar against Justin Broad now. He's 1 off 13. we've been talking up about his prowess in the blast so far this summer and his ability to sweep and reverse sweep. And well, now he's got to play exactly that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And there is the sweep.
It's hit short leg. I hope he's okay.
Oh, it's gone straight.
I hope he's okay. That's not good. Is he holding his wrist?
Is it his wrist or is it his collarbone?
It's hit him very hard. I think it's Ben Geddes is under the lid, I think. And it was a powerfully swept ball by Justin Broad. We said he would play some sweeps. He has done. Physio's on very quickly. Well done. There is some concern for the fielder. He looks in quite a lot of pain there. And the Middlesex fielders look worried about him.
Well, so was Justin Broad, wasn't he?
Let me tell you this. He's moving, right? So he's moving. There's another. Okay, so he's not going to. One of the Middlesex fielders is indicating to the Middlesex balcony that they will need another fielder on. So clearly they can see already that Ben Geddes will not be continuing immediately and will be leaving the field. Okay, sitting up. That's very good news. He's sitting up. I didn't see where the ball hit him. I don't really want to see a replay, to be honest, because wherever it hit him, it's hurt him. So
yeah, I didn't see. There was cry of catch, wasn't there, for a moment? So it obviously made contact with an area of the body that enabled it to go up.
Do you know what's really nice there? That Toby Rowland-Jones has just engaged Justin Broad in some form of polite conversation just to make sure that the batter's okay. And that's just classy, that.
Yeah, well, Ben Geddes is walking off under his own steam, which is good to see.
I wonder if it hit him on the head. Yeah, he's walking, but so he's going to have a concussion test. If it did hit him on the head, I think it might have done. The worry that was being displayed by the Middlesex fielders suggested that it didn't hit him anywhere other than in the head. But yeah, as you say, he's upright, he's walking off. He's going to be well looked after over there. So that's all good. Meanwhile, Middlesex need to find someone to go in at short leg.
Well, I don't think they're going to get many volunteers, are they? Having just seen the speed at which Justin Broad has played that sweep shot. There are fielding pads, I think, have just been dropped on the boundary edge. So I don't think they're going to come out. So I don't think they're going to go with a short leg.
Well, and actually, they don't need a short leg to Justin Broad either, because he's going to. The short leg will be there for Pope, I suspect, if anyone. But they know Justin Broad has got a free play here. 9 down. Lloyd Pope in at the other end, who averages 6. He's got a free play as Justin Broad. And I suspect he will be trying to farm the strike, not leaving his crease for a single or a 3 before probably the 4th ball of the over. Leaving Pope 2 per over, something like that. But he'll have boundaries in his mind as well.
Yeah, goes reverse sweep. So the half volley of Ryan Higgins. I think I've said this a few times to you, Ro, when we've been on commentary. I find these periods of play tricky, find them quite challenging. It will really depend as to how Justin Broad wants to play this, because this will be new territory for him. He wouldn't have found himself in this situation very often. Reverse sweep gets it past.
Great shot.
Higgins is going to run away for 4. So he gets the boundary off the 4th ball of the over, up to 354.
And what started this downfall, and it has been a succession of wickets, hasn't it, was a reverse sweep. The left-handed Saif Zaib trying to sweep against the spin of Zafar Gohar. And there's an old codger's story, which is you don't give them anything. When you're ahead, you press home your advantage. Would Saif have played that shot on 97? If he would, I don't think he would, actually. I think he'd have gone conventionally.
Do you know what the score is since Saif Zaib departed?
Oh, God, go on.
12 for 4.
Gee whiz.
One played nicely by Broad. So Pope will have 1 delivery
I've got to say that single was conceded, wasn't it? What I mean by that is everyone knew exactly what was going to happen there. Broad was going to knock it into the leg side and run up the other end because there was a field at deep mid wicket. So they've allowed him to take that. So they've defended the boundary, and I would have said, do it again. Sweep against the spin, and take your chances there, Justin Broad. And if you get it through, you get 4, but you're still on strike, and you've now got to find a single off 1 ball.
Yeah.
So I personally would have gone squeeze at that point. Certainly with the mid-wicket field. Leave the square leg out, that's fine, but I'd have brought mid-wicket in. Anyway, what is being brought in is a short leg, a new short leg. I hope he's all right, Ben Geddes.
Yeah, I hope so. Encouraging, as I say, that he was able to walk off under his own steam, wasn't he? And unassisted. I suppose the big thing, regardless of what may have happened there, the shock is going to be a significant factor to that injury.
Yeah. And, you know, people are finding out more and more about concussion all the time. Richard Levy suffered a couple of blows to the head, and he had a concussion that lasted a long time, many games. But also it came on quite late. And that's the thing about concussion. You know, we'll have all heard about delayed concussion. It very often does come on a bit later.
Yeah.
So they need to look at, and they will do. They'll absolutely be looking after him.
Oh, of course. As I say, it may have hit him in the bicep, but the shock of it is going to be but I'd say that the likelihood is that there is going to be a concussion check. So Gohar has 1 to Pope. There's a first slip, short leg, fielder under the helmet on the offside, a man on the 45, a backward point, and a few fielders on the outfield as well. So Pope's just got to defend and bat for Justin Broad. Broad try and chip away as many as he possibly can, and Pope does exactly that.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the previous ball where Justin Broad was allowed to take the single with no problem whatsoever, no pressure whatsoever. He didn't have to find a gap. The gap was just there. He could have played virtually any cricket shot known to man to get the ball into the leg side, and he could have run up the other end. And everyone seemed quite happy with that, which is a bit weird, actually. I'm slightly surprised at that. But there we go. I've been surprised before. And Middlesex are going very well, so they probably know more about it than I do. 355 for 9, a lead still of 58.
Yeah, they've had an incredible 20 minutes, really, haven't they? Since 12 o'clock, it's significantly changed momentum. I mean, they're not going to inherit a ridiculously large first innings lead, whatever happens from now. If Northamptonshire get bowled out on the very next ball, the lead's going to be around 50, or 58, in fact. But what it will do is it will open up time. And that's something that they've earned the right to. They batted that aggressively on day 1. They've left time in the game, haven't they? And they have time available. So they will now then, assuming, or whenever this final wicket falls, they will have time to be able to try and set something up or orchestrate something on their own terms.
And they've deserved that because everything they've done has been positive, hasn't it? That's not to say that Northampton haven't been positive, but Middlesex have clearly been positive in all aspects of their cricket from the word go. Something else that's positive is Ben Duckett has just reached 50 again for England.
Still none down?
Still none down, 284 to win.
It'll be a good day at Headingley, isn't it? Short ball, and that is
a wide.
Tennis balled.
You can't hit that ball. I mean, let's have a look on the replay. That was an early shout from me. I think that's a wide. I don't see how he gets a bat on that. Is that overhead height? I was miles overhead height. That was just ridiculously overhead height. Come on, square leg. Do your job. I'd be saying that either way, by the way.
That's a better directed bumper, but really well played by Justin Broad for a single.
And they are taking the single. They have taken the single. I thought that Broad would farm the strike, meaning try to face the vast majority of deliveries. And not for the first time in the last few minutes, I got that wrong as well.
Yeah, not much has gone in our favour over the last 20, is it?
I don't see why they would do that.
No, me neither. Can't work it out. New territory, I suppose, could be something to do with it. But again, potentially, you would have Lloyd Pope shout no.
The interesting thing about that isn't whether that's right or wrong, or what it is that they had a conversation after they'd taken the single, as though to say, oh,
yeah, next time we won't, type thing.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, what does Ryan Higgins? I think this is going to be short, isn't it? Again, with the catches in and around the corner there. It's not. It's actually pitched up on a length and
get past that.
Well
Lovely
defended by Lloyd Pope.
Rob Kerr's dismissal, batting at number 9. I just wonder whether being number 9 has weighed heavily on him.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because it's a demotion of some...
4 places.
Of some size, isn't it?
4 or 5 places down from that number 4, number 5 slot for Northamptonshire. Short ball, got underneath it.
I would say this, it may have been weighing heavy on his mind. I don't know that. I haven't spoken to him about it, so I don't know. From a coach's perspective, you'd be saying, mate, you're at number 9. Prove me wrong. Show me that you should be batting number 5. So in that sense, you've got to look at it that way as Rob. You've got to look at this. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Now he was, got bowled around his legs. That doesn't happen every day, does it?
No, it could have been seen as an opportunity, couldn't it? For Rob Keogh.
That's the only way you can look at that.
That's how it could have been seen. Yeah. What I will say is, we spoke with Rob, didn't we, last summer, and he did say himself that he's a nervous starter, like so many are. The other thing as well there is that we've seen Rob bat in with that movement, that trigger, quite a lot through his career as well. That shuffle forward, and he's done that to try and negate some. Oh, Lloyd Pope's done well to get underneath that one. That's not really bounced at all, is it?
You could it could be a spot the ball, couldn't it? Spot the ball as Lloyd Pope ducks, and it kind of just goes over his front pocket, really. Backside, I think.
But Rob Keogh's made a mistake.
Yeah,
he's got it wrong.
Yeah.
He's potentially, I suppose, lined up. He's triggered too far outside off stump in comparison to what he would do normally. But he certainly has batted in that manner. That's a good Yorker, isn't it? That's what he should have bowled first up.
So, yes, he should absolutely on the double hat trick ball. Absolutely bowled a bumper. Anyway, if he gloved it, we'd say great bowling. He didn't. It was too high, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The thing about Ryan Higgins is that he's a short guy, not blessed with enormous pace, and you have to bowl very short to bowl a bumper, and it can balloon from there, as it's done a few times. Still surprised they took the single off the first ball of the over, or was it the second ball of the over, early in the over, in order to expose Lloyd Pope to Ryan Higgins. It did look a weird bit of cricket, but he survived actually pretty comfortably.
Yeah, he did. It will be interested. Well, as I say, these kind of number 11 partnerships, they can be frustrating for everybody, can't they? The game doesn't move along particularly quickly if the partnership hangs around. For the fielding side, for spectators as well. Northamptonshire, well, Justin Broad's job really is just to try and get as many off that 55 as possible.
Exactly.
Whether it's 5, whether it's 30, whatever that looks like is going to be a bonus from here, isn't it?
Yeah. And actually, this is going to prove a point here, I think. Taking the run early in that over from Ryan Higgins and exposing Lloyd Pope, the strategy is we're just going to play normally.
Mm-hmm.
That's what and we're not actually, because he's going to try and hit boundaries here.
He's got to, hasn't he? It's onto the back foot.
There you go. So you can't do both those things, right? That's contradictory. You can't take the single and then play like that. First ball you get on strike.
Yeah. Toby Rowland-Jones in front of us as well, just dropping deeper at mid-on as well in response to that shot. Reverse sweep this time, goes square and a call of no.
Yeah, there we go.
Potentially 2 there, but not worth taking the risk.
So fair enough. They took a run when they shouldn't have done. It's actually sometimes it's hard to decline that run because you're so into the ball goes down the fine leg. You just run, don't you? So it can be difficult.
And it's a learn as well. That's going to be one taken down into the leg side. Broad potentially thought he got that a bit straighter, but well fielded by De Caires, keeping it down to 1. So Lloyd Pope will be left with 3.
There'll be people thinking, well, if you run that one,
yeah,
why didn't you run the other one?
One of them sat next to you.
Well, yeah,
one of them might be sat in your seat.
Maybe it is, yeah.
It's a funny game, this, isn't it?
It is.
Sport game, whatever you want to call it.
And I tell you what it is. It's very easy from up here as well.
I wouldn't argue with that.
Let me add that very quickly. It's very easy from up here to make all the calls that you like and change your mind. If Lloyd Pope gets width here, I think he should put his hands through it.
Completely agree with you. Back of a length as well.
But he's not got any width.
No.
Nicely bowled.
But he's made good contact with everything that he's played, hasn't he, so far? And I agree with you. I think if there is width, if there's anything back of a length, make good contact and hit it somewhere. I don't necessarily think it has to go in the desired location, but...
Oh, French cricket. If anyone knows the game of French cricket, where you have to bat with your feet together, Lloyd Pope is very good at that. He did not move an inch forward, and it was an extremely full ball.
There is that width, and it is cut away through the offside. Punched off the back foot, as good as what you're going to see from any one of these Northamptonshire batters. Pope gets off the mark. 3-6-3 for 9.
What a lovely shot that was.
Maybe they are just going to play.
Well, they're doing everything, aren't they, at the moment? They're farming the strike, they're not farming the strike. Lloyd Pope is blocking everything he's hitting. And I think Scrimshaw has come out with gloves that nobody wants. And he's given them instruction. I mean, that's simply that was clear instruction. You're going to do this and you're going to do that. Because they need help, because they've been making some interesting decisions out there. So anyway, let's see how clear it is.
So it's going to be Higgins from the David Caper lens. Field is spread, isn't it? With catches down on the leg side. So it's just going to continue to be the short ball plan. And they're just going to take one off the first ball of the over again. So maybe it was a different message from
or maybe
George
that was
Scrimshaw.
was the message, was just keep it simple.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
I mean, that's interesting.
I mean, Broad has set off like a bat out of hell for that, to the point that he's nearly fallen over. So whether it was an attempt to get two.
That might have been,
Scrimshaw has just got to the back of the top of the stairs and he's gone, how's Lloyd Pope back on strike? I swear I said don't bother doing that.
Oh, that'll be a quick. What did you say, Scrimmy?
Yeah. Yorker, good Yorker, but oversteps. Deficit now under 50. Northamptonshire trail by 47 now, in fact.
You can imagine Darren Lehman up there saying, mate, exactly what did you say there? Exactly. Word for word. What did you say? Right. Next time I'm going to write it down.
Yeah.
But in an Australian accent.
It's when you get to the top of the stairs and he goes, don't worry, I've given him the word. And he's looked over the balcony and gone, hang on.
Brilliant.
Something doesn't add up here. Oh, what a shot.
That's a cricket shot.
Can't get it past. I think it's Max Holden at point, cover point.
Oh, Lloyd Pope. I love Lloyd Pope. He's brilliant. He's just rehearsed a cover drive and he looks furious that he's not got that through. Because he normally hits that for 4, you know.
Just strokes it through
when he's averaging 6. That was brilliant. Oh, mate, I normally don't miss out on those.
Like his Surrey number 3 namesake. 4 off 15 for the Australian leg spinner at number 11. Short ball. Ducks underneath that.
That was a very good duck and a very early duck. He picked up, I mean, I just said a minute ago, Higgins when he bowls a bumper, he has to be very short. But I think Pope read that almost as it left the hand rather than when it pitched. He was down very early.
Thing is, with Lloyd Pope, he hasn't played the biggest sample size of first-class cricket, but the things that he would have played against some quick Australian seamers that would have been quite happy to have pushed him back and given him the opportunity to get underneath a few.
Yeah.
Then you just go down another level. I'm sure second 11 cricket in Australia is going to be very, very similar. And they're very, very proud of their kind of premier club cricket sides and leagues. So you go back to play for your local side on a Saturday when you're not involved with the first class setup. You're going to be dealing with that kind of cricket again, aren't you?
He's going to cop loads.
Exactly.
He's going to cop loads of short ball. He's played it very well, actually. In fact, he's played very well overall.
Yeah, 4 off 17. Still the catches round the corner. There is that short ball down the leg side. And respectfully to Ryan Higgins, a lot of those Australians are going to be a bit quicker.
Just a bit. And taller.
And taller.
And
pitches
angrier.
Potentially a bit harder as well.
Yeah.
And angry, yeah. 100 up for England.
Come on, England.
269 required off 80 overs.
It's in the bag. I mean, it's not in the bag, is it? You know,
Not yet. Not yet.
In fact, it's a long way from the bag.
So we found out half an hour ago, anything can happen.
Oh, what was that? Was that a slower ball bouncer that didn't bounce?
Like it, didn't it?
It was a variation of some sort, but it wasn't too good for oh yes, it was an off cutter, according to Lloyd Pope. I'm enjoying this. He has no great pretensions for batting, but he is determined to do his very best for the team here. He's been peppered a little bit from Ryan Higgins, and he's evaded all those very skillfully and pretty comfortably. Played a beautiful shot in the last over from Zafar Gohar, 4 through the covers off the back foot. This partnership's worth 16. The deficit is 47. And actually, he has kind of grown a little bit, hasn't he? And I think now, I think Northampton need to score, but perhaps when Justin Broad was thinking, I need to hit every ball for 4, maybe he can be a bit more selective now. We shall see. Middlesex are defending the leg side boundary to Justin Broad, and as another factor, Zafar Gohar is now coming over the wicket rather than round the wicket. It does mean the reverse sweep is even more on because you can't be out LBW. But guess what? There's a man down there on the deep third man boundary for that, as well as at point. So the boundary options are largely covered.
Yeah, I don't know how you get it there, but I like the gap down at mid wicket, Rowie.
It's got to be a little bit careful here that Gohar doesn't bowl too many down the leg side from over the wicket, because that can be construed as negative bowling. But that one was a decent line. He needs to be bowling the ball that's sort of into the outside of the front pad. That's the line he's looking to bowl. Take the offside out of play. Yeah, about there. That's nicely bowled. I feel like this guy Gohar could kind of bowl at a sixpence. You move the sixpence around, he'll find it. You know, he's very, very accurate. 2 dot balls, which is not doing much for Northants. A sweep off the Q end of the bat as he held that one back. One thing that Justin Broad hasn't looked to do, and I understand why, is use his feet yet. Don't think there's a lot of value in that for him.
So this is a school day for Justin Broad, isn't it?
It is.
He's learning on the job.
Gets that one away off the back foot into the offside. It's gone to the left of long off Tom Helm, but they're only going to get 1. And that's okay. Off the 4th ball of the over, Lloyd Pope has 2 balls to show us even more of his wide range of shots. And in come the fielders. If Lloyd Pope decided to try and bop one over the top,
yeah,
I wouldn't hate that. You know, if he clothed it and got caught. I'm not saying he has to do that, but if he felt it was in his area, a bit of width maybe, and he tried to get it away over the offside, I wouldn't hate that.
As you said, Northants have to score.
I don't want him running down the wicket and getting stumped. I don't want that. But you've got to score. It's not about occupying the crease, just occupying the crease. It's about scoring as well.
there's so much time left in the game. That it didn't feel like there was this morning at 11 o'clock. It felt like we were meandering towards the end of the game between the two sides. But everything's happened so quickly over the last 40 minutes. All of a sudden, feels like there is a lot of time left in this first-class fixture. And the thing is with Northampton is, in order for they'll know that they will be able to bowl better than what they did on day one. They'll know that their spinners will be able to ask better questions. They'll know that they've got a really good asset with Liam Guthrie up their sleeve, quick left armour that's been successful in that first innings with the Kookaburra. Not much has changed in terms of conditions, other than the fact that the pitch might be just going a little bit more up and down. They'll be looking at it going, well, why can't we get through Middlesex a little bit quicker if it is starting to turn?
There's going to be a bowling change at the David Capel, and Luke Holman is replacing Ryan Higgins. 3 for 47. Higgins finishes that spell for. We probably won't see him again. If we do, then this will be a remarkable partnership. Currently on 17, but I think that's Higgins' work done. Came on, bowled enormous amount of bouncers, and picked up a hat-trick along the way. So I wandered in this morning with my coffee thinking, oh, Ryan Higgins, I wonder what part he's going to play today. Well, there's the answer. He got a hat-trick. Thank you very much. Holman to Broad. There's a slip. There's an extra cover. And there is nobody else other than boundary fielders. Oh, no, there is. There's one there. There's a man on the 45 for the little ramp sweep. So there's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, a man on the point boundary, and a man on the reverse sweep, a sort of wide third man. So there are 6 boundary fielders, 3 men anywhere near the bat, one of which is at slip, one of which is at extra cover, and one of which is at short fine leg around the wicket, and swept very well by Justin Broad, and swept for 4. What a beautiful shot that was. Not only did he have to make contact, but he had to make contact very late in the arc of the bat and rolled his wrists and got a little bit of overspin on the ball, and it took it away from Max Holden, who's out there on the deep backward square boundary in for 4. And he's now going to, once he retrieves the ball, it is back actually, he is now 20 yards further behind square than he was. Slip is out. He's gone into mid-wicket. Reverse sweep is a very good option for Justin Broad. He plays it well. It's a shorter boundary, but Holman will be bowling more just outside leg stump, running into leg stump, but he doesn't there. He gets his line a little bit wrong there. They're going to get 2, I think. Yeah, Broad touches and turns, comes back, and they have got 2. That's very well run. What Broad did very well there was he didn't try and hit the ball. He let the ball hit the bat, making sure he got some bat on it, knowing that in case if he did that, and he did, that it would probably not reach the fielder before he came back for the second. And that's exactly as played. Well played, Justin Broad. 23 is the partnership.
Yeah, good start to the over, isn't it?
373. So yeah, it is a good start to the over. Bonus points are off the table, as this is now the 111th over. There's a big gap at mid-wicket.
That's
big gap.
I was just looking at.
Yeah, they've gone square, haven't they? The fielders who were mid-wicket and square leg have both sort of moved round one, as it were. So we've now got a long leg and a square leg, and there's no one between deep square and long on. Obviously, they'll be hitting against the spin, but it is inviting to chip it over that mid-wicket fielder.
It's a natural arc as well, isn't it?
Reverse sweep attempted by Broad. I mean, 23 for the last wicket when one of them averages 6. You know, Northampton taking that, and there's power to add. They're still there. Broad looks over his shoulder. Where is that man on the square leg boundary? Oh, that's beautifully played. Let it come to him, run it down. They're going to get just the 1 because it's the 5th ball of the over. They could have come back for a second run, but Broad is good at counting. He says, that's 5. Popey, you can have 1. Don't get out because I'm playing pretty well. I'm on 17. It's going nicely. I mean, he can play. Justin Broad has opened the batting against Middlesex in Championship cricket for Northants. the game that was at Merchant Taylor School a couple of years ago. I think that's too lofty for him.
Yeah.
I think 8, maybe working up to 7 during his career, but 8 currently is a good number for him in red ball cricket. You can bat anywhere in white ball cricket. So last ball of this first over from Luke Holman. And Pope hits it through the covers for 1. Well, it would have been 1 had they taken the 1. They don't take the 1. The lovely shot. And Lloyd Pope is angry. He wants runs for that. And I get that. He played a lovely shot.
He's disappointed he didn't get it straighter, wasn't he?
Yes.
Just rehearsed trying to get it straighter, where he would have been able to have come back for a second or maybe even beaten the fielder, picked up another boundary. Stays on 5. Trailed by 38 now. So Northamptonshire just able, or have been able to chip away since that, well, quite incredible 5 minutes from Ryan Higgins. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 47. Ryan Higgins, Lewis McManus, Rob Keogh, Liam Guthrie. 1, 2, 3. Thanks very much.
It was, wasn't it? It was, yeah, it was a strange passage of play. McManus a little bit unlucky to sort of feather one down the leg side. Rob Keogh ball behind his legs. That's swept. It swept up, and it just falls short of the fielder at mid-wicket, who's Josh De Caires. It's off the bottom of the bat. You can be pretty sure with Justin Broad, if he gets out of the middle of the bat, it probably reaches the boundary because he hits the ball very, very hard. That one he hit badly well because it didn't reach the fielder. But we can see his intent. That swept hard, perfectly, directly to the man who's in the middle of no man's land, really, down at a very fine leg. But he's 20 yards off the boundary. He's not going to go over his head there. He's doing a job for his team. And that swept hard behind square. But again, too close to the fielder to think about a run. They're not interested in ones in the first 4 balls of the over. It's 2 or 4. It's even numbers only. And Sam Robson is saying, ball outside off stump.
Quite interesting that Broad has only really played the sweep to try and find the boundary.
There's another one, and they are going to take this one. Just a single off the 4th ball of the over. So Middlesex doing pretty well here at the moment because they're not going for too many boundaries. And boundaries are going to really hurt you. They would like to be bowling more balls of the over at this guy, at Lloyd Pope. But after the message from George Scrimshaw that was run out, after that message has been understood and interpreted well, then it's clear, it's exactly obvious really to everyone what Northampton are doing, what Broad is doing. He's farming the strike and he's doing that pretty well. He's just hit the ball pretty well at times and found the fielder. It's been a little bit unlucky. Good bowling though, good field placing. So Pope's job is to not get out here. He's a very difficult man to get forward, isn't he? Because that was almost a half volley, played off the back foot.
Yeah, he's almost played everything off the back foot, hasn't he? From the 26 deliveries that he's faced.
There you go, Dan. He got well forward there, just outside the crease.
Still a little press forward. Looks pretty organised, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. And that, you know, we've said numerous times, haven't we? In professional cricket nowadays, there are very few absolute rabbits. I guess averaging 6 kind of puts you in that kind of category, to be honest. But what he can do, he can block the straight ball, he can pick length, he can get under the bumper. So to that extent, he's not an absolute rabbit because absolute rabbits can't do some of those things. It's a pretty flat wicket, so he's enjoying his time out there, I'm sure. Currently on 6. What he scores is kind of irrelevant. It's the partnership. Partnership's worth 26 at the minute. And that's pretty valuable because it cuts the lead down from where it would be at 63 to 37 at the moment.
You know, we spoke about the sweep shot and we spoke about the fact that it can manoeuvre a field, can't it?
Yep.
Justin Broad has only played the sweep shot since this partnership started together. He can go over cover. He can go over mid-wicket. That would move the field, which would make that sweep shot
I do think lifting the ball is hard here, actually. And we've seen a few balls hit the bottom of the bat.
Yeah.
And I think this is what I'm talking about scoring quickly as well. I think the softness of the ball and the fact it's not bouncing a great deal makes going up and over fielders quite hard.
Well, he's got a free hit through mid-wicket now if he wants it.
He's hit that very, very well on the reverse sweep, but again, straight to the boundary fielder. How long can he continue to do this, i.e. sweep the ball to fielders, before he does try another option? They've just moved the square leg in front of square. Broad backs away, does go up and over the offside, and he does cloth it. It's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to get the ball out of the middle of the bat when you're going aerial. That was off the bottom of the bat, but it was a good option from Justin Broad. He backed away to open up, Dan, as you identified, the extra cover boundary. And he's back on the sweep now. They've just moved that fielder to his left. They're going to be able to get two because the fielder had to come back to where he had been positioned. I'm not exactly sure what that ripple of applause was for. Can you help me?
No.
It was for the 27 partnership. That's what it was.
For the third ball of the 112th over, 113th over.
Somebody loved it and others joined in. He's fetched that one. They are going to take a single. It's the fourth ball of the over. So 3 off this over so far. And if Northampton can score at about 3 and over, they'd just carry on doing this, wouldn't they? Just ad infinitum.
Yeah, deficit 35 now. So isn't going to be a massive lead at all, is it? If
Googly. Sorry, I got to get that in before he bowls it. Googly. Is he going to bowl him a googly? Well, that bounced a bit, didn't it?
Bit of extra bounce. Pope will enjoy that, though.
Ooh.
He'll be wanting to put a bit of a better showing for himself, won't he?
You're right. It's leggy against leggy as well, isn't it? You won't want the leggy to get him out. And he's not going to get him out as he dead bats that one. So it's an interesting... It's been a really phenomenally interesting morning for reasons that nobody could have predicted. Northampton find themselves at 378 for 9. We've seen a hat trick. We've seen the 400 of the season from Saif Zaib. We've seen Lloyd Pope closing in on his career best. Oh no, sorry, not his career best, on his career average. He's on 4 at the moment. We've seen Justin Broad on 21. That's probably been worth 61. Had the field been more conventionally set, but the field is well back for him. They're trying to starve Justin Broad of boundaries and ask him to do something he really doesn't want to do, which is hit the ball in the air to get a boundary. He hasn't done that as yet. He has done that a number of times, which is sweet, but he's a bit early on that one.
That's the trade-off with this sweep, isn't it? It's the fact that actually, if he'd have played that while stood up, probably would have been 2 with the pace that it went out to the outfield, but because he's got to get back up off the knee.
He's got that one between 2 fielders, he thinks. Are they going to take him on? They are going to take on De Caires, and Broad gets back. Wow, that was a brilliant bit of fielding by De Caires. And it was a brilliant bit of running by Justin Broad as well.
He's phenomenally fast.
That was lightning.
He is one of the most athletic cricketers that you could possibly wish to have in your side. We spoke to Dave Willey yesterday, and I just mentioned tongue-in-cheek. It was a 6-minute and 2-second 2-kilometre time trial at the start in the pre-season for Northamptonshire. It was wild. He'd beaten the nearest competitor by about a minute and a half.
That was a phenomenal bit of running. Where's that gone?
4.
It sounds off the bottom of the bat. It's in the hole between long on and deep mid-wicket for 4, and the crowd are loving that. That was a poor delivery from Zafar Gohar. He'll be disappointed with himself there.
Not been many, is there, from
No. He's entitled to that. He's bowled best part of 40 overs and bowled probably 2 poor deliveries. So he's due. And what Justin Broad did well was he didn't miss out. He moves on to 27, 384 for 9. The lead now under 30 for Middlesex. And having taken a little bit of time to get themselves organise these two in terms of who's going to do what, how many balls are we going to let Pope face. Actually, they've played it pretty well, or very well, I would say. 3 balls left of the over. Broad was looking to take a single off that ball, not able to get it away. I think it's Ryan Higgins who's at slip, who's come down having a long word now with Zafar Gohar.
What field can they set, if any? They're not going to this time, are they? To try and keep Broad on strike for the final 2 balls.
Well, they need to do. Okay, Dan. So what they've decided is that saving the boundary is more important than trying to force Broad to play a shot. And I'm not so sure about that.
You mentioned it's an easy sport when you're not in the middle of it.
It is. Yeah, it is.
As a trade-off 6 overs ago, could you have kept the field up for 2 deliveries and said to Justin Broad, get 8?
I agree.
Have 8.
I agree.
But we want
totally
6
agree.
at Lloyd Pope.
Totally agree. And that one there, letting him get a single off the 5th ball of the over, as they've done there, I don't like that. I think that's wrong. And there's very little, most of cricket, which is so fascinating, is grey.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably 5% that's right and 5% the other end that's wrong. The other 90% is grey, which makes it, such a great game and why we love it so much. But I think letting Broad have a single off the 5th ball of the over is probably, in my mind, towards the not bright end of things. But it's easy from up here, and they will have their reasons.
Well, you can kind of see it now that if you go and concede 8 off the final 2 balls of the over, that deficit becomes to 20 and basically almost written off at that point. But the deficit when the 2 came together was 58, wasn't it?
Yeah. Swept again by Broad down to the fielder at long leg. They're not going to take him on. It was straight to him. I mean, the decision to one of the things they're testing here is Justin Broad's resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Can you keep doing this for a long period of time? Because it must be very frustrating to keep playing boundary shots and not getting a boundary. He goes again. This time it's in the hole. I think that's going to go for 4. The fielder's running across and gets Joy. He does very well there. I think that's Deploy, who dives to his left and knocks it back in just on the boundary. Did a great job there for his team. Saved 2. They do come back for the second. I think they're going to plug that gap pretty soon because it's a lot of ground for that mid-wicket fielder to cover. And this one's swept again by Broad, and this time it's swept hard and square and 4. And so, okay, I am going to go back to the 5th ball of the last over, letting Justin Broad knock it into the leg side, but it was the offside, but he reverse swept it for a single with no risk whatsoever. Has cost them 6 runs this over. Make him do something he doesn't want to do, as Fred Truman's book taught us all those years ago.
Yeah. Name checked that one yesterday afternoon. To say, I know extra cover you mentioned about getting up and under it, but that mid-wicket, and it may well be the village cricketer in me that's getting quite excited about the fact that it's completely vacant. But
you do love that chunk of the ground, don't you?
It's not now because Ryan Higgins is going to head in, and where's he going to be? On the edge of the square, is he?
They need another fielder on that leg side boundary for me. They're asking Deploy to do far too much there.
But now that, Higgins has gone in at square leg, still a lot of real estate.
4th ball of the over, reverse sweep. Plays that so well, doesn't he? Picks up a single. Broad's on 35. The partnership, don't look at, what's the partnership?
35.
42.
42. That Justin Broad reverse sweep looks more comfortable for him than his forward defence.
Mm-hmm. It does. I think that's a fair shout. Pope's got 2 to face. Oh, don't start playing shots, Popey. Stay in your lane, son. Stay in your lane. He's finding the middle of the bat frequently. It might just be the end of him because he might decide to try and pop one now. His job here is to not get out. Last ball of the over. And he does that. He does more than that. They're thinking about 2. That's a mistake. They're not going to get 2, and that is a mistake. Yeah, and Pope immediately apologises. That is an error. How can that be right? They've run a single. He's played a good shot, and I'm calling it an error. Well, it was an error. And Pope is now apologising to his partner because the reason they ran the 1 was because they thought there was 2 there, but there was never 2 there. De Caires is lightning across the ground.
Well, they didn't set off particularly quick either.
No.
Because of that confusion, because of that plan and that mindset and that game plan. But it's one of those mental games, mental battles, isn't it? Looks like we're going to get given
the extra 15 minutes.
Is it 15 or 30?
Well, I don't know. It varies, doesn't it? But I think.
Well, we're not going off for lunch at 1 o'clock. That's what we can.
No.
That's what we can say for certainty.
Yes.
So we will keep going where Northamptonshire are a 9 down. Middlesex need the 1 wicket. Looks like Tom Helm is just starting to loosen up the shoulders. They've got what they want. They've got Lloyd Pope on strike against Gohar.
Yeah, and he's got 6 of them as well, hasn't he? It's the first time that's happened, and that was the result of the number 11 just getting a bit carried away, thinking, I've hit that well enough, I might get 4. He's got to dive and stop that. Well, you didn't. You only got a 1. He knew his mistake. His job now is to not compound that by getting out. He's got 4 more deliveries to go. At what point does Saif Zaib bowl him an absolutely rapid, low arm seam, in swinging thing?
Just a dart.
Now, I would think it'll hit him on the shoe. That's his up and over that one. Pope's good enough for that.
He has looked organised, hasn't he, through this?
He has.
This innings of 5 runs.
I just want him to bowl well, I don't really, because it might get him out, but I think he should bowl him an in-swinging arm ball as fast as he possibly can. But he's not. He's continuing to bowl very nicely. Left arm orthodox, getting up and over the front leg. It's all very nice, but Pope is currently up to that.
Yeah, so far he has
4
been
balls of the over gone. Sorry, Dan.
to task, hasn't he?
He has.
So it's going to be Tom Helm, I think, is going to replace Luke Holman from the David Capel end, which I think is a good option. Short ball tactic for Helm. Potentially the Yorker if he can get Lloyd Pope on strike. So 2 balls left in the over. Change of angle as well. That one is defended back to Gohar. So far, so good for Lloyd Pope, making amends.
No, don't take a single.
Yeah. Yes.
No. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Pitched and turned well past the outside edge. That'll encourage some of the Northants bowlers, as well as encouraging Saif Zaib. But it was a maiden, and that's pretty much the best that Northants could have hoped for there. In the test match, at lunch, England 117 for no wicket, requiring a further 253 to win.
Yeah, Zach Crawley's had a life as well.
Oh, has he?
Put down by Boomer on the follow through.
Oh, was he? And they've used a review up as well, India. So only 2 reviews left. Ben Duckett, 64, not out at lunch. Come on, Benny Duckett. Bring the stump in. A long, long way to go there. You're right, I think, Dan. Yeah, with Tom Helm coming back on, I expect most of these balls to be in the middle of the wicket. You can pull it, you can hook it, you can have 1 if you like. But if you try and hit it hard, you might top edge it. He is hitting with the wind into, but it's a long boundary into that leg side.
Yeah, the field stays pretty much the same, doesn't it? Although, they're going to reinforce the leg side boundary, aren't they? Which is what you were calling for a couple of overs ago.
That was surprising, to be honest. They didn't have 2 men out there. So Helm to Broad. Broad's on 35. And that was predictable, wasn't it? It was banged in. It was nicely struck. Now, I wonder if Justin Broad is thinking about weighting the ball here, a la T20 mode, just dropping it into the leg side, trying to get it about 25 metres away from him, which may allow him to come back for a second.
I think Justin Broad comes back for 2. I don't think Lloyd Pope is the quickest between the sticks. There's a disparity between the 2. out there.
You got to pick your fielder here as well. It's banged in, and Justin Broad tries to play the reverse upper scoop and misses it. Yeah, so you got to pick your fielder. Some of the Middlesex fielders are quicker than others. Lo and behold, the fielder that is behind square on the leg side boundary is Luke Holman, and he won't be the quickest of the fielders. Holden, get his name right. Sorry, Max. Holden is in front of square. They won't try and run a second to him, but they might do if they can get the ball weighted nicely.
Yeah, De Caires is down here at deep third as well.
It's well bowled and well played.
Is it Zafar Gohar at deep mid wicket? Ryan Higgins at square leg.
Is that Ryan Higgins wants a substitute fielder on? He wants to go off. He wants his lunch.
It's getting cold,
time.
isn't it?
It's lunchtime. I've got my hat trick.
It's getting cold.
So yeah, if Broad backs away, he might be able to flat bat it over extra cover. That might be an option. The stumps are not really always in play. Although that's nicely bowled. A slower ball. It's the fourth ball of the over. It was a slower back of the hand thing. Well outside off stump. No pace on it. Difficult for Broad to strike. So he just made sure he got some bat on it and took the single as the ball went down to third man.
What do you bowl here if you're Tom Helm?
I'd bowl at the stumps.
Toe crunching
I
Yorker.
want to get him out.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like I can bump him out. Now, so far, the bumpers he's faced have been from Ryan Higgins, and a bumper from Tom Helm is a slightly different proposition. But I think I'm going stumps. Mostly. And then, a couple of bumpers to push him back to see if he wants to then get back into the ball. But he kind of just sits back anyway. So I'm going stumps. Bottom of the stumps. With a well-directed, not too high bumper. Short leg is going in, which suggests that the bumper is going to be in place. It's sort of toes and nose, to use that expression. I would still have a conventional slip, though. I would. They haven't. They can't have men everywhere. There's a short leg and a leg slip. They're the two catches. 2 balls of the over remain. That was interesting. Immediately after he played that ball, Lloyd Pope gestured as though he wasn't happy with something.
Oh yeah, and I mean everybody I think looked back towards the seating behind the bowler's arm. And
yeah.
Well, firstly, there aren't many there, and secondly, I don't think anybody moved.
No. Let's hope they're just riveted by the cricket rather than anything else being the reason they're not moving. Last ball of the over. Wide on the crease, bumper. Ducked it very nicely. Well played, Lloyd Pope. Well played, Northants. Because having got a hat trick, Middlesex will have thought, okay, we've got the number 11 in. We know, we don't know a lot about him, but we know he's no batter.
Yeah.
Bowled a lot of balls at him, we'll get him out. Actually, 44 runs later, he's still there. 394 for 9, and the lead is only 19 now.
Yeah, you can find a fielding side. You mentioned about the batters on this instance, Northamptonshire not looking too far ahead. Thinking about a first innings lead whilst Saif Zaib and Lewis McManus had started the morning of day 3, but potentially Middlesex might have just started to look a little bit ahead there.
I've just looked ahead and I've just remembered that I bought a panini from the Italian shop on the way in this morning. It's in the fridge.
Delicious.
I am so happy with that decision. I'd forgotten all about that. That is Christmas. Wow.
I need to go there one day. I haven't been.
Let's go tomorrow.
All right, then.
Take you there.
Deal.
Your treat. Sorry, my treat. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Zafar Gohar is going to continue. It's his 41st over. Justin Broad is on strike. He's on 36. Guess what? He sweeps it. He's got it very, very square, and it's brilliantly fielded on the boundary edge by De Caires. What he doesn't only just stop it, he actually almost rugby passes it in a Gareth Edwards dive pass style, betraying my rugby allegiance there, to the other fielder who was converging. They do get 2. That's the key thing from Northampton. They do get 2. Keeps Broad on strike. He reverse sweeps this time, declines the easy single. That was a lovely bit of fielding, wasn't
It
it?
was superb.
He is rapid. He cares. It's obviously not genetic pace. I don't think his dad was that quick. He can play. Not a bad player. Justin Broad backs away from that one, opens up the offside strike. That's a great cricket shot because he was off balance playing that. He actually backed away too far. The ball pitched, turned away from him and slowed down. So he had to generate all of the power himself whilst off balance and beat that fielder at deep point. And he did all of those things brilliantly. And that's a 50 partnership.
And the 400 up.
And that is the 400 up. Wow.
Trail by 13 now.
And the 4th ball single. There'll be a lot of club cricketers know about the 5th ball single. That's the 4th ball single.
Yeah, well counted as you run past your mate.
Reverse swept for 4.
And again, them in club cricket though.
They've given him that, haven't they?
Yeah.
And again, should they have done? I don't, you know. I mean, the argument is really made for me. They've got 51. They needed to do more than this. 2 balls of the over. That's all they're going to get at Lloyd Pope. He'll be loving this. Yeah, put 50 on. Easy game. Get me up the order, coach. He's played a lovely shot off the back foot. He'll be disappointed that he hit it straight at the fielder.
Into the wicket end.
It went into the wicket end and it caught Luke Holman on the wrist. Oh, now that looks sore, actually. Yeah, he's not happy with that. Get some ice on that over the lunch break. So the last ball of Zafar Gohar's 41st over, it's flighted. He hasn't bowled that flat, quicker ball. And for sure, he possesses it.
Mm.
I'm quite surprised at that.
Here's an option for you. Tell me if you think it's rubbish. With these potential 4 minutes left before lunch, or maybe 19. Loose deploy, left arm, darts. It's going to be hard to sweep because it's going to be flat to start with. And he might just sneak one under the defence of Lloyd Pope as well.
Don't hate it.
It's a bit part-time, but...
I don't hate it. I mean, I am amazed that the main frontline left arm spinner hasn't bowled that delivery, really. I mean, you know, what do I know about bowling left arm spin? He's got 5 for and bowled 41 overs. But I'm surprised he hasn't bowled the flat one, and that is what deploy bowls. So we're on the same lines, aren't we? It's just a matter of who delivers that. Broad is on strike. He's on 43, 7 more, and he's got an incredibly well-deserved 50 for him and for his team. But Tom Helm will be trying to do something about that. He bangs it in, and Broad's early into that. It carries all the way over the square. 2 bounces for 4. He hit that incredibly hard. I thought initially that he'd clothed that, but he hadn't clothed it. He smashed it.
Zafar Gohar didn't have far to move there, did he?
No, he didn't.
Essentially just thinking about the end of his over in the next one. And
he was a bit slow off the mark, wasn't he? It was hit very hard though, wasn't it? Bounced twice and then hit the beer tent. He's on 47, the partnership 55. The lead now only 8 for Middlesex. A higher one this time. Broad's hurt his ankle. Trying to elevate himself in order to get the ball down. He's hurt his ankle, and that's the sort of injury that looks innocuous, but I'll be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, those wicket ends, they get a bit uneven, don't they, as the game goes on, with batters taking guards and footmarks, and whether he's just rolled that ankle a little bit in the jump.
I think he did. Slower ball, nicely bowled. Tom Helm practicing his white ball skills for the return of the T20 in a few weeks' time. But why not? Because Tom Helm says, I've got to do something different here. You know, bumpers haven't worked for me.
Do you know what's just a point to maybe worth raise? Middlesex have been quite creative through this first innings. They've tried different fields. They've tried partnerships. They've had 3 catching mid-wickets. They've brought seamers back and...
Pope, he was sitting on his back there, Pope.
Rotated their spin as well.
Yeah.
They haven't tried anything different in this partnership.
Yeah. That's been a surprise.
Just waited for it to happen,
They
and
have.
it hasn't.
And they've had a predetermined. We are not going to concede boundaries to Justin Broad, which will mean that we only have 2 balls and over at Lloyd Pope, and that is what they've had, and it has not worked for them at all because the partnership's worth 56, and Broad has. There've been a couple of misunderstandings where they have taken a single where they shouldn't have done, but the Middlesex have not bowled enough balls at Pope, and also they've not put Broad under much pressure really to do something he doesn't want to do. Yeah, what Broad has wanted to do is face 4 balls and over, and that's what he's done.
And he wants to sweep, and he's been entitled to do that.
Absolutely,
Or
and he's got enough boundaries away. I mean, with 6 men on the boundary, sometimes 7, to find a gap, as he has done, has been bloody good batting, hasn't it?
Very, very good. Very good. As I say, the sweep genuinely looks as comfortable for Justin Broad as it does his forward defence. Tom Helm then, last ball of the over. And that has beaten Lloyd Pope for the first time in that 40-ball innings that Northamptonshire's number 11 has faced. It's the end of the over. 406 for 9. Trail by 7. And 1 wicket still remains. Who's going to be the happier of the 2 sides here?
I think, well, if we ignore how we got here, I think Middlesex, because they've got 4 wickets this morning. If we think where we were 56 runs ago, Northants by distance. So it depends over what time period you look at that, because that's the beauty of this sport, is it ebbs and flows. It ebbs and it flows. Certainly was flowing Middlesex's way when Liam Guthrie departed, caught first ball for the hat trick, but nobody could have predicted how well these 2 have played together.
It was a torrent, wasn't it, in Middlesex's direction at that point?
Certainly was. Just have a look at the how many balls. Lloyd Pope has faced 41 balls. Well played, young man.
Yeah, he's putting a very, very good shift in, isn't he? That is swept. Does it get past the man on the 45? No. Well, Lloyd Pope will be really disappointed, I think, with the way that he will have bowled in that first innings. It would have been looking to impress. He's trying to fill the boots of Yuzvendra Chahal as well, which is no mean feat. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 53. He picked up Tom Helm, didn't he? The final ball of the innings.
That is going to be
it's gone.
Dropped.
Yeah, it's gone down and it's going to trickle over the boundary rope.
Ooh.
It's the captain, isn't it? Toby Rowland-Jones down here, and Justin Broad gets 50, 52 off 65 for Justin Broad. What a fantastic innings that's been from Northamptonshire's number 8.
And a really, the happiest man on the ground is Lloyd Pope. He gave him a massive punch of the gloves. Nearly broke his hand, I think. Really happy for his partner there. That should have been caught by Toby Rowland-Jones. He had to come into it. He moved a little slowly, I think, off the mark, it's fair to say. When it comes straight at you like that, you're not always sure exactly how well it's been hit. But he did move slowly, and then he had to dive forward, and it wasn't fully committed. And it just landed just short of him and then bounced over his wrists to add insult to injury for 4. That's a phenomenal 50.
Yeah,
for Justin Broad.
Very, very good. 52 off 66. Fielders do come up, well, a couple come up in front of the wicket for Justin Broad now. The ones are still available square of the wicket on either side.
It's the first time they've done that. This is a mini squeeze, isn't it? It's the first time they've done that.
Now we're going to bring one more up. And that's been led by Zafar Gohar this time, hasn't it? It's not been led by Toby Rowland-Jones. When I asked about who the happier of the 2 sides was, it was semi-loaded just with the body language that had been picked up from the Middlesex players, as that's reverse swept through the offside and is going to go for 4 again. Justin Broad goes up to 56.
Northants are ahead.
They are. They lead by 1.
That's a fantastic shot. Now, everyone knew where that ball was going to be, which is outside of Broad's leg stump. That's one thing. But to be able to sweep it in front of square from that line, reverse sweep it is a remarkable bit of skill.
Yeah,
That's a remarkable shot.
moves to 56. Now, where's the single? There are a few around if he can manoeuvre the ball there. It's a nice little run down to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on potentially, although he's just taken a few steps forward. Plays the sweep.
Oh, it's been unlucky there.
Can't get it past the man on the 45. So led by Zafar Gohart, for the first time, Middlesex have managed to negotiate the back end of an over and will have and start an over with Tom Helm with 6 to Lloyd Pope.
So it cost them 4, didn't it? I mean, it could have cost them 3 because they would have taken a single, actually.
Yeah.
Keeping Broad away from the strikers cost them 3. And it's got to be worthwhile, isn't it? And it's the first time they've done that.
Yep. And as you say, it's cost, well, into the 60s now, isn't it, the partnership?
64.
64 off 95.
So third man has been bought up. If there's any width on offer, even a stump of width, I would say to Lloyd Pope, put your hands through it. If he nicks it, he's got 4. If he middles it, he's probably got 4. There's no man out on the cover boundary. But it's not going to be that line, is it? It's going to be very straight. But if Helm gets his line slightly wrong, pounce on it. That came off the wicket very gently.
Yeah, and that won't excite Liam Guthrie, Luke Proctor, will it?
No, it really won't.
On his birthday as well, Luke Proctor.
Luke Proctor's birthday. Happy birthday, Captain. But they do have Lloyd Pope in their sights. It was pitched up. It's going down the leg side. Short leg thought it was out, but nobody else appealed. Short leg is now thinking, oh, crikey, I could right knock you there. Who is on at short leg? We know it's not Ben Geddes because he had to go off, didn't he?
Might be Eskenazi. It might be. It might not be, but it might be.
He's been on the field a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, hopefully Ben Geddes is doing okay.
Right in behind it. I don't want to do for him here, but Lloyd Pope has looked increasingly solid. He's having a lovely net out there, isn't he?
He's having a good time batting for Justin Broad. He's been on 5 for ages, hasn't he, Lloyd Pope? How long ago was it that that ball went through the covers off the back foot from Zafar Gohart?
Yeah, ages.
And then took that confusing one, didn't he?
Yeah, he got that wrong, didn't he? Bless him. But he did recognise it. Well played, got under that nicely. This is a demoralising partnership, isn't it? A demoralising 10th wicket partnership if you're a Middlesex player supporter. And having sat here and sat over there and sat in various places at this ground and others watching other teams put on runs for the 10th wicket, it's quite nice from a Northamptonshire perspective to be in that position. And Northamptonshire lead by 1, and that was not likely to happen. And that's edged for 4. I mean, that would not have gone to first slip. Let me say that. But you've got to have a first slip in there for the number 11. You have to have. They're going to nick it. You might say, well, that's all well and good, Philly. Still would have been 4, and it would.
Yep.
But you've got to have a first slip, surely. Or maybe he goes to second.
Just cover a bit of ground. One of your favourite 1.5s. Just to occupy that space.
De Caires is signalling 6. He's saying, where am I supposed to be fielding? And this is indicative of what this partnership has done to Middlesex. They're kind of confused. Who's that getting warmed up at mid-on? Sam Robson.
I think so.
Wide on the crease, slower ball, nicely bowled. What was that from Lloyd Pope?
Do you know, I don't think Lloyd Pope picked that.
I don't think he did, but I'll tell you what I did enjoy was what happened next. So it's a back of the hander. And now watch what Lloyd Pope does. He goes, that. I've enjoyed that. And he's done it again. Thank you very much. Just for those who missed it, I'm going to do it again. I think that means back of the hand.
I think in Australian.
Yeah. In Popies.
Yeah.
We're having too much fun here.
I'd imagine Justin Broad got the translation, didn't he?
I think so.
Who's going to bowl then? Is it going to be Robson from? It is, isn't it?
Now, when you talked about Pope, I said about deploy.
Yeah.
I said, I've got a thought.
Mm-hmm.
This was my thought. Robson, he bowled 1 over, I think. Yeah, 1 over for 3 yesterday, and he bowled it really nicely.
Yeah.
Leg spin. How's Luke Holman feeling about this? The very, very part-time Sam Robson is effectively being preferred to the man who's in the side to bowl leg spin. So that's interesting. They're different, aren't they? Holman is a more kind of run-it-on bowler, a line bowler who will turn a couple. And I think Robson, who is a part-timer, does give it a rip.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to that kind of natural unpredictability of a part-timer to create a bit of a problem for Justin Broad if he's going to keep sweeping.
I think he looks to sweep this straighter over Toby Rowland-Jones. He's in on the long on boundary. He's in, what, 15 yards, 10 yards?
Yeah.
It's a long way down there. Broad can reach that. We clothed that. It was a slight drag down, wasn't it, to Justin Broad? He got in a lovely position to hit, but the ball never really reached him. It was so slow off the surface. Make them come back after lunch. Keep concentrating. It's nearly lunchtime now. The extra half hour. Oh, that's beautifully played. A little paddle sweep, reverse paddle sweep for 2. Just let it hit the surface of the bat, the face of the bat, and run away. Nicely played.
Delicate. Surgeon-esque. Has he played that off the face or off the
back, was it? You're not sure?
Not 100% sure
No,
now. I've just
okay.
seen that.
Get down, Shep. It has got down and it's 4. I thought he might sweep straight. I said that earlier. That went very straight. Flat. It was a flat batted sweep. I think that's a really good option to get power into the ball and not to get it too aerial. He's flat bat swept that.
Strong wrists.
And he's taken that. That's a great shot again. A lot of skill in that. It's on 62, Justin Broad. 424 for 9. Full toss, reverse sweep. We'll just take the single. And I did think Sam Robson was a good option. This is not a good over from Sam Robson so far. But this is the matchup they want.
Mm-hmm.
For Sam Robson really to pitch one and turn it and probably just flick off bail off. If it runs on, might catch him on the back knee in front. But Middlesex want lunch. They can't wait for lunch. Hopefully they all walk off together with England, with Northants all out. Lunch is just around the corner. It's been delayed half an hour. And that has turned. Joe Cracknell just seen if the square leg umpire was still awake. He was.
And Lloyd Pope's back foot moved at all there?
I think Lloyd Pope's got 8-inch nails in his back foot. I don't think it's moved at all. His front foot's not moved a great deal.
Camped on it.
Do what he likes, Popey. 9. He's on 9. 50% more than his career average. Oh, that's nicely bowled. So that is the end of Sam Robson's second over. Went for 7. And that's down to Broad's skill. Broad is on 63. Pope is on 9. Pope has made 9 in a partnership of 75. And he's an equal partner in this partnership. In fact, he might be he might be slightly more than an equal partner. We know that Justin Broad is a fine young cricketer who's growing all the time. There's a replay for us to have a look at. Oh, it was the back of the bat.
It was, wasn't it?
Thank you for that. Well done, Dan. Punch in the air. I love that.
I don't get much right, Rowie.
It is 13:29. No, that's the time, not the year. And this will be the last over before lunch. It'll be bowled by Tom Helm to Justin Broad. The partnership 75. Northants lead by 12. And Middlesex are in the doldrums. It's a slower ball again from Tom Helm.
Nicely bowled.
It was nicely bowled.
Very nicely bowled. Not for 86, Tom Helm from 23 overs. He will be looking forward to taking those boots off, possibly launching them to some vicinity of the changing room.
Yeah.
Having a cold shower and sitting down into the air conditioning for some time this afternoon, won't he?
He will. He will. Makes your blood boil, this game, doesn't it?
It has an ability to. It certainly has an ability to.
He'll feel slightly happier if he can take Justin Broad with him. 5 balls remain of the morning. So wide on the crease. And that's well stopped by Joe Cracknell. Half stopped, but stopped well enough to prevent any thought of a single. They would only have got one. They don't want ones. But he did very well. Had he not got the end of his wicket-keeping gauntlet on that, that would have surely been 4. It was nice. It just bounced in front of him.
It's a funny little over this, isn't it? It no longer really is the idea to get the boundaries in the first 4. You're going to want to walk off not out at lunchtime, but then you're also going to have to think about, well, who starts the afternoon session?
Yeah, absolutely. Wide on the crease again, banged in, pulled around the corner. It's right between the 2 men and goes for 4.
Wow.
And there was not a great gap between those 2 men, and that was beautifully played yet again by Justin Broad. Picked his spot. Absolutely bisect. There it is. You can see the 2 men there, and it's right between. Anywhere other than that line, that specific line, it doesn't go for 4. Brilliantly played. That's not going to help Tom Helm calm down at all, is it?
Certainly not. Not going to cheer him up whatsoever.
No field change for the 4th ball of the over. I expect a single to ensue. That's got to be a wide. That is a wide. That's overhead high. Square leg umpire, miles away. I think he's seen some of Justin Broad's square back shots through the leg side and thought, actually, I'm going to give myself a look. He's so far away. I mean, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He would be on the 12th wicket away from the actual match pitch. I mean, I couldn't stand there. I wouldn't be able to see the stumps from there. So, 4th ball of the over again. And they do take a single. There's a thought of 2.
I think he saw what happened to Ben Geddes at short leg and thought, I'll give myself a few extra yards to get out of the way of one of these Justin Broad sweep shots.
The square leg umpire is on the, just been on the radio. It's got a signal from the standing umpire. I think they lost count of how many balls were to go. There are 2 balls left in the over. Really, for Lloyd Pope to survive, hopefully he gives us something to enjoy in terms of telling Justin Broad what the ball was, because I'm really enjoying his signalling. His signal of a slower ball was brilliant earlier. Both arms over his head. A bit like a Merv Hughes warm-up. Anyone can remember that. 2 balls to go. The field is very, very tight. There is a 3rd man for the nick. Got a 4 there earlier. And he squeezed that one away down to fine leg. No, no, no was the shout. And so Lloyd Pope's got 1 ball to survive, to walk in, not out, and to walk in, not out as part of an 81-run partnership.
This has been a remarkable morning session. I know we've had half hour extra to help or make this more remarkable, but it really has been, hasn't it?
Brilliant.
A 4th first-class 100 this year for Saif Zaib, and a good partnership between he and Lewis McManus.
Oh, and they're going to get 2, I think. That's the number they want. It was brilliantly half-stopped by the captain at short extra cover. Otherwise, it was going for 4. Lloyd Pope moves into double figures. He's on 11. Northants are on 433 for 9. Northants lead by 20. The partnership is 83. Justin Broad, give him a knighthood on 68 not out. Well done, Saif Zaib, for his 4th 100 of the season. Well done, Ryan Higgins, for a hat-trick. You don't get many of those in your career. And it's been fantastic. Fantastic cricket all round. Really enjoyed it.
It really has. It was about midday, wasn't it, when Saif Zaib fell for 102. The hat-trick followed pretty quickly afterwards, and you were at that point thinking, oh dear, this could be this could be looking like an opportunity for Middlesex to set something up. But as it is, that has been one of the best partnerships you'll ever possibly see here at the County Ground, led by Justin Broad, Lloyd Pope valiantly supporting him. And they'll be coming back after lunch, as will you and I, Rowie, after we've had a breather. We're powered by Daffabet, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes for the afternoon session.
Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
Well, actually, there's some water there if you need it. Just there, but you might be all right, just in case it gets a bit too much.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched the quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
That's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched the quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched the quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
This match is about 30. Return is available from Saif Zaib, first one. Your match referee is Saif Zaib. Your score is not shown. Middlesex is field, captained by Rothesay.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the County Ground in Northampton. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe, powered by Daffabet in the afternoon session for this county championship clash between Northamptonshire and Middlesex is about to get underway. We had an extra half an hour for lunch. If you're wondering why well, if you think we're late back, that's why. We're not late back, but we had an extra half an hour for lunch. Did you enjoy your lunch break? Or did you have anything good? How was your ham sandwich, Rowie?
It wasn't a ham sandwich. It was an Italian meat panini.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it? Bit spicy for you, was it?
It was a bit spicy. I got stuffed actually because I went in this morning on the way through, and for once remembered to buy myself some lunch, which I did. But I asked what they'd got, and the lady in the Italian shop, who this particular one is Italian, got the most beautiful Italian accent, and I wasn't really listening to what she was saying. I was just listening to the lyrical words coming out of her mouth, and it was beautiful. So I ended up going, "Oh yeah, that's very interesting. Thank you. I'll have that one." And blew my head off. Yeah.
Brilliant. Did you know what's in it or not? Or you just have no idea?
Rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel. Sam Robson from the Lynn Wilson Centre End. And Justin Broad takes the one off the first ball of the over.
I think he misread that. Firstly, I think he thought he'd hit it harder than he had. And the second thing is it's a left-hander running to his left into deploy who hasn't fielded here throughout the game. So I think those two things confused Justin Broad a little bit.
First ball after lunch as well, a little bit of a reset. Everybody needs to figure out what's going on again. We'll see George Grimshaw in a minute in the high vis come down, won't we? And just say,
another message.
Lads.
I'm not sure I'd choose George Grimshaw for a very important message.
I think I would. You'll get it quickly. Short strides across the few steps, isn't it? Pope's on strike. Robson bowling. I wonder if they'd have had Robson bowling this over had Pope started on strike for Middlesex. But, I mean, they just need to get this done, don't they, really? They trail by 21 now. They really do need to get this done and dusted as quick as they possibly can and get out there with their pads and their bats and see if they can set something up for the remainder of day 3 going into day 4. We still haven't seen anything particularly turn sharply off the surface.
Not sharply. It is turning, though. I think more balls are turning, but as we said this morning, it'll be the sharpness that they turn at that's the key thing.
Well, that is flighted, isn't it? Which is a bit of a tempter there for Lloyd Pope. Plays a nice cover drive, to be fair, but goes straight to the man. And 2 balls left in the over, so some boundary riders go out, try and entice Lloyd Pope and Justin Broad into taking the single. See if they can keep the number 11 on strike. He's on 11 off 54. He does play it nicely and looks at the single, but wisely, along with Justin Broad, turns around and says no.
I'll tell you what else I did at lunchtime, as well as get my face burned by the Italian panini. Because I caught up briefly with Peter Willey and with Alan Tate, both former players at Northampton. It's always a pleasure to see those two guys.
Both well?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Peter obviously will be the more well-known because the longer and more successful career overall. But Alan Tate also came down from the northeast, left-handed opening batter, and was a talented young batter, but wasn't really able to deliver his very best work over a long period. Enjoyed being a county cricketer, if I could put it that way, but then went on to play successfully for a number of years at a few clubs around the place, but in particular at the old Northamptonians just down the road, where he opened the bat in there for a number of years. And he's a character. Always got a wisecrack, but he's a big supporter of Northamptonshire cricket, and it's great to see the two of them over there. I'm looking straight at them now as they're out the front of the groundsman's hut, sharing stories and anecdotes, no doubt.
Is that Craig Harvey as well down there?
It is, yeah.
Talking about pitches and grass.
Yes. Root growth.
Right.
Hit rates.
Got a bit murky.
It has.
I think we're meant to get any moisture at all, but it's pretty murky outside. It's pretty dark now. Clouds drifted over the top. Higgins to open the bowling from the David Capel end this afternoon. Justin Broad's on 69. His third first-class 50 of his career.
The lads will have an eye on the CB round from Justin Broad, won't they? He wears number 75, and his career best is, I believe, 75. So he's 6 short of that and 7 short, therefore, of a CB round, which gets everyone interested. It's been phenomenal, this partnership.
It's been very, very good. That's nicely played. They're going to look for 2. I think they're only going to get 1, though. Justin Broad just throws his head back in disappointment.
They're finding it tough, aren't they? That's the second time that's happened, and Justin Broad is disappointed. He's also laughing at himself. Oh, I'm sorry, because they've taken 2 singles that are outside of their plan. That isn't their plan, to get Lloyd Pope on strike to face 4 balls of the over. That isn't their plan, but that is what's happened as a result of that single.
Yeah, it was May 2024 that 75 came up at the county ground at Derby. 75 off 143 deliveries, including 8 fours. Big partnership with Rob Keogh. Scored 102, 220 that day.
So Middlesex have got what they want. They've got Lloyd Pope in their sights and 4 balls, potentially 4 balls at him anyway.
Yeah, catches in on the leg side. 2 catching mid-wickets. Defended solidly again by Lloyd Pope. I don't think either of these two would have taken their pads off when they walked up, so they were enjoying themselves that much.
Went over and had a net.
Just sat there, stood there at the doors of the dressing room, just waiting to go.
Brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. As I wandered around here to get my coffee, bumping into a couple of members on the way as well, and everyone with a big smile on their face. They've loved that. It's been really entertaining. Well played.
It sounds like it's hitting the middle of the bat quite often for.
He's got a nice bit of wood there, hasn't he?
Lloyd
And you know, he's moving nicely now because that was an authentic front foot defensive shot, wasn't it? When he first, well, for most of his innings, rather than when he first came in, he's been stuck on the crease. The front foot hasn't gone forward. It did there. He hasn't yet had a bumper from Higgins. He's faced a number of bumpers in the balls that he's faced.
Yeah, man goes out deep backwards square, and the fielder drops it to deep third as well. So whether this is a short ball, whether it's a attempt just to get him off strike, it's a Yorker in the end, which is dug out by Lloyd Pope. I suppose it's difficult for Justin Broad to start the way that morning session finished for him. He's got to get himself back in, hasn't he? He can't just turn up and start sweeping and reverse sweeping from ball. I don't think it'll take him long to get that confidence, but
no, it won't take him long, that's for sure. But yeah, restart, because there's power to add, isn't there? I mean, it looks like they've not just banked the 80 odd and said, okay, well, we're going to get knocked over at some point. And they're actually, I mean, look at that. That is right in behind it from Lloyd Pope. And they've got their eyes on something special here. They've got their eyes on, I think, 100 partnership.
Yeah, with the 60 overs remaining in the day's play, Northamptonshire lead by 22. Not going to bat for 60 overs. You bat for another half an hour here and you get that lead up to 50, 60.
Absolutely, and that's absolutely the way to think about these things, is small targets. Give yourselves targets that make them very achievable and realistic. So it wouldn't surprise me if more than one of the Northants backroom staff might have said, lads, you're pretty close to 100 partnership there.
Yeah.
Just as they wander past
off.
The two of them.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Lloyd Pope won't have been involved in 100 partnership. I'd be amazed if he might have been, but I'd be surprised.
Yeah, the odds would be in your favour to say that wouldn't be the case. Robson then continues, and there is that sweep shot from Broad. Call of no, it's well fielded by, is it Max Holden around the corner there?
That looked like a Holden-esque dive, yeah, I think it was.
45, keeps it to 0. And there's a sign of intent, which is matched straight away, isn't it? As Higgins comes out of first slip and reinforces the leg side.
I wonder if we're going to see that back of the bat reverse paddle sweep.
It's a relatively safe 2, isn't it, into the offside? If he plays it firmer, although I say that the man at cover is just going around to a deep cover point.
I think he just lets it hit the bat here, you know, because there's no slip in, he can get it just fine and run a very comfortable 2.
Get it past the foot. He gives himself room and goes straight through him. That's the end of the innings then. Justin Broad dismissed for 70. And the wicket goes to Sam Robson. That's it. 435 all out. And Northamptonshire lead Middlesex by 22 runs at the end of the first innings.
And a sorry end, and nicely bowled by Sam Robson. It was an unusual choice to go to him, but I quite liked it because I thought his first over, he bowled as kind of a have a look at something different yesterday, and it came out very well, and it's come out very well again there. So he does for Justin Broad, but not before Justin Broad and Lloyd Pope have put on a fantastic 85 for the 10th wicket, which has changed the face of this game, because when they came together, Northants were adrift by 60 plus and looking like they were going to get bowled all out. As they leave the arena, Northants have a lead of 22 and have the momentum with them.
They do indeed. It's momentum in their favour. Middlesex will be grateful that that's been done and dusted. I think if that had fallen before lunch, then it might have been slightly more momentum, but they had that chance to reset, didn't they? They're greeted by high fives by their interim coach at the bottom of the stairs. So the resumption of play will be 2:33. Heavy roller will make its way out to the middle. The wicket ends will get a brush, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes for when Middlesex start their second innings.
looking closely at the stats. The problem started by Gary Craig. Here's the analysis of the contract.
Well, here we go again. The players are back out there. The umpires are back out there as well. Middlesex have elected to have the heavy roller on this. Well, you can understand why. It's been a spicy, lively surface, isn't it, through the 7 sessions?
Don't use the word spicy after my Panini.
I was about to say it could be a sore subject, and it could be, to be fair. But it's going to be Liam Guthrie, the man with 7 wickets in the first innings, to take the new ball from the David Cathal end. There's 2 slips in place. It's Vasconcelos, Calvin Harrison. There is that man, Justin Broad, tucked around the corner at leg gully with Josh De Caires on strike, taking 1 and opening the batting for Middlesex. He'll be joined by his opening partner, Sam Robson, at the non-strikers end.
I guess if people are watching this on the live stream, then they're probably got half an eye on the test match. But if you haven't got half an eye on the test match, Ben Duckett has just got 100. It's dropped on 98, apparently, but he's got his 100.
Left armer Guthrie. Oh, it's round the corner again from De Caires. He does get off the mark this time. Single down to Lloyd Pope. Frustratingly, for those that may have been watching the test match, it's just started to rain in Headingley.
Oh, no, it was a leg by, actually, so he's not away.
Oof.
Oh, has it started to rain?
Yeah, they're off for rain.
Oh, no.
Grim up north, isn't it?
Oh.
See, that's why they've put 5 test matches down south in the next couple of years.
You love the south.
I've got to be biased, haven't I?
Swing.
A little bit of swing. Robson on strike. Nicely played, nicely timed, nicely fielded by James Sales. I think we need to see a marked improvement from Northamptonshire in a lot of aspects from what we saw on day 1.
Yeah, and I think we will. They'll have had, from what I pick up from talking to the odd player and the odd coach, most of the coaches are odd, is that communication is very direct, very clear, and it's supportive. But when they need telling, they get told very quickly, and then they move on. And I think that's very, very good.
Nicely played. That's flown through square leg for 4 by Sam Robson. Well, there's the account opens for Robson. 5 without loss. What a shot that is. We saw him play one of those to get off the mark on Sunday, didn't we?
Yeah, off Proctor, wasn't it? From the other end. And this was equally as good. Timed the ball beautifully there.
Made 14 in the first innings. Being caught by Calvin Harrison at second slip off the bowling of Liam Guthrie.
It was the one that went across him, wasn't it? And it was quite a wide ball that he kind of just fenced at. It wasn't really a convincing shot. Nicked it well caught. Gives me I don't know Sam Robson, but he gives me the impression that he absolutely loves. Comes from a cricket family. His brother, Angus, was on the staff at Leicestershire for a while, and his dad ran the indoor cricket centre at the Sydney Cricket Ground. So they're a cricket family, no doubt, and you can kind of see that the way he goes about his work. He absolutely loves it. He'll love getting that wicket as well. Getting his team off the field in only his 4th over. He looked better than a part-time leg spinner, I'd have to say that.
He certainly did. Good delivery, wasn't it, to get rid of Justin Broad. Broad did create a bit of shape, and that's going to race away to the boundary as well, I think. Is James Sales going to cut that one off? Oh, he does really well. That's a long, long chase for James Sales. It's going to be 3 for Sam Robson. Fielding in pairs. Sales does brilliantly. Broad is there to make sure that that ball does make its way in, and Middlesex don't complete a 4th.
What a lovely bit of camera work that was as well. Enjoyed that.
Superb work. Justin Broad comes back into leg gully.
Better camera work than the cricket I saw going on in the production room at lunchtime. There's a bit of tape ball cricket going on between the lads. Quite enjoyed that. That's well, but it's a much better line. He does, unlike, he's not the first left arm swing bowler to struggle for line at times, but does get a bit straight and opens up the leg side. Liam Guthrie, his economy rate isn't his strongest stat. What he brings is wickets, and he brought wickets in the first innings with a career best return. And it feels like he's an important part of Northampton getting these 10 wickets that they want to get.
It does, doesn't it? I mean, history, form, tradition, theory would suggest that he's going to need some help this time around, isn't he? He took 7 of the 10 to fall in that first innings. Would have spent a fair bit of time looking around to another seamer and thinking, any chance of picking up a couple here to help me out? So we are going to have to see a couple more, because the likelihood of Liam Guthrie taking another 7, you'd say would be unlikely.
Well, it's been a game of unlikely events.
It has,
hasn't it?
Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Oh, and that has flown through the leg side. Tim Robinson I think he's misread that a little bit at mid-wicket. Looked like he started to kind of move to his left. The ball went past his right. He wouldn't have got it anyway, but Robson adds another couple. He moves to 9. That scoring rate is so high. The score is already on 10. 10 off 7 balls.
Most of them square through the leg side, isn't it? I mean, the fans are trying to bowl straight, so that is going to happen.
Ooh. Good bumper, a skiddy bumper from Luke Proctor, and it's hurried Sam Robson. Manages to catch up with it in the end, doesn't he? And just kind of glove it round the corner for a single.
A long time ago now that Sam Robson played for England. I wonder I don't know. I'll look it up at some point. What year his last Test match would have been? How many Test matches? I don't know the answer to this. So we'll have a little quiz between us. How many Test matches did Sam Robson play? There we go. There's a question.
See, I'd take a guess. At about 2013 and 5. I don't know what your
right. Okay.
What your kind of numbers would be on there.
Right. Okay. I'm going to say I wasn't looking. If you saw me looking at my phone,
that's fine.
I got an unexpected credit going to my bank account, which is always a lovely moment. So I was checking where that came from. Okay, let me come back to that.
Onto the pad. There might have been a bit of inside edge on it, wasn't there?
Smashed that. You said 2013 and 5.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say I like 2000. So you had first mover advantage. Oh, that's fair enough. So I'll go 2000 and might go earlier.
Yeah, I don't think later's the right move.
I'm going to go 2011 and 11.
Okay.
To keep it easy. Right, here we go. Let's look it up.
I'd hope that the ECB gave more than 5 Test matches, but I do know they changed opening batters, like people changed their socks during that period.
There was a revolving door, wasn't there, in the change room? So, Tests, 7.
Oof.
11 innings.
Good try.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Beautifully played. That's going to be another boundary. Middlesex scored boundaries frequently in the first innings at a rate of about 55%. So far, they've got 1 in each over. So the score is 16 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, well, he certainly played for England in 2014. I can't find the answer to that question. Here we go. Last Test match, 2014. First Test match, 2014. There we go. Very good. That was very good from you, young man.
It was close enough, wasn't it? Wasn't quite the treble 20. It was just on the wire outside.
We had a player on our staff who was a good young player. Didn't train on. He was a good cricketer. Christian Davis, who will be known to local viewers and listeners. Christian Davis. Come back to that in a sec. And for a young man, was an incredible incredible cricket badger. And you could give Christian Davis 2 stats about an international cricketer of any nationality,
Hmm.
and he would tell you who that cricketer was. And he was right 99 times out of 100. It was absolutely remarkable.
So I quite like that. That feels like a really nice superpower to have.
He was impressive.
Wouldn't be that bothered about flying or breathing underwater, but if you could have an encyclopedic knowledge of a Wisden almanac, that would be good, wouldn't it? I don't know when it would ever come in handy.
Wet days, away trips,
Yeah.
long coach journeys.
Because even if you were an integral member of a pub quiz team, the likelihood of a cricket question coming up that's anything more than who captained England in 2005 is well, you have to have a really specific cricket quiz, aren't you?
Yeah.
I did a pub quiz a while ago, actually. Was it a pub quiz or not? I'm not sure. It was at the cricket club. But it was a pub quiz, but it kind of wasn't. And to make it extra crickety, they put a cricketing round in there.
Okay.
Now I'm quite good at this sort of things, and they were kind of the classic black and white photo pub quiz picture round. That is going to be close, isn't it? Oh, he doesn't hit. Proctor was quite a long way wide there.
That wasn't a good run.
I don't think that throw was particularly good either.
No, it was miles away.
Rowie. It was a scampered through. I mean, Middlesex have been positive.
Yeah, they've been positive at everything they've done, and I've enjoyed that.
And so they had that. They had black and white pictures of grounds and pictures of players, and you had to name the players, which I was quite good at, and then also put the player to the ground with regards to the nationality down the leg side, of which I was quite good at as well. And obviously, when the answer sheets went into everybody, it turned out that my team, or our team, was scored quite highly in that round. And then to make it fair, what they decided to do was actually kind of not include that in the actual quiz.
Okay. And how did that make it fair?
Well, because it meant that we didn't win. Because I had an unfair advantage or something.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Like, you know the answers. That's not fair. What quiz is it?
I don't know.
You Southerners are weirdos, aren't
I
you?
really don't know.
What's going on there?
I'm not sure. Guthrie, short ball, that's a good bumper as well, isn't it?
It's a quiz, but you don't actually have to know the answer. In fact, if you know the answer, that's a disadvantage.
But only if you know the answers. If you know the answers, then
brilliant. Yeah, that's just totally unfair.
we'll call it null and void.
Wowzer.
So I think we came second in the end.
And never went back.
Would have won by a distance had I not been cheated out of my great knowledge of identifying cricket grounds in murky black and white photos.
Sorry to hear that, Dan.
No, thank you. That's sincere as well from you, isn't it? Down the leg
It
side.
absolutely isn't, no.
Robson can't catch up with it.
Poor line, I'm afraid, Liam Guthrie. Poor line there. Too straight. I said after his last over, it is something that left-arm swing bowlers do suffer with. He's getting the right line, but too often, not just today, but in general, he has swung the ball from leg stump down the leg side rather than from off stump into middle and leg. Obviously, the benefit of that line is if stumps are in play, LBW's in play. Even more so that if it doesn't swing, the outside edge is in play. But if it's swinging down the leg side, you know, you don't get a lot for that. And so that's why he's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 8 so far.
Yeah, Luke Proctor continues. The Lynn Wilson centre end, 2 slips in place, and he's on the money. I wouldn't have said I've seen a marked improvement for the initial 3 overs from Northamptonshire with regards to consistency with the ball, and that kind of feels like the way to be successful with this Kookaburra cricket ball, isn't it? Just put it in the right place over and over and over again.
It's an underrated, I say every game, accuracy is underrated in this game.
And it's a good 2 deliveries from Luke Proctor. Tim Robinson at a very, very short mid-wicket as a catcher with the 2 slips.
I wonder what Lloyd Pope is thinking. He's the closest man to me here. He's at mid-on. And I wonder if he's thinking, I ran out of partners then.
I think he probably was. He was just getting going, wasn't he, as well? Just starting to see it nicely. Time it well.
Wider on the crease. Increases the angle. And as a result of that, it's tucked away for a comfortable single. That's very disappointing. the weather, that is what I'm talking about. The weather at Headingley. It's really disappointing.
No, it's a shame because it was all gearing up to be a fantastic finish, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
All those people that would have pulled sickies today and headed off to Headingley rather than go into the office, or oh well, I've got to work from home because my cat's got a headache type conversations. It's pulled away,
Sure.
cries of catch. It's going to land well short of Liam Guthrie at fine leg.
That was one of the better bounces. There's been a lot of bouncers bowled. It tells you about the lack of seam movement. A lot of bouncers bowled. That was one of the better ones.
It's with the new ball, isn't it? Hard, faster, off the surface a bit quicker. Tom Helm, when he bowled that spell, the ball was 30 overs old by that point.
Yeah. How quickly before we see spin?
It's got to be soon. Got to be soon, and it's got to be. Who would it be?
I think that was terrible English from me.
But who would you throw the ball to first?
In terms of spin?
Yeah. Robson's just got that one to Broad to grip, and he has got a few to grip.
I would. I'm torn. I'm weighing it up as a pretend captain. I like to be a pretend captain. I'm torn.
Well, let me kind of give you how I see it and see if it matches up with your
conundrum
thoughts. I'd say that Lloyd Pope is the leg spinner that really gives it a good tweak out of the hand. Puts probably the maximum amount of revolutions on the ball, I would say, out of the four of them. I'd say Harrison will provide you with a bit more control, but it will be less likely to really bite into the surface. A bit taller, maybe a bit of extra bounce from him as well. Rob Keogh should, in theory, offer you the most control as the finger spinner. And Saif Zaib's just got a knack.
Yeah. Yeah. That hasn't helped.
No, okay, sorry about that. Guthrie, anyway, he will continue, and that is flick through square leg for a single. I'd be giving it to Harrison. There you go. There's my.
Yeah, well, the two in my sights are Harrison and Pope, but I do like the idea of Keogh as well because he does give it an enormous rip. I think I want to get the ball in the spinner's hands while the ball's still hard, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to go double spin, and I'm probably going to go after about 8 overs. And we're currently, this is the 5th coming down. And I'm probably going to go one turning the ball in, one turning it away.
Mm-hmm.
So that means, well bowled, well played. That means Keogh, good line that. It's a much better line from Guthrie. Keogh one end. And I'm probably going to favour Pope at the other end.
Okay. Yeah.
Purely because there's not much between them. And you've highlighted their strengths. Control for Harrison, side spin more so for Pope, potentially at least. But I think Pope's off the back of a nice not out. He's put on 80 odd. He's feeling confident. This is a good time for him to bowl.
Yeah,
I think so. That just gets the nod for me.
Yeah, picked up the last wicket of that first innings as well, didn't he? That's pulled away, and is that going to be 4? Or is that going to be cut off? It's going to be 4. Just gets past that man, Lloyd Pope, down towards the Jackson Grundy. Got his own personal stand down there this afternoon. Whoever it was sat at the top row of the Jackson Grundy stand. It's been a nice 3 days to come into a cricket ground to watch cricket, hasn't it? It's not been too hot. It's been a nice breeze. Sun's been out. There's a couple just sat down in front of the digital scoreboard down by the supporters club. They look like they're just reclining on a pair of deck chairs.
Oh, that's nice.
Down by the marquee, and that looks lovely.
Well bowled. Well bowled. Nice length, nice line. And it was played comfortably in the end by De Caires, wasn't it? But he was not certain. There was a bit of indecision, play leave. And there was also a bit of indecision then, accelerate the bat, decelerate. And he just about sorted that out in time to decelerate the bat and run it into the offside. But it's a good line, that. And that's the beauty of that line, is it asks a different question. If it does swing, great. If it doesn't, you're still challenging the batter. There's nothing for down the leg side.
No, 2 left in the over. Boundary already conceded. That is on the money again. I quite like this. I do enjoy. I love the setup that they've got there. I don't know whether our man camera can pick that up between overs, but the blue jumper. Look, they've got their little picnic table out as well. Nice cold beverage.
They've
Just
got a bottle of wine there as well.
possibly.
That's what they
Possibly.
need. That's all that's missing.
It's a good setup. That they've got in early there, haven't they, to beat the rush to.
It's a very good setup until about 4:30. Because you know what happens at about 4:30.
the Wendell Pemberton with this bicycle rolls in. Last ball of the over, single taken to Saif Zaib, who just lets the ball just run across those wicket ends, make sure it's moving truly before he goes to pick that up. So the score then after 5, 25 for no loss.
And yeah, Luke Proctor taking his time here, which suggests that is he going to bowl? I don't know that he is. I think he's gone to spin very early, and he has. Okay, good. That's I said 8. I meant, and I kind of thought I didn't say it at the time, but it was 8 at most.
Yeah.
And I don't mind this at all. 2 overs, 0 for 10 from the captain. Get the ball into the spinner's hand with there's still hardness on the ball, because the seam will be harder and it might grip a bit more. I think that's a really smart move.
Yep.
He's gone to Pope. It's the way I would have gone that way, but it's very marginal, that. And I think that's Rob Keogh warming up at backward point.
I think it's Harrison.
Oh, you're right.
Rob Keogh's down here at mid-off.
You're quite right.
Harrison does.
Is Keogh the one with Keogh on the back of his shirt?
Do you know it is? It is. It's confusing, isn't it, when that happens?
It's confusing.
And they put the right jumpers on and the right shirts.
Thanks.
Harrison does enjoy a stretch, so I don't know whether that's kind of an indication that he'll be coming on soon, or whether it's just an opportune moment to get on the grass and stretch the back out.
I suspect Guthrie might have another one from the far end, but this is good. Spin on early. Northampton need 10 wickets to win this game, to have a chance of winning this game, I should say, rather than to win this game. Have any chance of winning the game, they've got to bowl them out. And spin has probably offered more threat than any other seamer than Liam Guthrie. So this is good. Good move.
Yep, I like it. It's positive. We've seen a lot of positive captaincy throughout the days so far. Field placements from Middlesex, some bowling changes as well. And this is another one of those, isn't it? Sam Robson got a bit of turn out of the surface with his couple of overs of part-time leg spin at the end of that Northamptonshire innings. So what can the Australian Lloyd Pope do? And there is a bit of turn, isn't there? There's two things here for Northamptonshire. Is one, is it going to turn? And two, are they able to build any pressure?
Yeah.
Because they've gone at 5s, which isn't going to be building any pressure. And actually, if they go at 5s, they are going to get to a stage where they're going to be able to pull out and give Northamptonshire a number to have a look at.
That's good.
But they need to find that bowling partnership to just apply a bit of scoreboard pressure to them. And they weren't able to do that on day one.
Yeah, they're inconsistent, wasn't it? The bowling overall was inconsistent. The over rate is +10. That's absolutely brilliant. That's never happened. That's nicely bowled.
That's settle in there, Lloyd Pope. But you can bowl there all day.
Isn't confidence an amazing thing? I've got a question for you at the end of this over.
Oh, I like questions from you, Rowie. Is it about cricket?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, I said kind of. It's absolutely about cricket, yeah.
And starts. Oh, I thought he was getting away with a maiden there. Gets past the dive of Tim Robinson. Luke Proctor keeps it inside the rope, and it'll be 2 off the first over from Lloyd Pope.
It's a lovely shout by one of the Middlesex batters there. Run them up. That's great. That's
old-fashioned.
It's a 1960s shout. I love that. It's lovely. Run them up. They ran 2 as well, chased actually, wasn't it, by Luke Proctor? Good start though from Lloyd Pope. Yeah. So my question is this: what does Tim Robinson make of domestic English cricket? It's his first game. He must be thinking, "This is weird."
I should imagine he's thinking it's pretty tough going.
This is weird. I come over. I'm here. I hear that the ball zips around all over the place. That's not true. I'm here as a batter. I've bowled 1 over, weirdly, his first change.
Yeah, with the new ball.
That's weird. Who did they think I was? And I've been given an LBW when it's going down the leg side.
Yeah. 2 slips in place. Guthrie does continue. Oh,
It's nicked and it's gone all along the floor pretty much. It bounced well in front of Vasconcelos. There's no chance of a catch. It kept low off the wicket. And Robson jabbed at it in a bit of a similar way to the ball that got him out, kind of jabbed at the ball outside his off stump. And that was almost a carbon copy of the ball that got him out.
It's a real daisy cutter, wasn't it? It wasn't that far short of Vasconcelos.
No.
Not to say that he needs to go any further forward. I think he's close enough, but it wasn't that far. And I think Calvin Harrison's just taken at least 3 steps forward in response to that.
Get your helmet on, man. He's too close there. I mean, he's not too close there, but he's too close for safety. I'm thinking of myself, my own cat-like reactions to a cricket ball.
The thing with that is the umpires will have a duty of care, won't they? And they will say to Calvin Harrison, if you get too close as he takes another shuffle forward, a second slip, that you will have to put a helmet on.
Yeah.
But you could be talking about one umpire one day thinking that's too close to the next umpire the next saying it's fine, and the difference of 12 inches, 6 inches.
Yeah.
Don't know. Anyway, first ball of the over went for 4. That's going to go. Oh, it's really well fielded. Rob Keogh make good ground to cut that one off. It's past Tim Robinson at short mid wicket. Calvin Harrison, I think, is getting warmed up and getting limbered up to replace Liam Guthrie from the David Capel end.
Middlesex already of that deficit that they faced of 22 has already turned into a credit of 9. It's been too easy already, hasn't it? It's just too many scoring opportunities.
It's just cruised along, haven't they? No huge question asked by the Northamptonshire seamers. The opening over from Lloyd Pope was good. I suppose the matchup of a leg spinner to the 2 opening batters is quite a nice matchup. They probably wouldn't have faced a great deal of leg spin. I mean, Sam Robson would have done, wouldn't he? He would have faced a lot of leg spin across the course of his career, but typically you wouldn't expect to see that or face that the 5th over of the day.
No, absolutely. It's not quite starting against spin, but it's close to it, isn't it? Which is a different proposition.
Yeah, not far away. That's tucked off the hip. Just be a single, though. James Sales is out on the leg side, protecting that boundary. Good news, they're back on at Headingley. Bad news is that Prashi Krishna has just picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley for 65. So England need 183 with 9 wickets remaining.
Well, it's good that they're back on. That's excellent news. Calvin Harrison is doing all manner of warm-ups. I suspect this will be potentially, I think it will be Liam Guthrie's last ball of this spell. The field change. Okay, another man is going out. Yeah, I don't mind that. So the guy who was at leg gully is going 2/3 of the way back on a similar line, sort of 45-degree line. And I guess the man at square leg, James Hales, needs to get in front of square. Otherwise, it'll be a no ball.
Tucked off the hip. It'll be another one of those singles down to a fielder on the leg side to complete the over. So if that is the end of Liam Guthrie's spell, that'll be 4 overs, no maidens, none for 20.
Yeah, it's simply, I mean, no lack of effort, of course. And there was a little bit of shape on offer, a little bit of swing, a little bit back into the right-hander. But the starting line too often in those 24 balls from Liam Guthrie was too straight. It was probably 1.5 stumps too straight, and he got worked into the leg side with no risk too comfortably there. He knows that. It was a good over, good starting over from Lloyd Pope. Just went for the 2, but he was there or thereabouts. Started, looks confident. He's got a short leg in Vasconcelos. First slip, who's a little wider than normal in Calvin Harrison. He can kind of stand where he likes because he catches everything, that fella. There's a backward point, extra cover mid-off. A man on the cover boundary for the drag down. Well, that's bounced and just evaded the gloves of Lewis McManus. Goes just off his left glove for a bye.
Did that just slide on, or was that a googly from Lloyd Pope?
I think it was a googly. It bounced a bit. So the leg side field, yeah, Vasconcelos at short leg. The captain's at mid-on. Tim Robinson is level with the bowler's stumps at mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, and there is a man on the sweep. Saif Zaib is 15 metres in from the boundary, just behind square on the leg side.
So McManus hasn't picked that, has he?
No.
And he's had a tough time on the first day.
I like Pope's line here. His length is slightly full, but his line has been really good. And the overcorrection allows Robson just to rock back nicely and cut it away to James Sales on the point boundaries for a single. Calvin Harrison continues to warm up, but just assume that Calvin Harrison is warming up until any of the news comes your way. And that has turned. He really did rip that ball. That was a different release. And really put maximum revs on that one. And it bounced and straightened. De Geer's got a good, thick outer third of the bat on it. But that's encouraging for the leg spinner. The harder ball is helpful to him, no doubt. He's just gone over length again there. And tucked into the offside just for a single. James Sales' hat has blown away, and he needs to be careful that it doesn't go under the covers, because if it does, he's gonna have to crawl under, but he's got it before it escapes him. So yeah, an encouraging second over. He started nicely as Pope off the back of that fantastic partnership for the 10th wicket with Justin Broad. 2 overs, 0 for 4. No great drama, I would say, from a Middlesex perspective, but from Pope's perspective, he'll be encouraged. He's got a harder ball now with a harder seam, and got one to bounce and straighten. This is double leg spin. So it hasn't been Rob Keogh to get the ball. It's been Calvin Harrison. So he can stop warming up now. So that's something. He's actually in the action.
There was a few that gripped. It still wasn't that sharp turn that you'd spoken about earlier on this morning, but a few did grip for Lloyd Pope. Leg spin from both ends. Can Calvin Harrison bowl as well as what he has done in the Northamptonshire shirt? You'd say he will be due a better performance than what he put together in the first innings?
Yeah, he's an unusual proposition as a leg spin, because with leg spinning, you often follow up with, lacks a bit of consistency. Well, Calvin Harrison doesn't. He whatever he lacks is not consistency, but he didn't bowl brilliantly in the first innings.
No, and against Gloucestershire as well, it always felt like there was a one in there, that he wasn't really able to string together 6 deliveries.
That's nicely bowled.
One thing, I'm going to stitch you up here, Rowie.
Oh,
You said to me before we started, when Calvin Harrison was warming up, he said, I'm quite good at picking leg spinners from behind the hand. And he bowled 2 googlies and a leg break.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it was both of us, but we couldn't tell the difference.
It was the googly was bowled from a very low arm, a relatively low arm, wasn't it? That's what really surprised me. Yeah, I'm absolutely no good at picking them front on, but from behind I've got half a chance. But no, he absolutely stuffed me. See if we can get it right from front on. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's the harder ball, isn't it? It's just bounced a bit. Now, I know what Lewis McManus is thinking. He's thinking, why haven't we got a silly point? Because he's kind of indicating that to the captain, and the captain's thinking about it. And actually, he shouldn't think too much about it. Get one in. Get in a silly point. Absolutely get one in. Is McManus going to talk to the captain about that as they cross paths? And the answer is no.
It'd be a good attacking move. And that's what Northamptonshire need to do. They need to attack.
You've got to attack. Be proactive rather than reactive. It's something that, we've spoken about it a few times, but to Middlesex's credit, they have been extremely proactive during this game. They haven't always been successful, but they've tried to move the game forward with the bat and with the ball and in the field. Pope's in good nick here. He has looked through his time with Northants, obviously predominantly in the T20 to date, He's looked maybe a little bit off his best and maybe a little bit down on confidence, but he's a number 11. But actually, the contribution he made in that partnership, that 10th wicket, will have given him some confidence. Took a very good catch down on the boundary, diving two-handed catch in the first innings. So there's other aspects of his cricket that will potentially help him feel a little bit more confident. But this is what he's paid for.
Yeah, of course. He would have joined up with the squad, wouldn't he, initially, to have been predominantly only involved in the Vitality Blast. He did go down to, I think it was at Taunton Vale that Northamptonshire second 11 played, to Somerset second 11, and did play some red ball cricket there. But it potentially wasn't on his list of things to do.
That has gone for 4. I was expecting a fielder to be involved in that. There's a big monitor in the way, so it must have missed Rob Keogh at mid-off. I don't know how that evaded him particularly. And we're going to see now. Oh, like that. Okay. So Rob Keogh's, I mean, basically Rob Keogh's too straight there. The leg spinner turns the ball away from the right-handed bat. It's only going to go further as it kind of arcs away a bit. He's just too straight and got beaten on the left-hand side. That's more of a line he needs to field. If it's an off-spinner bowling, the ball turning into the bat, he can go a little bit wider there. But that's where everyone wants him, so that's where he's standing, surprisingly. It does allow him to cut that one off, but he gets that from anywhere, really. The fielder at extra cover is just having an old-fashioned look at Rob Keogh just to see check on his line. That's Justin Broad. So the last ball of this third over from Pope brings Robson forward, brings De Caires forward. They do look similar in defence, actually. They do look similar in defence. But that's where Pope needs to be more of the time, being played predominantly off the front foot. There's a bird of prey.
Oh, they're back.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. The red kite. Obviously a cricket fan. Spent some time over the grounds yesterday.
Yeah.
They're stunning creatures, aren't they?
They're gorgeous, yeah. Quick change round. No wonder the over rate's so quick. Northampton quickly round between overs. Brings Harrison for his second over. And that's nicely bowled. He's maybe been a little bit more middle stump than middle and off stump. But his length has been pretty good. He bowled 7 balls, working his way into his spell. That's nicely, but nicely fielded as well by Vasconcelos on the bounce. Bounced and shot up, and yeah, he's just taken the applause there. It was a very good stop. Bounced quickly and got his hands up to shoulder height. That's nicely played, wide of mid-on, but Keogh runs around. So then you get 1, but there's no one on the sweep here. So sweep is open. There's a man on the paddle sweep who's at long leg, basically. Vasconcelos at short leg. There's a kind of catch in mid-wicket and a deepish, wideish mid-on. That's the leg side field. So sweep is open. Oh, that is nicely bowled. Slightly slower. Encouraging De Caires to work that ball into the leg side. And what he did well was he realised if he tried to flick it, it would have been a leading edge, and he just stopped that shot as well. Well adjusted, nicely bowled again by Harrison. You know, he looks threatening, doesn't he?
He does. He really does.
He is a good cricketer.
I don't think we saw a Middlesex batter play the sweep in the first innings. I don't think it was a shot of choice. I don't think they needed it, to be quite frank. I think that's possibly why they've left them open. Again, I don't know. It's
inviting, isn't it? It's an inviting area. But sweep has accounted for a number of dismissals, hasn't it? In a game where creating chances has been difficult, actually, those guys who have gone to sweep have often regretted it. So, yeah, do so at your peril. And that is exactly why Northampton have left it open. They've said, look, if you're brave enough, take it on. You'll get 4 if you get it away. But a few have Perish going that way. Again, Northampton very quick around between the overs. I'm not used to Northampton working at this tempo. It's nice to see. Well, that's really nicely bowled.
I mean, the score's gone up from 25 after 5 up to 44 off 11. So they'll feel like they've just started to be able to apply a bit of pressure with these two bowling in tandem, won't they? Which will probably give them encouragement to get around a bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, put simply, Northampton, to have any chance of this game, got to bowl Middlesex out. They've got to bowl them out as quickly as possible. Bowl more overs. It's kind of, it's not any more complicated than that, is it? But sometimes that's lost on cricketers, to be honest.
You've got to have a willingness as a team to do that, haven't you? You can quite easily just let it meander along, and all of a sudden you get to an hour before close. You go, right, lads, quickly round. Let's get a couple more, and you go, why didn't we do that from 1 o'clock?
Exactly that.
I mean, instead of 3 extra, we could have had 20 extra or 15 extra.
He's ripped that one.
And all the while that these two are going to bowl the way they're going to bowl, Luke Proctor won't be thinking about looking elsewhere, and they can apply that pressure and get around quickly.
Yeah, they got two the same in, and they are quite similar the way they shape up, these two batters. And it does mean that the bowler's got to, the more dots as he tries to drag down, and it's going to be hit away for 4. Well, that's going to happen. That's what happens with leg spin. It's nicely put away by Robson. Didn't ask any great question of him. He just had to pick the length, rocked onto the back foot, and he didn't panic. Just good contact. Gets away for 4. The leg spinner will bowl you that ball from time to time. It's inevitable. A wrist spinner is also a risk spinner to some degree.
I like that.
That was Terry Jenner. Got that from Terry Jenner. There's a name drop. That's nicely played on the front foot. So I wouldn't have known unless I looked at the scoreboard whether that was Robson or De Caires playing that, because they play the forward defence very similarly and very successfully as well. As Northants, look at, I mean, Lewis McManus is in position already. Crikey, got there quickly. But you're right, yeah. If it's good enough to rush round at 5:30, well, we'll do it at 2:30.
Yeah.
And they are doing, which is good to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to expend any more energy from doing it for 4 hours rather than 30 minutes, are you, really?
Play the game at your tempo. It's good. That's why the sweeper's there. Bit of insurance.
And it ticks another kind of box in an air of positivity.
Yeah,
it's something that we're in this trial period. We need to see things differently, and this is something a bit different.
It does. It's good to see.
Do you reckon that number on the scoreboard goes further than +10, or do you think that's maxed out at that point?
I think what happens is if Northampton ever get to +11, there's an explosion.
Just a bit of smoke just pops out.
And we win the game. Oh, that's nicely bowled. The previous ball was an over spinner. And that one, he just held that back. There's very subtle variations. David Willey used the word about Calvin Harrison yesterday when he was in the box. He said control.
Mm-hmm.
He said he brings amazing control for a wrist spinner. And yeah, he's seen a few around the world, hasn't he, David Willey, in all the cricket he's played.
He does, and he was quite vocal in his desire to get him down the M1 as well, wasn't he?
Wasn't shy.
I want him in my dressing room now.
I mean, is kidnapping too strong a word for the intent that David Willey had there? Well bowled.
No, I think he'd probably do it justice. He's in good form, good spirit yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was.
Really good to be joined by the Steelbacks captain about 15, 20 minutes before lunch on day 2. Just knocked on the door and popped in the commentary box for a stint.
And he is the currently the MVP in the T20 Blast nationwide, and by some distance as well. I don't. You may know this because you're younger than me and smarter than me. I don't know how those calculations are made, but basically speaking, you get runs for performances, wickets, runs, economy rates, catches, etc., and they aggregate them and they put it into this machine called a computer, and it spouts out who's got the most points. And the person with the most points in the country by a distance at the minute in T20 cricket in this year's Blast is David Willey. And Northampton have a few in that in the upper echelons. Well, Ben Sanderson is right up there, and one or two others. That's good to see.
Certainly is. Ben Sanderson enjoying his time with that white kookaburra in hand. I dare say he's probably quite enjoying having his feet up this week.
Well, he's just become a dad for the second time.
Maybe not having his feet up this week.
Maybe not, no. So congratulations to all involved in that. It's another Sanderson, another daughter he's got. So congratulations to the Sandersons. Meanwhile, Lloyd Pope building his spell. Just varied his pace a little bit. Rob Kerr is still quite straight there. I mean, that's where they want him, obviously. He hasn't wandered. He's not a wanderer. He's too good for that. He's quite straight at mid-off. That has turned considerably. It was the one that he rips. It's going to go down as 4 byes, which is, I know my colleague will have something to say about that, because it was very wide, wasn't it? It turned from wide to wider, and it turned quickly. And Lewis McManus threw a glove out, threw his right glove out, couldn't get it, and Calvin Harrison threw his left hand out. And if he couldn't get it, nobody could. It ran away for 4 byes, which is harsh on the keeper, but it's encouraging. A spin. And that was slower, and it was straighter, and it turned a similar amount.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Lewis McManus has had a pretty tough time here with a couple of those decisions, and just a bit untidy by his standards. He'll just need to make sure that he keeps his head. I think you made a good point about keeping your eyes above the boundary boards, and he needs to do that, because these opportunities are going to be infrequent, and when they turn up, you're going to have to take them.
There it is. There's the googly. 3 big leg spinners followed by the googly. Was waiting for that. It was a pretty good over. It did go for the 4 byes, but it was a maiden. So the leg spinners in unison have bowled now 8 overs for 17 runs. So they're going just over 2. So they've dragged the scoring rate back down. And whilst there's been no real scares yet for Middlesex, they have challenged. It's been more challenging. This 8 overs of spin has been more challenging than the 6 overs of seam that preceded it. I think it'd be fair to say that. They've bowled well in tandem, these two. That's nicely played. Just turned away by Robson very delicately. The ball ran across the old wicket ends. He picks up a couple. He's on 29. The partnership's 55. Josh Care's on 20. And they've done exactly what they've needed to do. Get themselves in. Another fielder comes closer. So James Sales, who was on the long leg boundary, has come up to just behind square on the leg side to prevent that easy escape. Harrison just drags his length back a little bit, and Sam Robson delicately runs it down to the 3rd man boundary. It's a good chase and a very good slide and knock back in by Lloyd Pope. They only get 3. It looked like it was going to be 4 for all money, and Lloyd Pope taking his time getting back to his position at point. That was a long chase. And it was 4.
I think that one might have, well, it's gone down as 3, but I think if the TV umpire was around, I think that might have been worth a look, I think, that one.
That's a good run. England 2 down in the test match. Ben Duckett still there, not out on 121, but Ollie Pope has been bowled by Krishna for 8. 2 4s in his 8 and gone. Joe Root's at the crease. It's going to be a good finish, that, I think. One thing that that Robson has done well here in this over in particular, but will do well because he's very good. He will make sure that any scoring opportunity he gets, he's not going to miss out on, because he knows he's got to keep the board ticking. Do not let them settle. Do not play in a way that puts no pressure on the bowler. So you bowl me something I can score, I'm going to score off every opportunity I get. And there's an example of that. It was over length. It was a poor delivery, the poorest delivery that we've seen from either bowler. It was a full toss in at leg stump, and it was clipped away nicely. I really like the way Robson has played here, because he doesn't overhit. He makes sure that the middle of the bat gets the ball and the outfield will do the rest. And he doesn't overhit. He just takes his runs nicely, so accumulates well. So that's a 6-ball boundary, 63 for no wicket, 15 overs gone. And having said only very recently that the leg spinners have brought control, there was a lack of control in that over, and it was milked for 9, I think, in total.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that should prompt any form of change, though. I'd like to see long spells from Pope and Harrison. Give them a real chance to settle in, find a rhythm, try and set up a batter. As you said, they both play leg spin very similarly. So
2-2-2 was the shout. It's going to be 1-1-1.
Because I think you could bowl a loose over, and with the options that Luke Proctor has, you could quite easily slide down the route of, okay, cool, we'll chuck the ball to somebody else. And
Yeah, I agree. If you have a bad over, within a good spell, keep going for I like that, come back. Just a bit wide again from Lloyd Pope. The previous ball was only 1 rather than the 2 that De Caires wanted initially. I mean, he was shouting 2 as in look for 2 rather than it's going to do it. But James Sales fielded that brilliantly and kept it to 1. Done a good job out there on the point boundary. That's flatter and a bit quicker. And they should have got 1 there, to be honest. And Justin Broad has hurt himself a wee bit. He hurt his ankle when he was batting. And he's feeling his ankle a little bit there as well. But he's quickly back into position. That was a deliberately quicker ball from Lloyd Pope, but he dragged it down a bit, and Robson picked the length very quickly. So, yeah, the last 9 or 10 balls, there's been quite a lot of runs scored off them. Just really not quite accurate enough, the 2 leg spinners. That's better. That's where we're living. But we are seeing a lot of cricket in a short period of time, because the over rate is off the charts. These 2 getting through their overs really quickly. And that is a drag down, and that is 4. But I haven't seen the umpire signal 4. Have you?
I haven't, but I heard the ball crash into
4.
the boundary rope.
I mean, come on. The modern day umpire doesn't have much to do, does he? You got to signal 4, man, for goodness sake.
Otherwise, you do slide down that route of being a hat stand.
Count to 6, call over, give people out now and again, and signal your boundaries. It's not hard, is it? It's like 25% of his job.
Would you ever fancy that?
Being an umpire?
Yeah.
I'm a terrible umpire.
No, but did it cross your mind at any point in your? No, okay, fine. Ever do it at the club level?
I did it in warm-up games here, and I've got a story for you. The feedback that I got
from your own staff or from the opposition staff?
From everyone. I was terrible. I'll tell you a story about how bad I was in a minute. Oh God, I was terrible. Calvin Harrison, he's not terrible. He's very good at this. Just slightly short of a length. Yeah, we were in the West Indies and we had a game against like a West Indies. It was called the Universities, but it wasn't the university. There were a couple of universities, and there was the best club players. And Raymond Reefer, the Test player, was playing in that game against us. And I was going to do the first half, and which I did as umpire at one end, and Rips was doing the other bit. And I did our bowling bit and Rips would do our batting bit, just to be out there and have a chat with the guys and so on. And it looked like it was going to work well until this happened, which was Stephen Crook was bowling. We were playing at Windward Cricket Club. It's a nice ground out near the airport, Barbados. And Raymond Reefer, the test player, is batting. He's a nice guy. I had a bit of a chat with him. And it was a 50-over game. And at one point, he came down the wicket, Steve Crook, had a massive swing at it. Missed it. The ball went through and then swung after the bat massively. And Adam Rossington dived full length, couldn't get hold of it. And it went bounce, 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 smashed into a tree for 4 byes. So I'm signalling 4 byes. Here I go, signaling my 4 byes very elaborately. At which point I see Raymond Reefer walking off the field. And I don't see anyone walking towards him with gloves or a drink or anything. I'm about to call over. I think, well, what's he doing? We're not ready for a break, are we? And he smiles at me, takes his hat and smiles at me. And someone says, Rowie, that's out. And it had actually hit the leg bail. So I've signalled 4 byes. And yeah, I mean, I got hammered for that.
I can imagine.
Hammered.
I would imagine, and I can't say for certain, but I would imagine there would have been some form of fining system and fines master involved with a tour like that. And
Oh yeah.
I would imagine and hope that you made the book, and I would also like to hope that it was a decent fine as well.
Yeah, fines night in pre-season. Good fun. Very good fun. We had some good fines chairmen over the years. Stephen Peters was very good at that role. I did it myself. Steve Crook was good. David Sales was legendary fines chairman.
You can have a lot of fun, can't you, with those?
So back to here, present day. We're going to see a bowling change. Lloyd Pope is off, and Rob Keogh is into the attack. He's had a quiet game so far, Robbie Keogh. Batting at number 9, as we said this morning, will never have found himself at that position. And rather than prove that he shouldn't be there, unfortunately, he kind of walked past one from Ryan Higgins and got bowled around his legs first ball. So it wasn't what he wanted, but he's got an opportunity here. And this is the way he needs to look at this. I've got a real opportunity here to make an impact on this match. And it feels an important opportunity for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Got a short leg and a slip. We know he gives the ball a good rip. Got massive long hands, long fingers, and that's not a bad start. That's a lovely bit of drop on the ball. What a lovely way to start. That's come out feeling lovely, I would imagine.
That's turned nicely as well, isn't it?
A lot of skin on the ball there. Well bowled.
So it's 6 overs for Lloyd Pope, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. We both said about a long spell.
Yeah.
I suppose the trade-off for it, the caveat is the fact there are other options and potentially worth having a look at somebody else and say, well, is this the key to unlock the door?
Oh, there's spin there, isn't there? I quite like the idea I said earlier. I did like the idea of one bowler bowling, turning the ball away and one turning it in. We went for both turning it away. They both lost their length a little bit during. Oh, has he got a little nick on that?
Yeah, I think so. There's a nice,
yeah,
nice patch of rough there, isn't there? Just outside the off stump of De Caires.
This is a really good start from Rob Keogh. Landing it nicely. So much so that he's brought out the reverse sweep, and that's beautifully played. Really nicely played by Josh De Caires. Let's say that first and foremost, a great shot. But it's also a shot in response to, I'm not just going to let him keep landing it in that. David Ripley would call that a cobble pot. There
Okay.
you go. So we might need to look that. I think it's a Yorkshire thing.
It sounds like it. I'm a bit scared to Google it.
I think you're safe. I think it's like a pot of stones, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I never found out. 2-2-2 called again, and this time it is going to be 2-2-2. Slightly further for James Sales to go to his right. A long run, actually. He's on the best part of 30 metres there. nicely played, but that's not a bad. And Rob Kerr's got them driving. That's not the end of the world, because the ball that's driven is not miles away from the ball that turns back through the gate. Oh yeah, he nicked that one back onto his pad, didn't he? On the third ball of the over, and it was after that that the reverse sweep came out. So a good start, promising start from Rob Kerr. He went for 6, but it was a better over than that. Northants need 10 wickets, and they won't mind De Kerr's reverse sweeping particularly. And I say it's a sort of a compliment really to Rob Kerr. He's saying, I don't want to defend that with a straight bat because that might turn back and catch me in front. There's a short leg there. I might nick it into my pad. Actually, reverse sweep is the option I need to go with. And he played it well. And that's another drag down, unfortunately, from Calvin Harrison, and has been comfortably put away again by Sam Robson. He has had a few of those, and each time he's dismissively hit it away for 4. That was the shortest of them all. And he's plenty good enough to put that away. So a disappointing start to the over. There've been a few boundaries now, 3 boundaries in fairly quick succession. And that's out. That's turned past the out. That's not out. Okay. Well, there was a noise that seemed to be when the ball turned past the bat. Ricardo Vasconcelos is doing his best impression of a double teapot. The lads are looking at their shoes. I think the general thought that was probably out. Sam Robson turned away very quickly. Now, can't read too much into that. But it was given not out pretty quickly. I think there's a bit of confusion out there. So if that wasn't bat, what did it hit? We'll probably see on replay that it's nowhere near the edge of the bat. Did you hear a noise?
I must admit, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't hear a noise. I certainly didn't after it was given not out as well. It was kind of silence descended on Wantage Road, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From every corner. Obviously, a few spectators down below us can just hear through the effects mic murmurings of a conversation, can't you? But like all of that just died out for a moment.
It was a very good response is what it was from Calvin Harrison. That was a very good ball as well. I think that was the googly, and he does bowl the googly with a lower arm.
What are we checking here? Off the helmet of Lewis McManus, was it? Do we need to have a concussion check for Lewis McManus here?
Well, how on earth did that get onto his head?
Has that gone through? Was it a googly? Was it a googly from Calvin Harrison? I think it was.
It was, yeah.
A bit of extra bounce, and I think it might have gone through. Well, evidently missed everything. If it hadn't have missed everything, it would have been out because it was well caught by Vasconcelos at short leg, and I think it's just hit Lewis McManus in the grill or on the visor, looking at the Northants players down there. Out comes the Northamptonshire physio. Drinks for the 2 Middlesex batters. It's warm out there, isn't it? It's deceptively warm, actually. There is a breeze blowing across, but here is a replay. We're not sure of what, but we've got a replay. Oh, has it got Lewis McManus under the chin, maybe?
I think it did. I'd like maybe have another look at that one at some point. How about a little run around the country? I'll start us off.
Yes.
And then you can, because you're good at this.
Where are you starting us? Headingley?
I'm going to start at Headingley.
Okay, you do the fun bit, and I'll do the donkey work.
Actually, no. We're going to have a look at this replay first of all. Here it goes. I reckon there might be a bit of something in that, you know. I think there might be a little bit of glove in that. Anyway, we'll never know. England are 200 at Headingley. I'm going to do this in the style of Dan. They're heading England 229 for 2, requiring another 140 run one. Oh,
to be fair, you've nailed the style of me because you've got your tongue twisted and you don't know where it's going.
England need 141 more to win. Ben Duckett is 127 out. Joe Root is 10 not out. If it stays fine, that will be that could well be a fabulous victory for England.
quite like chasing it Headingley, don't they?
They
All of
do.
those naysayers and doubters that said Ben Stokes got it wrong at the toss on day one. What do they know? What do they know?
It was a very good comeback, wasn't it, with the ball? That's for
Super
sure.
triple wicket maiden by Josh Tong yesterday. Yes, we're starting Division 1 up at Chesterler Street in Durham, or for Durham against Sussex. Sussex lead by 86. 361 plays 327. And Sussex are 52 for 3. James Coles, who made 100 in the first innings, is 20 not out with Daniel Ibrahim.
I like him.
James Coles.
I do like
I think
him.
he's going to be a terrific.
Going to see a replay of this. Oh, that was the
caught behind appeal.
Yeah. I'd like to say that one more time and have a look at the non-striker, because that'll tell us what we need to know.
Chelmsford, Essex are 30 for no loss. They trail Hampshire by 127. Hampshire made 453 in their first innings. Liam Dawson scored another 100.
Well bowled, Rob Keogh.
Over at Edgbaston, Somerset, 498 all out. Tom Kohler-Cadmore scoring 100 at the top of the order. Warwickshire, 317 for 6.
Oh, well bowled, Rob Keogh. Interesting there that Robson, for the first time, advancing down the wicket. It's only a small thing, that, but it's again a nod to, we think Rob Keogh's bowling pretty well here. It's early in his spell, but they already know he's bowling well. And they already know what a good bowler he is, and they can't let him settle. The reverse sweep came out, and now a little chassé down the wicket.
Yorkshire trail not by 178 runs. Yorkshire are 309 for 5 in response to Nottinghamshire's 487 all out. Finlay Bean 177. And we have one result in this week in the Championship. And that's over at New Road, where Worcester's 2025 continues to get harder as they've lost to Surrey by 9 wickets. They were bowled out for 125 in their second innings.
Who bowled them out there? Have you got that handy done?
Yeah, Nathan Smith, 6 for 38. Matt Fisher, 4 for 47. And then 53 for 1. Ryan Patel, 35 not out to confirm and secure that victory for Surrey over at New Road.
Yeah, they're having a tough time, aren't they? The pairs. Well fielded, Vasconcelos at short leg. You know, who knows? I reckon that might well have been caught behind the Robson edge. Just had a good look about it, didn't it?
Yes, it's really hard to say, but
it is.
Yes, it did look. It looked like good cricket, but we can't be sure.
No.
Division 2, obviously we've got the game in front of us unfolding. Leicestershire declared against Glamorgan 576 for 7 in their first innings.
Well, that's timed beautifully. There's a bit of pace off from Harrison, hoping that the ball would be lifted to a fielder, and it was it was not a half volley. It was timed beautifully by De Caires. Gee whiz, that's a good shot against the spin. He's played it through, well, essentially wide mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And timed it absolutely brilliantly all the way for 4. James Sales did his level best to drag it back in, but he couldn't. 88 for no wicket.
I don't think James Sales will want to see the replay of that one too many times.
Oh.
I'm not sure level best is the...
Oh, was it not?
I think he's kind of slid around it.
Okay.
Not quite to the standard of Eskenazi that we saw this morning, but it's there or thereabouts. Yes, what's happening at Grace Road? Hundreds for Sol Budinger, Ray and Ahmed. 576 for 7 declared. And then Glamorgan have lost one early. They're 21 for 1.
Oh, another ball that troubles De Caires. It went away off the wicket slightly, caught the leading edge as De Caires looked to play it into the leg side and run away just for a single well-fielded Lloyd Pope.
Glamorgan trail by 202. Gloucestershire lead Derbyshire by 4. They're 215 for 3. Derbyshire all out for 398. Cameron Bancroft, 107 not out in the second innings.
And that is out this time. He's got his man. That one hurried on. Robson on the back foot. He's picked length very well so far. He will be wondering, did I get the length wrong, or did it run a bit low? Did it keep a bit low to me? He'll want to have a look at the replay to see which of those two things was the case. It was straight. It looked a very, very good appeal. And the umpire this time puts his finger up for Calvin Harrison. So the partnership, which was a very handy start, 89 between De Caires and Robson's gone. Robson, who was playing very nicely, was on 48. And although there's been a bit of inconsistency from Harrison, he has brought threat with him. And such was the case there. It ran on and caught Robson on the back foot, pretty much right in front. And that ends the Middlesex opening partnership.
Yeah, it was worth 89, wasn't it? The partnership between De Caires and Robson. I like Proctor has kept Harrison on. Obviously, he's hooked Pope out from the Lynn Wilson centre, and he could have rotated. He could have switched them around. He could have looked back to Guthrie, who took 7 wickets in the first innings. He could have looked at Saif Zaib, but he stuck with him. Yes, he's bowled the odd boundary ball, but he has bowled with a decent amount of control as we get a replay of this wicket. The first for Harrison.
Oh, yeah.
Good googly as well, wasn't it?
Again, lower arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the tell, isn't it? Because actually the wrist looks
very similar. And most guys who bowl a googly will bowl it from a higher position rather than a lower position. But that's why it's difficult to pick, because it's from pretty much the same or slightly lower position than his leg spinner. And he probably has a couple of googlies, I would imagine. I would imagine he bowls one with a slightly lower arm, and I reckon he'd bowl another one with a slightly higher arm. That's the lower one. And it what it does, it not only does it turn, but it gathers as well. He loads it up with spin. So it's spinning very, very fast, hits the ground, gathers off the pitch, and actually did Robson for a little bit of pace off the wicket as well. And it hit him right in front.
It's a good opening partnership, though. 89, lead of 67. The ball is really starting to show signs of gripping into the surface with Harrison and Keogh bowling. Middlesex, if they can get a decent innings score here, they won't be that upset with Zafar Gohar in their squad.
No, there's a lot of cricket to play here, isn't there? Rob Keogh just bowled the ball to his captain at mid-off, but missed him. The ball ran out to the boundary. That's why the break was. But Rob Keogh started nicely. He's got a new batter, and he's got a left-hander in as well, Max Holden. So the off-spinner will enjoy that. Can he turn it off straight against the left-hander? He's currently, though, trying to work out a way to get past Josh De Caires' defences. He's played really nicely.
He has. He's 35 not out. Northamptonshire will be hoping for the classic bang bang, won't they? 1 brings 2. Getting close to, we must be getting relatively close to the tea break here as well. That's a over pitched, nicely put away by De Caires through cover. It was a bit of a rank one from Rob Keogh.
Yeah, that was a poor one, wasn't it?
Has started to turn. It's not going to turn from there. We obviously had that extra half an hour, didn't we? Which pushed us back through to a delayed start for the afternoon session.
What Middlesex have done very well here is, oh dear, they've just done the same thing, which makes my point really. When they've had loose balls to hit, they've not failed to score off every opportunity they've had, and most of those opportunities they've hit for 4, and there's another one. So back-to-back full tosses, back-to-back boundaries. And when you've just got a new batter in, you kind of just, the air's gone out of the balloon a little bit there. A nice tight over was what was needed. 2 balls left to come back. But he'll be disappointed, Rob Keogh, and so will his captain with those last 2 deliveries. Bounce back now, Robbie. That's where we live. Very big stride forward from De Caires, looking to smother any spin.
I think that's that kind of batting technique with that sharp spin that gets you in a bit of trouble, isn't it? With that, you can't go anywhere once you've made that movement. Unfortunately, really for Northamptonshire, but the positive for Middlesex is the fact they've had plenty of bad balls to score from.
They have had scoring opportunities, and they have taken them and put them away, as they should do. I don't think they've, I don't want to damn them with faint praise, because I think they've played what can you do apart from hit it for 4? That's what they've done.
Yeah.
But they have been a lot of long hops and a few full bungers that they've enjoyed tucking away. So the scoring rate is sort of closer to 5 than it is 4, and that's a problem
Yes.
because wickets are hard to come by. Trying to control, I know I sound like a broken record, but try to control the scoring rate, because if you do get wickets, then you're back in the game.
Well, this is the thing, and I mean the other thing to think about, and maybe I know that the classic that we like to talk about is let's not think too far ahead, but there will be an eye on now with regards to a number or a time period or something, and with wickets that are hard to come by, something is going to have to dramatically change for Middlesex, because they're in the running now. It's their job to control this game and not set something up. That's the wrong way to describe it, but it's essentially that, isn't it? It's create an opportunity to be successful here at Wantage Road. As Harrison continues, it's Holden on strike, who's yet to face, surrounded by fielders, and will get off the mark straight away. He loves batting at Northampton, doesn't he? Averages 40 here at the county ground. A lot of that would have come through that loan spell that he had earlier on in his career. Was it 2017?
Possibly. Sounds about right. Lloyd Pope needs to be on the single there. Don't let Holden off with a tuck off the hip first ball. I mean, if he wants to sweep early in his go, let him sweep it. But you get bowl 6 balls at him. That was you can't let him get off strike that easily there.
Well, they have, and he did.
You can't.
And there is another one that Harrison does get away with. But with that in mind, with regards to the time left and the difficulty of the wickets to take, we've got a session left today, haven't we? Tea is going to be soonish. I don't exactly know that they would have been adjusted following that delayed lunch break that we had.
Oh, it's nicely bowled. That's very nicely played as well.
What's the minimum that they're going to, or is it a game where you're happy to walk away with a point each, shake hands and say thanks very much?
I think Middlesex have to get themselves firstly into a position where they can't lose. That's the first job.
So something significant has to change, doesn't it? If that's going to be either you carry on and you bat for a long time.
Yeah. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. Very well. And again, yeah, that's okay, good. I want another catcher in. Max Holden's new to the crease. Yes, Harrison has bowled some drag down deliveries, but it's wickets you need. And a silly mid-off or a silly point is not a bad position. We know he can turn the ball both ways, and his googly really does gather off the wicket. You don't want one popping up to the offside and nobody in there. See that ball just there. Holden defended that very firmly, and that could have been a low catch to that fielder. Now, he wouldn't have played it that firmly had there been a fielder there. But what happens then is the ball turns more because he's playing it softly, and the short leg could be in play as it catches the inside edge. So I want to see Northampton being a bit braver here with their field. Yeah, the problem with that Luke Proctor will be thinking about is, well, we're going at the best part of 4.5, 5 and over.
Yeah.
I'm kind of going to say, so what? I'm going to say, so what? You need 9 more wickets, Proc. How are you going to get them?
Yeah, I agree with that. And there is a little mini session here as well, isn't there? That not much is going to change in. Well, I think you and I probably could have hit that one away for 4. Rowie, the drag down from Rob Keogh. Crunched.
It's funny. I mean, that's 100 up for Middlesex. And I don't know what percentage. I'm going to say 40% of those 100 runs have come in drag downs. At least 30%.
Yeah, well, that's what's that? That's the 14th boundary in the innings. They've all come as 4s.
That's 64%.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It's
50. 52 runs, isn't it? 56 runs of 103.
Yeah.
So around just over 50%.
Yeah.
Of that.
Drag that back well.
14 boundaries in 23 overs.
That's
Better.
well bowled. It's weird. It's been weird cricket because in between a lot of drag downs, there's been some really good bowling.
Mm.
Some really difficult balls, and I've asked questions of the Middlesex batters, and largely they've responded well to that.
I suppose from a batting perspective, with the way that Northamptonshire have bowled, you are able just to dead bat the good balls. You don't have to look to try and manufacture something from them because you know there's going to be something to score from in potentially the next ball or the not too distant future.
Definitely. It definitely takes the pressure off. No question at all. So we nearly had a silly point there. Vasconcelos was voting with his feet. He thinks we should have a silly point, and he's reluctantly gone onto the leg side to the left-handed Max Holden. Did he play at that? Not sure.
I'll err on the side of no, I think.
Yeah, I think
he's
so.
just pulled out at the last moment, hasn't he? Final ball then of Rob Keogh's 4th over. That is another drag down, which is going to be played out to Saif Zaib. This one will stay inside the rope. Just go for a single. End of the over. So Rob Keogh there has conceded 20 from his 4 overs. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20.
Now, I'm going to say 2 quick things here. Number 1 is it's very, very blustery again. The blusteriness has come back, and that can make particularly slow bowling difficult because one can catch the breeze and one can't, and it can affect the flight. Get all that, but we've got to be better than this. There are far too many balls that are just simple boundary balls. Far too many. It's not been good. In amongst that, there's been some good bowling, but bowling's about 6 balls and over, not 3.5.
Yeah, agree with that point. Calvin Harrison continuing. This will be his 9th in the spell. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28 for Harrison. It's got to be tempting to get Pope back into the attack, isn't it, from the Lynn Wilson centre end? That one off the inside edge.
I've got my man, though, haven't I? I've got my man on,
you have.
On the catch, albeit he's there late.
Got 2 under the lid around the bat. And I think as you say that...
But that was for the lefty, yeah.
He's just going to make his way out. So there'll be a first slip and a short leg for De Caires. Good start, good delivery by Harrison. Well fielded Rob Keogh.
Plays that well, doesn't he?
He does. Just kind of, well, he almost uses his body weight, doesn't he, to lean on it. And
that's a really good point, actually. I'll come back to that because that's well spotted. And it is an important point. Is when you're looking to go in the leg side there, a lot of players just try and do it with their hands and their wrists. And actually what De Caires is doing, he's getting his body weight that way as well. His body weight is going to the offside almost. And that means he's very close to the ball and the ball is under his eyes when he closes the face on it, and he hits it very hard as a result of that body weight transfer. Plays it very well, but it's the body that leads that. He plays it beautifully.
Yeah.
That one, that coaching tip, courtesy of David Houghton, who was big on that. Very good player of spin himself. A great batting coach. Great all-round coach.
Good over so far for Harrison. Just the one coming off the inside edge of Max Holden. The first ball of the over. Well defended by De Caires. Does get a big stride in. They'd love to take one with them here, wouldn't they?
Harrison looks the best spinner.
I would completely agree with you. I think we probably knew that coming into this fixture for Northamptonshire. There's obviously 4 in the 11 to choose from, with Saif Zaib being probably the 4th in the pecking order. That has gone in the air past Vasconcelos, but hit well enough to bring up Josh De Caires is 50 off 84 deliveries for Josh De Caires. on the stroke of what I think is tee, as the umpire just breaks the stumps at the non-striker's end. So at tee on day 3, 107 for 1 after 25 overs. Middlesex lead by 85 with 9 wickets remaining. Nice little 20-minute break for us and the players, Rowie.
Lovely.
Let's have a breather, get some fresh air, and we'll be back at 20 past 4.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again. Very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
And that's going to take some fetching. Goes again, very good. It will go all the way. Half a dozen more. Oh, wow, that's absolutely awesome.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Regime created 6. Deputy Harris and Matt Sullivan.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the county grounds. Players have made their way out to the middle. We're just about to start the evening session here on day 3 between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. We're powered by Daffabet on the live stream here at the county grounds. My name's Dan Chadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. And Rob Keogh is going to continue bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It was 4 overs before tea, conceding 20 runs. Middlesex 107 for 1 after 25 overs. They have a lead of 85. Josh De Caires is on strike. He just passed 50 on the ball before tea. And we're back underway, Rowie.
Got to build some pressure here, Northants. Rob Keogh did offer some threat with the ball, but he also bowled some, as have all of the spin bowlers, have bowled some very hittable deliveries, and Middlesex have cashed in very well against that. But it's about consistency, and don't go searchy. But he started very well. His first few balls were lovely from Rob Keogh. Came out of the hand really nicely.
That was a maiden in those 4 overs that have conceded 20.
Yeah. Two very sort of knee-high full tosses. One went through the offside, and the next one went through the leg side. Didn't help. That's nicely bowled. That's a lovely bit of flight. And I'm pleased to see that Northants have stuck with him. There'll be plenty of others who would have got frustrated and given him the shepherd's crook, but they've had a chat over tea, and the gist of it will be, how do we get 9 more wickets? And Rob Keogh is probably part of that, but he's got to bowl a bit better.
Yeah.
So give him another go. And this feels like a very important spell in the context of this game, for sure, but also possibly more widely than that as well. You know, Robbie finds himself down at number 9 in this batting lineup. His contract is up at the end of the season. This feels like an important opportunity for him. Don't want to put too much pressure on him. Not that he'll be listening to me.
You mentioned
good start straight after tea.
Yeah, it's a maiden start after tea. There's 31 overs remaining in the day's play. 20 past 4. If spin is bowled at both ends all the way through, we'll get them in and some, won't we, by the time 6 o'clock rolls around and close of play. You said don't go searchy. Is that something that you've thought that Northants have done in that opening 25 overs? Do you think they've really searched for wickets? Or
I mean, they will know. I don't know, but the number of very poor deliveries that were bowled was far more than you might expect, wasn't it? There was so many pull shots played to spinners, for example, that could you put that purely down to bad execution, or could you put it down to over trying, over searching for that wicket? I don't know, but it looked that way. It looked like searchy.
Yeah, Harrison continues. The man with the wicket. There's going to be a quick single taken to Liam Guthrie. He's just on his heels a little bit at point. So
I don't understand that fielding position. There's a deep extra cover for Max Holden, which means there's no cover, which means he can put it into the offside and run at the other end, which is exactly what he did there. What you've got to do as a captain in this situation is sort of you got to have some each way bets. You know, some in, some out in terms of fielders. You've got to get hold of that scoring rate, but you've also got to take 9 wickets. And you know, there is a contradiction in terms of where you put your fielders in that equation. Oh, well bowled, Calvin Harrison again.
I'm glad he's continued. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Got the wicket of Sam Robson. I'm glad he's continued from the David Capel end. And I hope to see him bowl a lot or the majority of this session.
You know, coaches or people who watch cricket, not just coaches, will talk about seamers going searchy. You don't very often say spinners go searching, but why don't they? Well, they do. It's just that it looks like just a bad ball, whereas with a seam, it's always gone searchy there. He's trying to bowl the impossible ball. Well, that's nicely picked up, wasn't it? Very casually done as it bounces off the helmet of Max Holden and back to the bowler. Oh, Max wants nothing to do with that apology. That's interesting. Well,
Interesting body language,
Wasn't
wasn't it,
it?
by
Yeah, it was.
Max Holt?
yeah. It's well played.
Now get it past Justin Broad. Saif Zaib gives chase. Long chase down to the boundary. Saif Zaib does well. Just be 3. Saves his team 1.
Yeah, that was curious there, wasn't it? Vasquez started to pick the ball up underarm and went to flick it back to Calvin Harrison, and it didn't really come out of his hand. I think it bounced almost on top of Max Holden's head or thereabouts anyway. And Vasco, nice fellow that he is, went to apologise and he got brushed off basically.
Maybe Holden hadn't noticed. Nicely bowled, nicely played. I like this as a matchup. Harrison to the left-hander. If they can orchestrate and manufacture that a little bit more often, they're all turning back in to Holden with the stop leg break.
Maybe it's the harder edge of Middlesex under Dane Villas that we're seeing. Maybe that's what it is. But Max is a really nice guy. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's just odd. Anyway, not the first odd thing we've seen in this game, is it?
I was going to say, you can add that to what's going to be a growing list as Rob Keogh just fires that over the top of Saif Zaib's head. So he'll have to go and retrieve that.
That's the second time that's happened. Did it to Luke Proctor earlier on, just slows everything down, doesn't it? Oh, blimey. Rob Keogh needs a wicket, doesn't he?
Yes.
He could get it up and down, turn it back through the gate, knock a leg bail off. He'll be feeling a lot happier about life.
111 for 1. Does Nelson account for a wicket for Middlesex?
Been a couple of wickets in the test match, hasn't there? Back to back, Ben Duckett out to Thacker, and in comes Harry Brook, and Harry Brook out first ball. But it's 101 to win now for England up at Headingley. And they've got Joe Root, who quite likes Headingley, and they've got another guy who quite likes Bathing at Headingley as well, and Ben Stokes. They couldn't have a better couple of players there.
No, they just need to airdrop Jack Leach into the middle as well, don't they? And they'll be having a good old time. Yeah, it's a good partnership to have there, isn't there? Root and Stokes.
Not bad, is it? That's well bowled.
Inside half of the bat, runs into the leg side. Holden looking for one. De Care's a loud call of no. So still on Nelson. Couple of deliveries left in the over. So 10 dots from Keogh to start this evening session. And it's just going to concede 1 there to Tim Robinson. So Holden back on strike.
We need another catcher in here. Yeah, that's what Lewis McManus is saying.
I must admit, at this stage of the game, the lead of 90 with under 4 sessions left in the game, I don't see what Northamptonshire have got to lose at this stage.
I agree. I don't get that.
I mean, the rate that wishes are going 4 and over, they bat through the 30 over or 20, yeah, call it 30 overs. That's going to be another 120 on the board, isn't it? Which the lead's going to go up to, 210, if my maths are right. Middlesex are then going to have to go again tomorrow morning for a decent amount of time to go, as you said, kind of put themselves in a position where they can't lose. And potentially then Northants are looking at 2 sessions at the end of day 4 and maybe less than that in order just to get away from here without losing. So I think they really can go on the attack. And the minute it's almost just a bit of a ring field, isn't it?
It's changed since tea, isn't it? The number of catches has reduced by 1. Yeah, I don't understand what Max Holden's on 4. He has, I mean, I'm going to say this, it's not quite true, but he's kind of popped a couple up, or a couple have carried a little bit further. He's gone hard in defence, and he's been able to go hard in defence because there's no one around the bat.
That's dragged down, pulled away by De Cares, and runs away to the coffee van for 4. Moves to 58. You mentioned this morning about setting up a game, and you said about, you caveated it with will Middlesex and Dane Villas under a new coach, Will they be interested? Will they want that conversation? Because you don't want to have that as your opening impression if it's not successful. Northampton Gloucestershire set something up a month ago. Oh, it's close. It's kept very, very low. De Caires has done well to keep that out. So Northamptonshire have got history in order to set something up. And Darren Lehman came up and joined us in the commentary box. I know you weren't. You were here. You were somewhere on your travels around the world at that point, weren't you? But he did say, he said, we will be prepared to lose a game of cricket in order to win one.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether there could be a conversation. I don't quite know how that materializes from here, but
it looks difficult. I think
even with a setup, I think it looks quite difficult.
Yeah, I mean, because of the time, because of the difficulty in getting wickets, if you are Middlesex, you're going to want to give yourself time to bowl Northamptonshire out, aren't you? And that requires a very big number on the board in terms of a lead, and that requires time, which we don't really have. And so if that is to happen, then you're going to have to throw a load up to get Middlesex to a number where they can say, okay, both teams can win from here. You know, 2 sessions is not going to be enough. You know, 60 overs or so isn't going to be enough to you would think, to bowl a team out. Even in the 4th innings, they're going to want probably a day to bowl Northants out, which means them getting off the field with a number by the end of today.
Yeah.
So,
well, we've had 2 sessions and we've had 6 wickets.
Yeah. Yeah.
8 on the first. 8 on the first day, wasn't there?
Yeah.
7 on the second, and then 6 so far today.
Including a hat-trick.
Including a hat-trick, yeah.
So unless there has been a conversation at tea that says we'll play for an hour and see how it goes, and then we might have another chat. And that's more than, you know, that is not impossible that that's happened by any means. But again, to use a Ripleyism, Middlesex will need some help to get to a number where they feel happy to say, okay, both teams can win, rather than just Northants.
Yeah, no, I suppose the difficulty really that Northants have got with that, they need some help. 8 of the players in this 11 are bowlers anyway, so where would you even look to provide help, unless it was a case of field placements that were going to be put together? But
I'd get Saif Zaib keeping wicket,
Lewis McManus bowling seam up from the David Caperland, and Vasconcelos bowling offies from the Lynn Wilson. Is that what you're suggesting?
He does bowl offers.
Dragged away, pulled away by De Caires. He moves to 63. Another boundary, 121 for 1.
I wonder how many pull shots have been played in this 121 for 1. 10? Feels like 10. Feels like 10 boundaries to the pull shot.
Yeah. It's overpitched. Overcorrection by Keogh. Gets away with it. Justin Broad does the fielding at cover. De Caires on 63 then. Holden on 4. We've got 27 overs remaining in the day's play, and Middlesex now lead by exactly 100 as they bring up the score of 122 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, James Salisbury thinks got a niggle, so he can't bowl. Vasco is a non-bowler. Everyone else is a bowler. Even Tim Robinson, who doesn't know he's a bowler, is a bowler apparently. I fancy a little Calvin Harrison, little thin one, off the outside edge of Josh De Caires, caught McManus. He has gone past a couple of times, hasn't he? Calvin Harrison, 11 overs, 1 for 39. Yeah. The long conversation between Harrison and Proctor results in no change at all. I'd love to know what that was about.
You mentioned create an air of something happening when nothing is, and it's nicely played by De Caires, isn't it?
He missed out in the first innings, didn't he, De Caires? A little bit careless off the knee roll, flicking it into the hands of leg gully. Nicely caught there by Justin Broad. the first wicket of the match, but he's making amends here. Now he's back in the side. He's certainly making amends in this second innings.
Well, I'll just give you some, I don't know how closely you know his career and numbers, but this is his 5th first-class 50 from 35 first-class innings. High score of 80 in his career. So coming back into the team, which he said he's been in and out of in 2025, as an opening batter for Middlesex, has got quite a good opportunity here to...
What's his average then? That's not great, is it?
24.
Oh dear, oh Lord. Oh wow.
24 with the bat, 42 with the ball. Oof, for Josh De Cares.
Ouch. I'm surprised it's that low. Good player.
But it's a good opportunity. There is a good opportunity today, tomorrow morning, whenever, if, however, and when it comes.
He's not going to run past one, is he? You're going to have to get him out, I think. But I like the way he's played. Every opportunity to score he's taken, scored both sides of the wicket. He's played spin well. Got right forward to smother it. It's played nicely. Oh, and there it was. I don't think he nicked that one, but it did bounce and turn.
Another one that hit Lewis McManus pretty hard. I must admit, I've never had the pleasure of keeping wicket on something as good as this. And I know there's levels, isn't there, to this sport that we play. But having played on a couple of pitches that I've really not enjoyed, I have found my level of interest keeping wicket wane as the day goes on. That one cut away off the back foot. They're going to call for 2. Lloyd Pope is on the boundary. It's in his hand, so it will just be a single. As one hits you on the end of the finger again, or pops and hits you in the collarbone, or rolls along the floor, whatever that might be. Easier said than done, but it's incredibly important to make sure that you do stay engaged as a wicketkeeper, because you are a tempo leader, aren't you, in the team? And those opportunities, they are going to be few and far between.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Northampton's over 8. I suggest everyone sits down at this point. It's plus 15. I've never seen the like. I've seen it closer to minus 15, genuinely. We were minus 9 at Trent Bridge one day.
Minus 9?
Yeah. We came off, we were minus 8.
Blimey.
And we got done, I think, 7 points, and we missed promotions by 6 points.
I don't think you're getting back from minus 9, are you?
We were the second, in terms of points won, we were the second in the table to get promoted, would have got promoted. But we got done 6 penalty points, and it cost us promotion.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow, that, isn't it? And that's nothing other than, I guess, kind of just tardiness, unprofessionalism. No better way of describing it, I don't think.
I think that's right. There were some circumstantial points, but it was that, yeah. Ultimately, it was not great.
Keogh continues. Harrison in there, the lone slip, and it's really well fielded by Justin Broad. You've got to hit the ball well to get it past Justin Broad. 3-dimensional cricketer. Done really well in the blast. Fantastic 50 earlier on today with Lloyd Pope. That one cut away. They're going to look for 2. James Sales does the fielding, keeps it down to just a single. I suppose that's kind of something that, with all due respect to Lloyd Pope, the amount of balls that he faced will give an indication of the quality of the surface and the lack of turn and challenge for particularly the top order batters. Did he face 60 deliveries for about 5 runs, didn't he, I think?
Something like that.
No, it was more than 5 in the end, wasn't it? But
oh, yeah, he got into double figures. Yeah. Ran out of partners.
Ran up. What number do you use to bat?
About there.
It's spoken like a true.
Yeah, that happened a lot.
I finished 7 not out. Skip. Just needed someone to stick with me.
Did my bet.
Drop the length short again. down to that man, Lloyd Pope.
Not a natural boundary rider, is he, Lloyd Pope?
I said so. I don't know who would be as an option. I think Saif Zaib could be, but he definitely had shin pads on for a while, didn't he? I don't think he does now, but he's at mid-off whilst Rob Keogh's bowling. Justin Broad could be that man to patrol the boundary. He certainly would be on a T20 night, but
yeah,
provides a lot of value on the square. That one's swept away. Is that the first?
Yeah, I think it is.
Sweep we've seen from.
I think it is.
De Cares?
Yeah, it was very full, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
it was a calculator. I mean, everything was calculated, but it was a sweep that was played knowing that the ball was virtually on his front foot, so he just almost paddled it around the corner. It wasn't a proper kind of reach out your hands in front of you sweep, was it?
No, just helped it on its way, didn't he? Moves to 67.
There's a conversation initiated by Lewis McManus, and I think Lewis McManus is probably the gist of this is how we're getting a wicket here, Skip.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's the question.
I'd quite like it to come with a little bit more of a, I think this is how we're getting a wicket, rather than just the empty question. Harrison googly.
I just feel like we've got one slip and a sort of ring field, and we've got sweepers at either side. I don't mind that last point, but what are we doing here? What's the game plan?
I mean, the wickets are coming from LBW and bowled, aren't they? That's swept away. I think that's going to be 4 for De Cares. Well, we hadn't seen one until he got to 66, and we've seen 2 that's taken him up to 71. This time off Harrison, gets it fine behind square. Picks up 4, moves into the 70s. But it's LBW, isn't it? That's the challenge, I think. Maybe a little tickle through to Justin Broad at first slip, but there's no bat pad, there's no pop-up, there's no
pressure. Pressure can be built in numerous ways. And one of those ways is maidens. Well, we're not bowling maidens. We're bowling an enormous amount of boundary balls that are getting dispatched. So we've got to do something else.
But does that then say to you that Northamptonshire, happy might be the wrong word, but unbothered about just letting this game run?
You see, you might be right.
Maybe, I don't know.
You might be right. That might be the right question to ask. I think.
Well, I thought he got away with that. He certainly hasn't. It's half stopped by Saif Zaib with his brand new county cap on, tidied up by Lloyd Pope.
When we're in the field, the first question for me is always, how are you going to get a wicket? That's the first question you should ask yourself as a captain. How am I going to get a wicket here? And as I look out there, my thought has been Harrison getting the outside edge of De Care's bat is probably our main opportunity. But we're not putting the batters under any pressure to make them do something they don't want to do. And Max Holden in particular has come in. He's only on 5. He's looked a little jumpy, I would say, at points. He's pushed at a couple in defence that have carried a bit far, but we've not had any pressure on him around the bat. We've just let him come in. His first run was a turn off the hip from the leg spinner, and there's a man back on the deep square leg boundary, and they run up the other end for a single. Off you go, Max, have one off the hip. Squeeze him there. If you want to get the ball in that area for a run, you've got to play a shot to beat that fielder, for example. We've been passive. That's the word. We've been passive, I think, in the last half hour or so. What has not helped the captain at all is that his bowlers have bowled too many 4 balls.
Yeah,
that's the problem that Luke Proctor has got. Is that he's not been able to rely on his bowlers to bowl anywhere near as accurately as he wants them to.
Yeah, cricket has happened, isn't it?
Cricket has happened.
I think Liam Guthrie started to get loose on the 45. So whether we're going to see a change, I would imagine it'll only be for Calvin Harrison if he does come on. That one is cut away and just wide of a diving Vasconcelos. I think it fell just short. Whether he would have got there without the shin pads on or not. He's taken some good catches this year, Vasconcelos. Did that carry? I think it did carry, but it was just wide. for Holden, who moves to 7.
It's raining in Leeds. Or if it's not raining, it's darkening. They're off the field anyway.
It's a shame.
When they should be on it.
That's a shame. Should have played it in Northampton.
Always. We could be commentating on it.
We could do the Costa del Nen or Nen.
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 Yeah.
I apologise.
It's all right.
Does that depend on whether you live on the north or the south of the river as to the pronunciation?
Well, there's some stuff talked about. I was going to say nonsense. It's a bit strong, so I won't say nonsense. Many years ago, hundreds of years ago, it was actually spelled N-E-N. So then it was definitely Nen.
Oh, I wouldn't have argued.
No.
There wouldn't have been an argument there at all. It would have been the Nen. So it's grown an E.
It has, yeah.
Wow. Good for the river.
Umpires are having a chat. What are they chatting about? Who knows?
Dinner?
Maybe.
Light? I think we're right on that front, aren't we?
The fact that we're talking nonsense tells us that we're not focusing on the cricket, which tells us that cricket is happening, and there's no Middlesex are just playing, aren't they? They're just just go. We say that sometimes, that we just go and play. Well, they are being allowed to do that. Make something happen, Northamptonshire. There is another catcher in. The short leg has come back in, and the short mid wicket. I think I'd take short mid wicket out and put him on the other side, catching on the offside. But at least we've got 3 catches. Oh, and it's dragged down by Harrison and hit away. And he's absolutely disgusted with himself. He's not been able to bowl more than a couple of balls at a time at Max Holden, because he's always, unfortunately for Northamptonshire, allowed him to get off strike and get at the other end. And De Cares is in. He's playing very nicely. Harrison has gone past his outside edge a couple of times. One of those might catch the edge. There is turn there. It's slow turn, but it has gone past the edge of the bat, just in broad limbering up slightly. A slip. That's really nicely bowled. More consistency, please. You don't expect the wrist spinner to be absolutely consistent. That you are going to get the odd drag down. There's no question about that. And you're going to get the odd one that's over pitched and can be swept. And that one's gone for 4. Hit it very hard. Josh De Cares played it well. It's interesting. Yeah, he's realised he can sweep because he didn't play a sweep until about 5 minutes ago. And he's now hit 2 for 4.
And a 50 partnership as well.
50 partnership, of which Max Holden has got 9. So, I don't think Northampton have read the script here that Max Holden is not feeling very comfortable here. And now, De Cares has faced more of the bowling and he's had more opportunities, but put pressure on Holden. Get one end open. It's been weird. Just letting him get off strike far too easily.
Yeah, it's been when did we come back out? Was it about 20 past 4 we came back out? So we've had getting on for half an hour of cricket. Josh De Cares has moved to 77, really, and that's essentially what's happened. It's not been an ooh, there's not been an ah, there's not been an appeal, there's not been much more than the odd drag down here and there and a bit of milking going on. As that one is once again tucked into the leg side, and Josh De Cares moves to 78.
Yeah. It's drifted, isn't it? It's drifted. By comparison, Middlesex in the field, in terms of what they were trying to do, their inventiveness, their creativity, their risk-taking, is in sharp contrast, isn't it? And again, I mean, that was good cricket from Northampton. Holden, that ball was in the air as it passed short leg. It was travelling. It was not a chance. It would have been an absolutely amazing catch. And Vasconcelos been able to react to it. It was just beating him for pace. But it asked the question. Unfortunately, Holden gets off strike again after one ball, but that's better. better from Northampton. We've got to be better. I mean, that's probably sums up. We've got to be better.
Yeah.
Better for longer. In 50 overs cricket, I like 50 overs cricket. I know you do too.
Mm.
Do you remember when England won the World Cup and then the ECB downgraded the competition? Anyway,
I was going to say, I like good 50 over cricket.
yes,
That's what I'll caveat it with.
yeah. There are times, and the times that this happens, I'm about to describe, are fewer and further between than they used to be in 50 overs cricket, because there's more proactivity, but there's still nonetheless within 50 overs cricket spells where both teams are happy with what's going on. Sometimes in the middle overs, teams are scoring at kind of 4.5 and over at lowish risk. The fielding team are kind of happy with that, and the batting team are maybe rebuilding or setting up for their crescendo or whatever it might be. And there might be 10 overs in the middle sometimes when both teams are happy, and I hate that, because that's not what sport's about. You can't both be happy with what's going on. It's not sport.
Yeah.
And it feels a bit like that now.
I was going to say, you go through periods where you're sitting there wondering who's trying to win. And that's ultimately the competitive element of sport. You can't have a sport if it's not competitive. And that, I think, is, if you do have a competitive bone in your body, that's where it gets quite tricky at times, doesn't it?
Yep.
But
there is a change now, and Saif Zaib's into the attack, and the lightly bowled Saif Zaib is going to get his first bowl of this second innings.
Almost looks like he's had a lucky kiss on the forehead from Captain
nice,
Luke Boxer there, wasn't it?
That was great. That was brilliant. He's a bit of a golden arm, Saif Zaib. Often gets wickets early in his spell, and he he's a shortish chap, bowls fairly briskly, left arm, runs it into the stumps. Stumps are often in play, can get the ball to grip. Starts with very much a drag down loosener, and that is hit very firmly for 4 off the back foot by Josh De Cares. And not for the first time, Northampton concede a boundary off the back foot to spin. Hit very crisply as it was, but it was asking to be hit, and it got exactly what it asked for. Very stylishly and very nicely played it was too. Not the start that Saif Zaib will have wanted. That's better. But yeah, he has a habit of picking up wickets, can slide on, play for a little bit of grip, and sometimes he slides on, sometimes it does grip. Gets through his overs incredibly quickly. The school of Simon Kerrigan. He got through his overs amazingly quickly as well. Every ball of the 4 that Josh De Cares faced there was able to be played off the back foot. And as a batter, that's exactly what you want. Now then, Max Holden is on strike. Hasn't had much of the strike. In the partnership of 59, he's got 10. And he's not easily a slow scorer, Max Holden. He's having a look around at the leg side boundary. His sweep an option, he's thinking. Tucks it off his pads for a single. And again, that wasn't a bad ball, but it certainly wasn't a good ball. It allowed the batter to go onto the back foot and turn it away into a hole with no challenge, no difficulty, no threat. And that's exactly what Max Holden is doing well. He's saying, I'm not really playing great here. I'm not facing many balls. De Cares is playing lovely. I'll just watch him bat and just get myself in whilst at the other end.
Yeah. UCB for Josh De Cares, 84, surpassing the 80 that he previously had.
Middlesex have made 2 quite big selections in this game, haven't they? I don't know the full background to them, I'd say that.
Harry Conway's back in the building, is he? Well, that's Darren Lehman. That's definitely not Harry Conway. I think I just saw. Did I see Harry Conway go in the door? Sorry, Rowie.
Yeah,
I got excited there.
Middlesex have selected 2 guys back into the side for this game. Joe Cracknell is one of those, and we know because the Middlesex analyst told us, and I'm glad he did, that Cracknell scored back-to-back hundreds in the second team last week. And bang, he's into the first team, got 100, and looked to the manner born. And Josh DeCares, who's been in and out of the side, selected into this game, and he's just got a career best. So that's very, very good selection from Middlesex. And the guys who have come in have backed up the selection into the side, and that you can't ask for more than that. That's good stuff from them. Bowling change at the David Capel end, as predicted by Dan. Liam Guthrie's back on. Calvin Harrison takes a break. Liam Guthrie so far in this innings, 4 overs, 0 for 20, and basically bowled 2 straight at the 2 right-handers and got tucked into
There he is.
square of the wicket.
Harry Conway.
That's a good spot.
I got tipped off.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I see him back, though.
I enjoyed him.
He was a good cricketer, wasn't he?
Good cricketer, good fun.
cricketer. Yeah.
Great bloke to have around the place. So Liam Guthrie's going to bowl 2 catches at short mid-wicket and a slip. Max Holden knocks it off his hip for a single, not for the first time today. This is a situation again where Calvin Harrison is standing, he's the slip fielder. It's going to cross because the batters have changed ends to the right-hander. He's going to be at slip. He's the lone slip, and he will be standing well in front of the keeper, Lewis McManus. The 2 catchers who were at catching mid-wicket, they've just stayed put. They're at now. I don't think they're both going to stay at catching short cover. They'd look confused. they need direction. Where do you want us, Captain? Not there, surely. Surely one of them comes onto the leg side, doesn't he? What? Sure. No. Okay, 2 short extra covers. Second slip, very close. Short ball from Guthrie, cut nicely, but straight to Lloyd Pope on the backward point boundary. It's interesting that the 2 guys who were at short mid-wicket, and they are again at short mid-wicket, when the batters changed ends and the right-handed DeCares came on strike, they both looked at the captain as though to say, surely you don't want us both standing here, do you? One of them's now gone. So Tim Robinson is going to be on his own at catching short mid-wicket, and there's a fielder, Justin Broad, who's gone on to short backward square, I would say. So he's in a catching position just behind square, about 15 metres or so from the bat. That's short, it's hooked away. Didn't get all of it, Max Holden. It's a good bumper. Couldn't follow exactly the line of the ball. I think he got it down reasonably quickly. He was never in any danger of being caught. He's a good player of the short ball, Max Holden. A good bumper, though. And let's see whether we do end up with 2 catching extra covers. I can't think that's right for the left arm. We know DeCares likes to play the ball firmly through mid-wicket, and I would have a man blocking that shot up on that cut strip.
I think if Guthrie's going to bowl back of a length as well, because unless the ball sticks in the surface, or DeCares plays a lazy drive where he's just leaning back a bit, but he's going to time it well enough.
Yeah.
But it's going to be an almighty catch from, is it Broad and Robinson in there? Are they the 2?
Now, Saif Zaib is thinking, where am I here? Saif Zaib, third man looks a good place to run the ball down. Now, Calvin Harrison is at a very short kind of third slip, which will deter that shot to some extent, but he'll go very quickly to his right. That's nicely played off the back foot. I'm not sure what our plan is here. It's predominantly offside field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the offside to the left arm bowler. So he's looking to go across the right hander. I don't fully understand the 2 catchers at short extra. How does the ball get there? I don't understand.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the ball hold in the pitch, and that's the only way I could really see it getting there. That DeCares or Holden, obviously not Holden because the field changed, but DeCares is early through the shot and just kind of chips it up to them.
I like this. This I like. Short catcher at mid-wicket and the man at sort of short backward square. Don't mind that. Can you get the ball down quickly? I don't mind that at all. It's nicely bowled. It's the field to the right hand I don't really understand. You're asking Josh De Cares to basically chip it up tamely into the offside, aren't you? Well, he's not going to do that, is he?
It would seem unlikely.
He's not
It would
going
seem
to do that.
unlikely.
And De Cares has gone, caught
Yeah.
short extra cover. I mean, look, when Middlesex put funky fields out, we said it was inventive.
Mm.
But we could see it was clearer, wasn't it? You know, at one point they had 3 catching mid-wickets to Ryan Higgins. Now the captain is having a conversation with Lewis McManus, and I think, as is often the case, Lewis is thinking, well, not quite sure exactly what our plan is. Saif Zaib's first over went for 6. Wasn't a great over. I think at least 5 of the balls were played off the back foot. He's now got no slip in place.
Back on at Headingley, Rowie.
Oh, come on.
96 to win.
Come on.
Route 15, Stokes 18.
So Saif Zaib has got a man on the drive on the offside. That's Calvin Harrison. There's no slip. There's no one around the bat. There is a man at backward point. There's a point fielder on the boundary. There's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And square leg and a man, on the mid-wicket boundary. Don't like mid-wicket as a position here. Attempted to run that one down, didn't he, Josh? Because he played that shot a couple of times. There was no pace on that one, but it's a shot he obviously likes. You've got to be careful with that. You can get an under edge on that and run it back into your stumps.
I think, again, similar to the conversation that we were just having, where's the wicket-taking option here? This is a mistake from Middlesex, isn't it?
Yeah.
If there's a wicket that falls.
Yeah.
It's almost it's a containing field, I think.
Yeah. Hard square sweep. He's got it past the very good attempt to stop that at square leg by Vasconcelos. He's hurt himself on the old hard wicket end, diving away to his left. It was a really good attempt. Josh De Cares has now realised, actually, I'm quite good at the sweep. It's bringing me some runs. Playing it nicely. And again, Lewis McManus is getting involved in trying to get the fielders where he wants them. He's getting no change out of the captain, I have to say. I get the feeling that the captain's getting a bit frustrated with Lewis McManus's interventions. It's probably not the case. I'm possibly misreading that. So here we are. Right, so we've got 19 overs left in the day. Currently, Middlesex are working their way with an increasing lead. They've got a lead at the moment of 132. Let's say they score another, what's that? Say they score another 75 runs by the end of the day. They will have a lead of, well, let's call it 200.
Yep.
200 overnight with 96 overs to play tomorrow. They need wickets in hand. They can have a first hour of acceleration. They can't afford to get bowled out, though, within that first hour. But to give them 80 overs, 75 overs to have a go at Northampton. But the number that Northampton will be chasing will be a number at that stage that they feel they can chase.
Mm.
So something's got to change there. It looks like Northampton are worried about that lead. And I wouldn't be, actually. I'd say if you want to pull out at 12 o'clock tomorrow, then happy days.
I mean, what would they, 300?
Yeah.
Off 70?
Yeah.
4.3?
Exactly.
And I haven't seen a great deal in this surface or the outfield to think that's. But then they have got Zafar Gohar.
And we're getting to the stage, right, almost because of how we've bowled and how little pressure we've been able to exert. That's out. Oh, that is out. Well bowled. Liam Guthrie, and well caught Calvin Harrison, and a quick acknowledgement from Liam Guthrie to Luke Proctor there. Calvin Harrison had moved from a position at kind of second slip to a position at fourth slip, and the ball went quickly to him, but straight to him. He doesn't drop them. It was really well bowled, banged in, and actually did him for pace. Went very quickly to Calvin Harrison, who took another sharp catch. He should have caught it, and he did catch it. It was the position which was absolutely pinpoint perfect, as De Caires kind of fended it off. It was a quick ball, that, and well deserved. It was a good first over back. The last over that he bowled was his first one back, and it was a good over, good pace. He got his rhythm very quickly, and he's picked up De Caires for 87, the unlucky Australian number. Played very nicely for his 87, as you said, Dan, a career best, but he's bashing his bat into the turf over there because he was in sight of a first-class 100. He hasn't got in sight of that very often, and he's come up a little bit short there, but that's good cricket from Northants. I've been critical of their cricket the last hour, but that was good cricket.
Yeah, it was. It was. Change of bowling has worked, isn't it, with Guthrie coming back in. There was a nice round of applause for Josh De Caires as he's made his way off the field, led by his teammates on the dressing room. But you could see, couldn't you? You could see the young man's disappointment that the head got thrown back straight away. He knew it was, he'd been got by a good ball. I don't necessarily know if it was a mistake, if it was user error or not. I think it was just a good ball that, as you said, beat him for pace. But that wait for a first class 100 for Josh De Caires will have to go on for another week.
It did. I mean, it did him for pace in that he would want to play that. You know, if you said to him, you're going to get a ball in that area, he'd say, well, I'll defend it with a straight bat off the back foot. But his bat was at an angle because it hadn't got the time to get upright. It hurried off the wicket and did him for a bit of pace. We've said, you know, many times on commentary that Guthrie can slide on. He got a low arm, strong, barrel chested.
Yeah, well, Lucas Deploy comes in at number 4. Holden's been watchful, struggled a bit, hasn't he? I think this is going to be a real telling point as to what Middlesex's intentions are.
Yeah, I think Deploy can play in his normal way. He just played positive cricket. Northants have got themselves into a little bit of a hole here because they haven't bowled well enough. And they've gone at the best part of, what's the rate there? 4 and over, which is too many, really. And because of that, they've got half an eye on, well, look, you know, if things go against us and someone just comes in and smashes a quick 100, and then Middlesex can get off the field and we're going to face more overs than we want to, etc., etc. So they've got themselves into a bit of a hole. And I think they've got themselves into a bit of a hole, a little bit of a hole. It's not a big hole, a little bit of a hole, through being a bit passive. That's not to say, by any means, had they been more proactive, that would have worked. But at least try to make something happen. If you're going to make a mistake, make a mistake trying to do something positive and proactive rather than passive and reactive. Oh, that's a nice shot down the ground. Half a hand on it from Guthrie. So that tells us about Deploy, doesn't it? He is a guy who likes to put bat to ball and can do so. Played some astonishing innings over the course of a summer. Does Deploy.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison getting loose again. But yeah, we said, haven't we, a couple of times about the fact that cricket has just happened over the last couple of, or the last hour, or certainly since tea and a little bit before that. Even, I suppose the thing is, the one thing Northamptonshire have really struggled with across these 3 days so far is just containing Middlesex.
Yeah.
Whether that's been because they've let cricket happen, whether it's because they've been proactive and they've tried to do something else, they just haven't been able to stem a flow of the run rate, have they?
I mean, far too many square bat shots to the spinners. You'd have to say that. Far too many.
Oh, that's a good bumper. Little periscope there from Loose Deploy, wasn't there? The ball wasn't far away from the toe of the bat.
A guy, I've thought this about Deploy, and I don't know whether what I'm going to say is correct or not, by the way. I'll just tell you what my thinking has been about Deploy through his career. Started in England at Derbyshire, and does play eye-catching innings in both white ball and red ball cricket. Has been a sought-after player. by a number of counties. Very exciting, great fielder, can bowl you some slow left armers, but his main string is obviously his batting, and he's a very attacking, flamboyant batter. There'll be a weakness there somewhere, and I wonder whether it might be short ball. That's the proper quick bowling. That's always been my, and I don't know. I don't know. So I'm not. What I do know is that Liam Guthrie might test that out a little bit.
Yeah, how long can he bowl as a spell? I mean, he's had that's his second over.
Yeah,
he's going to run in and bowl short 4 overs, 5 maybe at a push.
I'd say 5. Yeah. Well, if he gets another wicket, maybe even 6, but we shall see. So Harrison from the Lynn Wilson end, replacing Zaib. What did Zaib have? 2 overs or 3?
A couple of overs, 2 overs. 2 overs, none for 7 for Saif Zaib.
Okay, so I think his first over went for 6. Second over, therefore, only went for 1, but has been taken out of the attack. And Harrison back in. Looks like the captain's going Harrison before Pope, doesn't it, for leg spin? Well, I say look like that because Harrison's bowling now, so it's absolutely a statement of fact.
I think it's right.
I agree.
We had the conversation, didn't we, on day 1?
Catch that. He caught it, didn't hit it. But we've got a short leg in.
Yeah.
And something's happening.
Well, De Keys looked incredibly comfortable, didn't he? He was just ticking along. Now they've got a new batter in. They've got Holden there who hasn't looked comfortable in the 31 balls that he has faced.
That turned sharply. And that's good for cricket. But Gohar will be enjoying that more than anyone else.
That's gone down, isn't it?
That has. That's gone straight
That
through.
would have been an almighty catch by Vasconcelos had he had held on to that. But
it would have been a good catch, no doubt. I've seen plenty of those caught because that was 2 hands, wasn't it? Yeah, he's a bit disappointed. Disappointed maybe he didn't get anything on it.
Well, he got something, didn't he? He got fingertips.
Would have been a very, very good catch. Let's say that. But we've got a benchmark here, haven't we? Which is Ben Geddes' catch to dismiss Luke Proctor, which was ridiculous.
And chances have been hard to come by.
He's rehearsing that now, Vasconcelos. He's a bit down on himself with that. It would have been 2 in 10, something like that.
Yeah,
20%.
But that feels like they're the catches you need to take today, or over the 3 days. They are the 1s in 10s and the 2s in 10s, the Harrisons, the Geddes.
Yeah.
Geddes.
Yeah, that one.
Geddes is.
That's easy for you to say.
But they are the catches that need to be taken because those chances don't come around very often.
Exactly that.
I like this as a partnership, Guthrie and Harrison.
Yeah, I do.
Good combo.
I do. Yeah. He's bowling with real gas, isn't he? He's really running in Liam Guthrie. He knows that he's not going to bowl a long spell. Looks like the wind has just gone a little straighter. Mostly through this game, it's been almost directly across the ground. And it looks like it's coming from, as Liam Guthrie bowls, to the left-handed Max Holden, a little bit more from mid-on now. So a little bit more with the wind. He's certainly running in, and he is generating some good gas. That's nicely played by Max Holden in behind it. Northampton can go bang, bang now, 4 down with only 133 ahead. Ball started turning. If Harrison can really start to hit his straps more consistently, there's an opportunity. I mean, there's about 15 ifs in that. Well, 2 perhaps, but if. Oh, that's nicely timed off his knee roll by Max Holden. He'll move on to 15. Seems to have been there a long time for 15. He didn't face many balls, did he, in that partnership with Josh DeCaires? How many balls has he faced?
35, but he's been there for an hour and 10 minutes now. Holden. With a tea break in between as well. But he does have a good record here, doesn't he?
He does.
At Wantage Road. Not the greatest of recent time with the Lions trip up here a couple of weekends ago. And then that first innings as well.
It's a nice shot down the ground by Deploy. Played a beautiful on drive in the first innings. And that was another beautiful on drive. Well fielded by the tumbling Rob Keogh. That's what Northants need. There's been a number, through the 3 days, through the 2 bowling efforts so far of Northants, been a lot of dives that haven't stopped the ball. And I think Middlesex have probably just about had the edge in ground fielding, at least. Harrison's taken 2 very sharp, one world-class catch and a sharp catch there. Trying to get under the bat of Deploy. He sort of plays quite an upright way, Deploy. It does encourage you to think I might be able to slide one under the bat. This is good from Guthrie.
Yeah, it's been a good spell.
I think this could be a big game for him. This, obviously he's got his career best in the first innings. He's on the scorecard again in the second innings. He's bowling with really good rhythm here. Back into the side. Was in the T20 side. Oh, sorry, Guthrie, I've talked you into that. Short and wide and tucked away for 4, and I wish I hadn't said what I was saying. I felt like in this game, that's just one ball, isn't it? He can come back from that. In this game, he came back into the Northants side, having been left out after 1 game of the T20 campaign. First game of Northants T20 campaign was up at Headingley, and Guthrie got harshly treated by the Aussie overseas for
Sutherland,
Yorkshire.
wasn't it? Will Sutherland.
That's right. He hit him. Wow, he played some good shots.
All over the park, I think.
He did. And I have to say, having seen that spell, it was nowhere near as bad as his numbers. The batting was sensational. He was just taking good balls and hitting them for 6. And actually should have won that game for Yorkshire, but then got caught on the boundary. But Guthrie was then left out of the side. And so coming back into the side, there'll be a little bit of a hangover from that. But how do you come back? How do you bounce back? Well, I've got career best figures with the Kookaburra ball on a flat pitch. That's a shout of catch. It was a sort of top edge from Max Holden. Come back for 2. Oh, and there could be some buzzers here. Oh, well,
that's close, I think.
It was close. Good cricket by all concerned, actually. It was all round. It was good cricket. It was an attempted sweep. That was probably the least good of the lot because it was a sort of top edge. It went in the air, but slowly. It didn't reach James Hales. He got a really good throwaway. Lewis McManus was very alert. The chance was going to be at the non-striker's end. He took the ball early, threw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, but Deploy was in.
That's a shame. That's a shame that single's been taken there.
Yeah.
The match up against the left-hander was...
Yeah, he's apologising there, Liam Guthrie. As soon as Holden goes onto the back foot, the fielder at mid-on and mid-off can get in tighter, and he just didn't respond. And Max Holden was surprised and eventually called his partner through for the single. Flatter ball. It was always going down the leg side. Things are happening.
Starting to, aren't they? That was an aggressive shot at the start of the over by Holden.
Oh, that's a nice cricket shot. Straight to Lloyd Pope. Do you think Pope follows Guthrie? A couple more from Guthrie and then Pope at the far end?
I think with the success that Harrison's getting this end, I think it would make sense, wouldn't it?
I think so. I think that was the googly again, and I don't think Holden necessarily picked that. 84 needed for England, but Leeds. Oh, that's turned sharply. But again, the length, wasn't it? You know, if that ball turns sharply on the front foot, Holden's got to play at that. And brings the inside edge onto knee roll into short leg. But it's the length. And that's probably my criticism of Harrison's bowling. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 59. So he's been successful. He's got a wicket. But he will know that too many balls have been played off the back foot.
Yeah, but it's not costing a lot at the moment, is it? Which is a nice change, I think, for Northamptonshire. It's 2 overs, just conceding 5 runs. At the end of his 16th over, 1 for 59. Yeah, Pope, you mentioned, would he come back? 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. Keogh did come back into that spell, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 32. So just going at 3.5 each as Guthrie steams in to loose deploy. Almost like Rob Keogh, Liam Guthrie and loose deploy are playing their own game out there, isn't it? It's Guthrie bowls, deploy strikes the ball to mid-on, and Rob Keogh takes a tumbling stop to underarm it back to Liam Guthrie.
I would like to see a real clear bumper plan. Just go short.
So they've got 2 catches there on the leg side, haven't they? Broad and Robinson round the corner, 2 on the rope, down on the leg side as well. It's not it's a brilliant bit of fielding by Robinson.
Wow, that was magnificent.
I think he might have just heard the nickname that Tim Robinson might have had. Fans of South Park might be aware of that one.
Fill us in.
Well, there's a character called Timmy.
Oh,
but Timmy was said in a particular tone of voice, and I think that bit of fielding was greeted by his 10 teammates with a rendition of Timmy.
I've done it again. Oh. Ah, there it is. Okay, I recognise that.
Good in there, isn't he?
He's good in there. He's very good in there. And they've both been brilliant stops. He saved his team 8 runs. One advantage he's got is that he's fielding on the matted covering rather than on the square itself, as it were. So it's a slightly softer landing, but wow, 2 brilliant stops. I should stop bowling there if I was you.
Yeah. We do go bumper. It's pulled away. It's down, though, and in front of square. So just a single down to Lloyd Pope.
Well, I've just said, I think that's a good ploy to deploy.
Well, it's quick, isn't it? It's a skiddy bumper. It does rush the batter.
And there's a little bit of, as you'd expect, there's a little bit of two-paceness. The Kookaburra isn't quite as maybe quick onto the bat generally as the Duke. So getting it down can be tricky.
It's 42 overs old as well, so it's a bit softer. Back of a length. To Tim Robinson.
Your mates are still there, aren't they?
My mates?
The blue jumper and his
they're having a good old time.
Probably his wife, isn't it? They're having a lovely time just there. Wendell's not arrived yet to interrupt them.
No, I think Wendell's arrival might be postponed today. He could be going on to day 4 for Wendell. It's a nice spot, though, isn't it?
It is a nice spot.
Bit of a sun trap.
Yeah.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. I feel like it's not the first time that they've set up. It looks like they've had a third. There's a thruple going on with the picnic now, Rowie.
That's brilliant. That'll be Northamptonshire.
There we go.
First.
What a spot that is to watch some county cricket.
Great stuff.
In the sunshine, picnic bench out, deck chairs.
And it looks like they might have a bit of sort of cover from the wind with the wall that's behind them as well. Smart. That's the place to be.
Calvin Harrison,
14 overs left in the day. Middlesex lead by 143. He has got, particularly in this, Lynn Wilson, he's got some turn.
He has a lot more than he had the other way, and there's an appeal for LBW, but it's muted.
Well, that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, deploy, playing the reverse sweep. Played it well, didn't he? the over before, and it's not going to be Pope, it's going to be Keogh to replace Guthrie.
The risk in that shot is the length rather than the line, I think. And it was a bit short to play that shot to, therefore bounced. By the time it got to deploy, it was a bit higher than he played under it. If he gets a top edge there, that could have gone anywhere.
And he does make an adjustment, doesn't bring out the reverse sweep. Again, terrific white ball cricketer, loose deploy. He's going to be more than capable and qualified to play that reverse sweep, isn't he? I don't think it'll be the last time we see it, and he gets a full toss on leg stump. So he gets an easy freebie 4 down through mid-on, takes himself up to double figures, takes the score onto 169, and the lead now up to 147. 13.5 overs remaining in the day, so we will go past and through 6 o'clock, won't we? Not massively past it, but we will go past it
with an over rate of plus 15. And you do the maths, because
I can't figure that out.
We can't work it out, can we, Dan?
We would have had half an hour worth of extra deliveries, or less. Worth an appeal. Don't think that would have qualified as a shot offered by loose deploy, but turning too much and maybe a bit of extra bounce there as well. But no, I can't fathom that.
Makes no sense. It is really windy now.
It's really picking up the drift, assisting the drift into pad to the 2 left-handers.
Oh,
something's not far away from happening here, Rowie.
Yeah, Harrison's getting more. I mean, he bowled a full toss in that over, which was again dispatched. They have not missed. Do you know what they haven't done? They haven't hit bad balls at fielders. I can't remember a bad ball where you say, oh, he missed out there. I can't remember. They have not missed out. Northampton have offered them a number of chances to hit boundaries, and they've taken every single one. That's been very impressive. And that, you know, I've said a couple of times during this game, that is absolutely essential when you're playing against a lot of spin, that when you good spin, and there has been good spin too, when you're facing good spin, you get an opportunity to score a boundary, you've got to take it. There's going to be more spin now because Rob Keogh, not Lloyd Pope, Rob Keogh is going to have a bowl from the David Capel end.
4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10 for Liam Guthrie. Big wicket of Josh De Cares, 87, caught by Calvin Harrison in the slip cordon.
I would have given him another over personally.
Not going to get any arguments from your co-commentator at all. Certainly would have done, particularly because if he'd have bowled one more, well, if he'd have bowled one more, he's not going to come back tonight. And if he doesn't bowl one more, he's not going to come back tonight, is he? With what, 12 overs, 13 overs remaining in the day's play, unless there's a 1 over burst at the end of the day. And again, that's another one of those Fred Truman quotes, isn't it? Do something that they won't want. So do you get Liam Guthrie to bowl 6 flat out at the end of the day's play? It's worth thinking about, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have enjoyed seeing an over at bumpers. And just because the opposition did it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do by any means. But it's a tactic that Middlesex did employ.
Yeah,
Helm used it for a while, and Ryan Higgins used it very successfully for a while as well.
Yeah, they were incredibly accurate, weren't they? Those bumpers from Higgins.
Absolutely, and you have to be accurate with that ploy.
Maybe Keogh, that skids through, keeps low. Holden on 18, he's on strike. I'll let you keep an eye on the monitor, Rowie, see if there's any turn away from Holden here from Keogh. Fielded Justin Broad. Does pick it up eventually.
Side planked by Harrison. Well, the Pilates moved up.
Do you think professional cricketer Pilates instructor on the side? Well done, Justin Broad. Brilliant work again.
I don't know whether the wind is a factor here in terms of the amount that Northampton spinners have missed their length. you know, in this over, there's been 2 off the back foot and 2 that have been over length. It's not easy when it's so breezy.
Down the ground by Holden. Couple of bounces and 4 into the advertising hoardings.
And
Over pitched again from
yeah,
Keogh.
that was over length, wasn't it?
Just
Yeah.
a nice strong bottom hand from Holden to get it over the head of the bowler, down the ground for 4.
Deliberately taken early, wasn't it? It was a half volley, but he took it early to make sure no fielder get anywhere near it. Struck it really well.
One straighter as an adjustment. And a dot ball to finish. So 4 runs off Keogh's opening over of the spell.
Yeah.
173 for 2.
The captain shouted encouragement to his bowler then, and that's exactly what he should be doing. He shouted, nice, Robbie. It wasn't. It wasn't, but I understand what he's, you know, I understand why he would shout that, give him a bit of confidence. But yeah, length was not bang on there, was it?
No, it was a distance away, wasn't it? Calvin Harrison then.
So I can't tell you whether it was turning. Off the balls that were played off the back foot didn't really turn, and those that were full were too full to turn.
Fair enough. And maybe it's not turning from the David Capel end yet. First sign there of deploy, just using his feet against Harrison, trying to take some of that spin out of the equation. That won't put off the leg spinner though.
Oh, I like that.
He'll be used to having people walk at him or run at him. That's off the face of the bat and into Vasconcelos, hits Vasconcelos at short leg. Is there another catcher that you can get him round the corner maybe? Whilst the ball is turning quite so prodigiously.
I think that's a very good idea. So the man at 45 for me could come in.
Yeah, almost leg slip, leg gully. Because LBW is not in play. If you look at where deploy's getting to this ball, he's outside off stump, isn't he? His reverse sweeps that to Lloyd Pope for just a single. They're going to look for 2, are they?
Well done, Popey.
Going to take on the Australian for a second.
He did well there because his initial couple of strides were casual, but he read quickly that they were going to push him for 2 and put him under pressure.
He's put in a good stint out there.
Yeah,
Lloyd Pope. It's been a long
really
time
well.
since he's bowled. Oh,
That's a slog sweep. Max Holden. He's got most of that. A couple of bounces away for 4. Well played.
Holden looks like he's got to a point where he's gone, I'm struggling here. I'm going to try and hit myself out of this. 26 now or 48. It was in an arc, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Much like the one from Rob Keogh, the over before. But a marked sign of aggression, or an increase of aggression anyway. And it's, I think, going to bring about a change in the field as well. So going to push back Rob Keogh to the boundary there as well. So 2 sweepers now out on the leg side, 1 on the offside. Keogh's, about 20 yards off the boundary down there?
Yeah. He's there for the cloth sweep, isn't he? For the top edge sweep.
And that goes down the ground again. All the way, or 1 bounce 4, I think, just inside the rope. So back-to-back boundaries for Holden. So Holden now has moved to 30. Deploy and Holden have taken the lead up to 160. With 11 overs remaining in the day. Are we in line for some fireworks, Rowie, for the final 10 overs?
I think they'll both play positively, and we know that Deploy always plays positively. That's, well, when the situation allows him to. That's his natural game. And Holden's no slouch either. I think Max Holden has had 3 really long half volleys there that he's been able to clear his front leg and hit through. And I think they've just come at that stage for him. I don't think there's any more from him than that, but it will give him confidence because he's been a little bit sketchy, but he's got himself onto 30 thanks to those 12 runs in the last couple of overs. But you know, it's hard not to hit the half volley, isn't it? And I've said all along, and it's been very noticeable how positively Middlesex have approached every aspect of their batting. So you've got a guy in there who has been a little bit scratchy.
Yeah.
But if I get a half volley, I'm going to put it away. And he has absolutely done that. They have not missed out. They've not declined any opportunity to score. And what they have done is put the Northampton bowlers under pressure. And Northampton bowlers have not really responded well to that pressure that they've been put under.
No, partnership now worth 28. Keogh starts against deploy, and I think that's going to be 2 as Sales was slow to react off the boundary that time. Whether he's just struggled to read that or not, I don't know, but whether it's just starting to feel like a long innings now for Northamptonshire. It's only 46 overs Middlesex have been batting, but Northamptonshire have only got 2 wickets for the work and the toil that they've put in.
I would say James Hurst could get himself off that rope. He doesn't need to be with his heels against the rope there. I think he can get himself 10 in, to be honest. It was really good running by the 2 Middlesex players. Again, another example of how positively they've done everything. But I also would say that if Northants were batting, that wouldn't have been 2. Holden did great work out there. Gohar did good work out there, and they cut down so many 1s into 2s. Really fetched that ball, deploy. That was really wide from Keogh. It was premeditated, I think, and having premeditated, he kind of went through with the shot, even though it was very wide. Got enough of it and safely for a single. Does Max Holden continue in the recent? Well, that's nicely bowled, Rob Keogh. I mean, since he's come back on, Rob Keogh, that's probably the first ball he's got in a very good area.
Was there a bit of turn from it?
I think it held a bit, yeah.
Just held a touch. I suppose it's not going to be. There's a slog sweep again. There's a cry of catch as Liam Guthrie comes around and picks it up on the one hand, one bounce. So there's definitely been a message or a nod, hasn't there, to up this for Holden.
I think he got away with that, Maxie Holden, a little bit. He hit it badly, so it didn't reach the fielder.
Got away powerfully. They're going to look for 2 again. Settle on 1 this time as Sales gets it in the hand early. So that's interesting to me.
Yeah.
Obviously, they are prepared to try and set this up and put a number out there and for Northamptonshire. As you said, Dane Villas won't want to potentially make the mistake in terms of a setup game, but actually like to make an impression, and a positive impression that they are going to try and go and win this game.
Yep. I mean, the captain will lead that decision more than anyone, I think. He'll obviously lean on the coaching staff, and there'll be a collective discussion around that. But an experienced captain like Toby Rowland Jones will want to make the final decision. I think that's right as well. He's on the field. He's got a better feel for it.
I suppose they'll have, well, they started with 72 balls left in the day's play, didn't they? With that, and that's all they will get. It's now 23 minutes to 6. They won't get any more than what we've got now with the 60 remaining as deploy advances and takes 1. Holden's going to run the first one hard and come back for a second. He is comfortable 2 in the end. So I suppose they could turn around and say, well, do you know what? Let's have a go. If we lose a couple of wickets, it's fine. We'll slow right down again, because
I think
it's hard to get out.
Yeah. I think they've kind of what I'm thinking I'm seeing, and I think you're absolutely right. But and the reason, I think one of the reasons that Middlesex have just put the foot down, they just changed gear by 1 gear, I would say 1.5 gears maybe, is I think they're reading that Northampton are really not quite on it, and they're saying, actually, this is an opportunity. There's a little window here. If we can score 60 of the last 10, then suddenly we've got a lead of 225, 230 going into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Rather than 180, 190, and it just changes the equation a little bit. It gives them that opportunity, and again, it's a very positive move. Yeah, it's posing different questions, isn't it? The ball. I don't want to talk too much about the ball, but the ball is making a different game. The equations are different because of the nature of the ball and how difficult it is to get wickets. So yeah, Max Holden has gone slog sweep now a few times. Anything over length, he's cleared his front leg in the last couple of overs and swung through, mostly very successfully, clothed one. But he was allowed to get himself in by just rotating too easily, wasn't he?
Yeah, that first one, wasn't it? Was it off the bowling of Harrison?
It was,
just
yeah.
turned through what would be a short leg.
Yeah.
For an easy single, was it? He almost, the reaction for Max Holden on that call was almost of shock, really. It was, oh, okay, well, thanks. I'll take that then.
Exactly that.
It needs to take a little while to get going.
Ben Stokes is out for 33.
It's a good chunk away.
62 to win. Northants. No, they're not called Northants, they're called England. England needs 62 to win. Jamie Smith, 2 not out, and Joe Root, 31 not out. Wokes is next in, then Cars, then Tong, then Bashir.
It's going to be a good finish, isn't it?
62. I bet it feels like a lot more than
How
that.
many overs have they got left?
I don't know.
Can't play that late, can they, on day 5 of the test match?
No, they went in the last day. You have a set number of overs, and they've been off the field as well. And you don't get any money back for that, as it were. Somebody will know the answer to that. Actually, I know who will know the answer to that, and I'll ask them.
Somebody watching.
Somebody who's actually watching the game, yeah.
Keogh continuing from the David Capel, and 0 for 41 from 11 overs for Rob Keogh. Wicketless in the match so far. And there's a man that'll be desperate to get on the score sheet, won't he? Wicketless in the match, runless in the innings as well.
I think he will. I think he will.
It's nicely bowled.
Yeah, he flighted that nicely, didn't he?
Nicely played. Vasconcelos now is out from under the helmet, so he finds himself at short cover. Still the sweepers out on the leg side, and long off and long on have just been pushed back. Now that has turned, doesn't it?
Hello, Vicar. That did turn. Okay. I'm told that England need about 3 and over. There's a thought that there might be, oh dear, that's a drag down. There might be about 25 overs left, and that's dragged down the leg side. It was really cleverly played by Lewis Deploy. And he ended up kind of scooping it.
Got into position so quickly, didn't he?
He did.
Read it straight from the hand from Keogh and was down on one knee outside off stump before the ball had got there, and just let the ball hit the face of the bat.
I feel for Robbie Keogh here because I think he's feeling under a bit of pressure. The captain has given him the opportunity to make an impact on the score sheet. As he said, he got a 0 this morning, and getting him back on, trying to give him the opportunity, and he knows it's an important spell for him. It hasn't come out of the hand as well as he would have wanted. Some have, no doubt. Some have come out beautifully, but unfortunately, maybe a little bit too inconsistent to really build any pressure. It's been the bit of a theme, hasn't it? How do you build pressure? And Northants have struggled to do that. We're going to see Saif Zaib come on at the Lynn Wilson end. We're not going to see Lloyd Pope come on. Whether he is going to come on from the David Capel end, I don't know, but he has been lightly bowled in this innings so far. Saif Zaib has been on once earlier today. He bowled 2 overs, 0 for 7. He was taken out of the attack. Calvin Harrison came back to replace him. And whether there's something with Lloyd Pope that we don't know about, whether there's a blister or there's a niggle, or simply the captain is thinking this is not the option at this stage.
Well, it's six overs in the second innings, 13 in the first for Lloyd Pope.
I don't know, because clearly I don't know, but I wonder whether Saif Zaib coming on is a nod towards because he's more of a defensive bowler generally
Yeah.
than Pope would be, certainly as an option. Whether we need to get a grip here, I can set a field more easily. The left armour, you're more certain about the areas the ball is going to get hit in generally than the wrist spinner. So it might be a nod towards that. It's 195 for 2. The lead 173, 8 overs left in the day. And these two are both in, aren't they? The partnership's now 41. Max Holden, having taken time to get in, he's now in, striking it nicely. Oh, and that's run on. Deploy looking to turn that into the leg side. But obviously from the field and from the scoreboard, the last hour or so, maybe a bit more than that, Middlesex have kind of initially quietly and then more obviously got themselves into a very strong, into a stronger position in this game in terms of their ability to influence a result.
Yeah,
I still feel draw is the most likely outcome.
You'd say close of play somewhere around 200 lead, wouldn't you, for Middlesex if they carry on at this rate? Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then, as you say, with 8 wickets in hand, if you get through, you can make a serious effort, can't you, tomorrow morning and have a bit of a risk-free, get yourself, say, 300 in front, 350. As you said, it's going to be time, isn't it? More than the number, it's going to be time. And it's going to be how far can they get in front with enough overs for them to think we're going to have a good go at Northamptonshire.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting. And I think Northants will, because the number won't be ridiculous, will it?
No, it can't be really.
And I look at the Northants middle order in particular, and I look at these names: Robinson, Zaib, McManus, Broad. Whew. Those guys can score very, very quickly, and so can many others as well. Let me add that quickly, but just those 4 happen to be on my pad one after the other, because that's the batting order. So that is a dangerous quartet to have, isn't it, in any run chase?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think? As I say, the run set will be probably the latter or the secondary thought, but what do you think the minimum number of overs you would want, or Middlesex would want?
Well,
80? Would they give themselves 16, or would it be 75 to give themselves 20 in the morning?
The way that the ball has turned a little bit more as the game has gone on, it's nicely swept by Deploy. Only going to get a single. It's a nice shot for one. Harrison from round the wicket to the left-handers has really turned the ball, and it has gone more sharply, hasn't it? We've seen that.
Yep.
As I said at the time, that encourages Gohar. The reason I'm mentioning that is in the context of how many overs do they need? Well, the sharper it turns, the fewer overs they will feel they need to bowl Northants out. Obviously, as many as they can possibly get, but it's not going to be that kind of equation. They're going to have to trade off slightly. So I would say, 65 overs they could probably think about would be 60, 65 overs minimum, but then 60 overs minimum.
I suppose then they'd be looking at 28 from Zafar Gohar, wouldn't they?
They would,
from that. So yes, it would be 65, but obviously Zafar Gohar can only bowl from one end.
Yeah.
And then there would be the responsibility on Josh DeCares, Luke Coleman, Ryan Higgins, Roland Jones and Helm to
2 sessions. And actually, if they do bowl so much spin, which they probably would, then they might get more than that in. But yeah, that kind of number. So it looks like, there's a lot of cricket to get to that point, but that's where Middlesex are headed.
But then do you have to think about dangling a carrot for Northamptonshire? Or if it turns as sharply as that, does that not matter?
I think Northants will play positively.
Regardless.
Anyway, yeah, I do. Everything that I've seen from the new regime tells me that they'll play positively. Because in a situation, I mean, look, there's lots of ifs and buts before we get there. So But let's fast forward and a what if. Gohar, they have declared Northampton need 4.5 and over for 65 overs, whatever it might be. You take Gohar down, you have broken the back of that run chase.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So they will likely play quite positively in that scenario. They might be chasing a few more than that.
Well, he's, as I say, he's going to be 33 to 40% of it, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think even if he gets under a bit of pressure, they're not going to take it away from him.
That's nicely bowled, Saif Zaib. Well bowled. His 4th over now, Saif Zaib. He's only gone for 8, and he has bought, it's early days, but he has bought that extra control that his captain wanted from him. More predictable, isn't it? The finger spin, the left arm, nature, more predictable. I was going to say that's nicely fielded. But that would have been false because he missed it.
He got a good fingertip on it, didn't he?
Did.
Unfortunately, he just couldn't mitt it how he would have liked.
It's good. This, I'm enjoying Saif Zaib's, well, all of his cricket really. But he in previous years he would have just bowled flatter in this situation. But there we go. Look at that. That was very slow. Nicely bowled. It's good over that.
You said yes, day one, didn't you? And he was kind of looking quite lonely on the boundary edge. That he's a cricketer that wants to be involved.
He does. He does.
And 4 first-class hundreds this summer already. Why not chuck him the ball and keep him involved? Keep him ticking. If you know
Absolutely.
that's what he wants or what he needs, keep him going.
He played. I mentioned the other day. He played his junior cricket at High Wycombe Cricket Club, where he was captain of the side. And they were a very good side that he played. They got into a regional knockout game against Find and Dolben Cricket Club from Northamptonshire, and I wanted to keep an eye on Saif's cricket. I went over and had a look at it, and I reckon he bowled half the overs, faced majority of the bowling, fielded every other ball.
And kept wicket.
I mean, he does keep wicket, but he didn't. He might as well have done because he did everything else in that game. Oh, and that's out. And Deploy doesn't like that decision. It was a reverse paddle, wasn't it? And I think he's cross with himself. Got a little feather on it, and a bit of a soft one. He's a dangerous player, is Deploy. Rob Keogh will be feeling better about life. That wicket surely will make him feel a little bit happier about his day. It was a bit of a soft one, trying to turn the off spinner through the offside with a reverse little paddle, and it bounced. It just bounced a bit more than he wanted to, and he ended up, I think, getting a little glove on it through to McManus. Or in fact, it might have been off the splice almost.
Yeah, just off the stickers, wasn't it? Not much doubt about it. There was clear deviation into the gloves of McManus. So a good take for McManus as well. He's found it quite tricky to keep at times, but Keogh's on the score sheet.
That's good to know.
And I think the other thing as well is that might just kind of pin back Middlesex a touch for the remainder of the day as well.
Might well do.
We've got 29 deliveries left to round out the day's play.
So it brings Ryan Higgins to the crease. I was worried about his participation in this game on the way in, thinking, oh, has he got a part to play with the Kookaburra ball? And he ended up getting a hat trick earlier today. It was an unconventional hat trick. Each of the dismissals were unconventional for Ryan Higgins. And but he found a way, and that's what good players do, isn't it? He found a way. He had a spell of short bowling, which is very unusual. I think he quite enjoyed that. Like a proper fast bowler running in and bang it in halfway down. but he picked up the 3 wickets and got his side into quite a strong position then. But then that 10th wicket partnership between Broad and Pope of 80 plus was phenomenal and allowed Northampton to get a lead of 22 on first innings. That's now gone, and now Middlesex lead by 180. They're only 3 down. This is tricky though. You know, Northampton take another one tonight, or even particularly if they get them 5 down overnight.
How much taller is Rob Keogh feeling now as well? With,
6 foot.
With one on, well, he's 6'5" anyway, isn't he? But
6 foot taller though.
Give it 12'5" Rob Keogh. Fun little. There's 29 balls left, isn't there? He'll have 3 overs off them. The fielders out there on the boundary edge are just struggling to pick this up. Don't know why. Don't know whether it's a bit bright, whether the kookaburra doesn't show up as easily or not. But Pope has just had to have a call from, I think, Lewis McManus to head round and field that. James Sales we saw, didn't we, a couple of overs ago. So much for slowing Middlesex down then.
Yeah, absolutely. There's intent there, isn't there? Positive intent again. I don't mind Higgins coming in and playing shots from the word go. I think that's it's not been an easy wicket to start on for anyone throughout. Don't go too flat here, Rob. Get one to turn. Easy for me to say, isn't it? But this will be making Rob Keogh feel a whole lot better about his day, no doubt. If he can get Higgins out and take him off as well, that'll be even better, obviously. Another reverse sweep. It came off the toe of the bat, only going to pick up 2.
Yeah, he's just Pope. Lloyd Pope's just had to have another call, I think, there from somebody to have him off in the right direction.
So Keogh on the scoreboard, 184 is the lead at 206 for 3, 184 ahead. 3 wickets down. Max Holden will be on strike. He's on 33 not out. Saif Zaib, who's bowled quite tidily since he came back. 4 overs, 0 for 10. Just having a conversation with Vasconcelos, I think, about lines. There are no close catches, and there were no close catches for Ryan Higgins as he started his innings. 4 overs remain in the day, and Max Holden sold the dummy to Vasconcelos, who set off to his left at mid-wicket in anticipation of the ball going square, and it went straight. Probably straight where he'd come from.
Yeah, I don't think he'd have moved if he'd have stayed where he was. Changing the fielders they're here. Proctor and Save, just bringing Keogh back in. Liam Guthrie dropping a bit deeper, so they're going to go in-out then in the cover region. Whether that's just for Higgins where he's starting, maybe.
He's going to sweep this, isn't he? Well, not from there, he's not. The paddle sweep is a good option here for Ryan Higgins. He's a busy cricketer, Ryan Higgins. Does not like facing dot balls, always trying to make things happen. Zaib's line and length has been better than any of the other spinners. He hasn't offered a great deal of turn because that's not what he's going to, he's bowled flat and he's bowled defensively. So it's not a fair comparison overall, but it is noticeable. And I think he's been a bit lightly bowled maybe. There, he's up and over that one. That's better from Saif Zaib, well bowled. And, he's strung 3 or 4 dots together here, and it shouldn't change the way that Higgins is going to play this next ball, but it might do. He punches it down the ground, takes a single. So 2 off the over. Well bowled, Saif Zaib. He's doing exactly what his captain wants him to do here, going at 2 and over.
Just slow it down. Because there was a period there where it just looked like it could have got a little bit ugly towards the end of the day before Keogh picked up the wicket of loose deploy. 208 for 3, 18 balls to go. Well, we're in for an interesting day tomorrow. That is for sure.
Yeah.
However it pans and plays out, we're in for something interesting.
England need 41 to win, still 5 down. Joe Root's on 40. Jamie Smith's on 14. I've got a caught mid-wicket in mind, a little chip up to Vasconcelos. Oh, well, Vasconcelos did field that. He probably regrets it because that hurt. It was hit incredibly hard by Ryan Higgins, and Vasconcelos stuck out a right hand, and it prevented the boundary, that's for sure. But it is probably stinging a wee bit. But saves 4, well done. Yeah, I think there was a period, wasn't there, where almost between Holden and deploy, it was almost like we could land a knockout blow here. Not the knockout blow in terms of winning the game, but the knockout blow in terms of getting ourselves, being the only team that could win the game.
Yeah.
If I could put it that way. And Holden in particular led that with a couple of slog sweeps. In fact, 3 slog sweeps in very quick succession, all of which went 4, and there was a cloth one for 2. And you thought, okay, they've gone through a couple of gears here. They're sensing a moment. The wicket of deployers has curtailed that. And actually, Northampton bowled better as well. Nicely bowled again from Rob Keogh. Saif Zaib came on at this end and has bowled very tightly.
Yeah, just offered a bit more control, haven't they, to round out the day. Still 15 balls to go, mind you. So Middlesex, I think Middlesex will have one eye on the fact that they'll want to come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow, dictate it. 208 for 4. I mean, it's still not a game-changing position, is it? But it does make tomorrow slightly more precarious when you've got Ben Geddes. Well, I mean, you've got Ben Geddes, Joe Cracknell, and Luke Holman, and then Zafar carded next. But I suppose you are going to want as many in the hutch as possible, aren't you? So that you can then load that morning session and bat as aggressively as you want to.
Yeah. I think 5s over a long period is not straightforward at all. I mean, it's by no means is it out of sight, but it's not as easy to score quickly with this ball in this situation as it would be with a Duke's ball. And it all depends. It's the balance then, isn't it, about how many overs do you need to go at what rate for? That's dragged down, and that's going to be 4. Unless Proctor can get a dive on it, and he can't. It beats him on the right-hand side. I thought for a moment he might get a dive at that, but it was just hit too well by Ryan Higgins. It's the first poor ball that Saif Zaib has bowled, and yet again, I'm going to say the first poor ball that he's bowled, but it was not allowed. He was not allowed to get away with it. It was hit very firmly for 4.
Yeah, the way that Higgins played it, almost played it like a top hand, didn't he? Top hand with the put the spin on it, and it gained pace as it went across the outfield.
Bowled. The thruple are still there. They're seeing it through to the close.
Why wouldn't you?
Oh. Well, maybe that's the first one that Northampton got away with because hitherto that ball would have been hit in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but Higgins just knocking it safely down the ground for a single. 8 balls of the day remaining. I mean, that tells you that Ryan Higgins wants to come out and have a bat in the morning, doesn't it? That last ball. I'll field it off his own bowling, Saif Zaib. All three results are still very much on as we sit here now. And whether Northampton can win the game will, to some extent, dictate on Middlesex's appetite to win the game themselves. They're in charge in this situation. They hold all the cards.
If this was the first time watching 4-day cricket, you'd go, well, it's going to be a draw, isn't it? There's no chance that there's anything going to happen. Knowing the nuances and knowing how things can change and be manipulated and be worked out, then it does feel as though the draw is losing favourability with regards to an option. It's still the favourite, but the percentages for Middlesex more so, and then Northamptonshire latterly are increasing as the day has gone on, and we'll get a much better idea of that at the point that Middlesex elect to pull out tomorrow and how they choose to go about that day. I mean, it's not going to be a consideration. They're not going to get a second new ball, but I don't think there's a great deal of value in that with this anyway.
It's probably to their benefit.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So that's one thing to take into consideration. And then it will just be a case of how many runs compared to how many overs left in the day's play. Does the lead get up to 350? I mean, it's 193 now. 350 off 65 overs, something like that, maybe. Timing could be important. You lose 2 overs if you declare in the middle of a session. It could come at lunchtime. You don't lose the 2 overs, which will give you a couple of extra. Do you pull out just before lunch? So Proctor and Vasconcelos have got 10 minutes to go and pad up as one of those little psychological mini sessions. I don't mind that idea from a Middlesex perspective if they could set it up for that.
Slips in.
There'll only be a couple of people that will know what the plan is, and that'll be Toby Rowland-Jones and Dane Villas, won't it, at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, there's cricket to come, isn't there, before we get to that point. That ball has really turned and bounced. And that concludes today's entertainment. And it has, again, been entertaining. We've seen some stuff, haven't we?
We have. We have indeed. It's come back. The entertainment has built, isn't it, throughout the day? It's made day 4 a really interesting proposition. With however that decides to pan out, it's made it a very interesting proposition. We've seen a 4th first-class 100 from Saif Zaib today. We saw a good partnership with Lewis McManus. We saw a Ryan Higgins hat-trick. We saw a brilliant partnership and a 70 from Justin Broad and Lloyd Pope. We then saw almost a cruising start between Robson and De Caires before that was broken. De Caires agonisingly close to that first-class 100. He was dismissed for 87 by Liam Guthrie. We saw a real sign of acceleration from Holden and Deploy, and then a wicket right at the end of the day just to slow things down.
Yeah, it's had a lot to enjoy and to ponder as well. And I think, as we've said all along, that the circumstances of the game with the Kookaburra ball have demanded new thinking and new approaches. And I think there's some rethinking to do from Northampton should they get into a similar situation another time. Is, you know, how do we apply pressure whilst not going around the park? Because they did go around the park for a while, and particularly that was due to some poor bowling. They bowled too short, with the spinners generally bowled too short and were tucked into by Robson and De Caires, and latterly Holden, and to some degree Deploy. And Deploy's dismissal just slowed things down a bit, and Saif Zaib came on and bottled it up from this end. But there was a period of lacklustre cricket, I thought, from Northants there. And at that point, Middlesex sort of took the game more in their direction. So at the moment, they hold all the cards, but they're not in a position where they're going to be able to just bat to a number and declare and then have impunity. You know, whenever they pull out, there will be a risk that Northampton go past them and win the game in the 4th inning. So they're going to have to get that balance right. And therein lies the interest tomorrow, I think.
Yep, absolutely. We'll close the play of day 3. Middlesex lead by 193 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Thank you for joining us through the course of the day. Rowie and I will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning to start day 4.